Chapter 201. The extremely angry king of vile food roared immediately. It seemed that it wanted to eat the King Kong in front of it alive. It was the first time that I felt such a crazy guy who had no reason at all and fought without any IQ. The ability to use fairy type skills was enough to prove that King Ash was also fused. It was just a dark type Pokemon. It was difficult to successfully fuse, and this fusion made him very difficult to deal with. Qin Mu said he also achieved fusion. Serena said it just that the IQ of Yao Jingai's Pokemon is not as high as his. He. Look at his crazy state. It's a battle without IQ. If the fusion is successful, wouldn't it be invincible with super high IQ? The appetite of the evil king is very big and it can absorb all the wave power of the whole battle. The huge fist of the booming king smashed forward and hit it on the cheek. It was knocked down again by another heavy blow. The skill is very powerful and there is no skill when releasing it. Dandy knows best that his wave power can't bear it. Other Pokemon can't stand still. The wave power they released was swallowed by the evil king. If it is not defeated, there is no way to release other Pokemon. Dandy can only insist on this. The power of the wave decreased very quickly. The devouring of the evil food king stopped and the guy lay on the ground motionless. Gray was not surprised at all. Obviously this was something he often saw. He would leap after eating, and this guy with no IQ could only think of these. Even so, he was able to move forward and cast the fairy type skill Magic Shine. Without this Pokemon, Gray might not be Dante's opponent. Now it seems that Dante is going to lose. This guy uses fairy type skills to attack and will soon use up its devouring skills and set off again. The power of the wave gradually weakened. Dante gave up, continued to attack and took back his Pokemon. Your fusion was very successful. This guy has no IQ but he is very powerful. I thought so too. I was surprised when Flare Ace appeared. He is also a fusion Pokemon. Without the evil food king I am no match for you. Bite B. You have made great progress during this period of time. It's okay. I will keep working hard. Maybe one day I will be able to defeat you when I come to your door. Where are you going? Net. Continue to challenge the gym. Qin Mu wants to challenge the evil food king. I want to fight your ghoul with a Pokemon. Okay, just wait until he is fully recovered. Including Mew, they can quickly recover their status among the Pokemon group. This is certain. They only need a short rest. Qin Mu must use Mewtwo to deal with the evil lord. Mewtwo's fighting ability is very strong. He has a total of 7 states and the fighting ability state is enough to deal with it. Dandy said his devouring ability is very strong and Pokemon with skills will definitely not get any advantage. Qin Mu said I can see that it is a synthetic Pokemon with extraordinary abilities. I want to try it. After a while the time was almost up and Qin Mu pointed to a Pokemon to fight Gray. Gray released the evil lord and Qin Mu released the armored Mewtwo. Dandy instantly understood Qin Mu. Too smart. Why didn't I think of Mewtwo's other state? Serena said he is so powerful that he will definitely be able to defeat the glutton. The dragon dive rushed forward. Gray knew what Mewtwo was. The Mewtwo in front of him had reached the armored state. He didn't know that Qin Mu's Mewtwo was different. He had 7 state. In the armored state the fighting ability is very strong. Gray knew this very well. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Mewtwo quickly jumped up and avoided the forward dragon dive. The glutton mist opened his huge mouth and cast a magic flash with all his strength. The violent roar sounded again. He couldn't devour the wave power, so he could only attack like this. Devouring power has no effect. How could a Pokemon with such a high IQ like Mewtwo give him any chance to devour? Mewtwo's special ability, creating illusions and telekinesis control, these are all things that cannot be devoured. If such a skill can devour, there will be no opponent. Mewtwo moved his position at an extremely fast speed and jumped behind the evil eater. The beautiful fighting skill knocked him to the ground from behind. Boom! There was another loud noise and the guy's huge body fell to the ground. The restraint worked. Whether in speed or FLE ability, the ghoul was not as good as Mewtwo. Mewtwo was originally a relatively powerful instance among Pokemon. In Qin Mu's case it was already an evolved form. In the armored state his fighting ability was very strong. After being knocked to the ground the ghoul began to roar angrily. He opened his huge mouth and bit towards this side. Mewtwo jumped fleibly and he couldn't touch Mewtwo at all. Illusion skill. Qin Mu said these 4 words and Mewtwo immediately used the illusion skill. It was the king who changed and countless wave forces appeared in front of his eyes. He was jumping up and down like crazy, swaying left and right with his huge mouth open as if he was swallowing something. Mewtwo was watching this scene in the sky and this crazy guy couldn't control himself. Gray knew that this was an illusion. If the evil king couldn't get rid of it they would lose. The illusion made him more and more manic and his original swallowing ability doubled. Dandy said what a terrifying combat ability. Such swallowing ability even legendary Pokemon can't stand it. Serena said he has been completely controlled by the illusion and can only go crazy there. It won't be long before the wave power will be exhausted. Qin Mu is sure to win. Defeating the Gnat is equivalent to defeating Gray. Other Pokemon are no match for Chin Mew. Chin Mew's Pokemon lineup is so strong even Suicune is among them. How could Gray be Chin Mew's opponent? Only this Gnat has some ability. The Gnat launched his Devour skill crazily. His eyes turned red and he could no longer control himself. Unable to break free from Mewtwo's illusion control, this guy can only wait for the wave power to run out. Gray took out the Pokeball and it was time to take it back. When he saw the badge Chin Mew carried, he knew that this trainer was by no means simple and those he defeated were all top-level masters. You win, you got Mewtwo, it's awesome, it's already evolved. Chapter 202. Dante said that's nothing, his Mewtwo has 7 forms. This sentence shocked Ray even more. The trainer in front of him was very unusual. Is what you said true? Certainly. This is simply unimaginable. If I have the chance someday I will go to the Dragon Gym and formally challenge you. Okay. Chin Mew and his team's NET target is Kaji Town, which is located in the northernmost part of Chengdu. This place is quite special. Most people know ninja skills and it is called the Ninja Town. It is a relatively peaceful town. This is where the rockets are most active. The rockets were first created here and this became their base. The location of the base is particularly conspicuous and there is a large sculpture of Meow Meow on the west side. Before leaving, Gray told them a secret: there is a relic in Kaji Town. Maybe we can find something in that ruin. Out of curiosity, it is also their NET destination. In the Pokemon Center in Kaji Town, Xiao Wei is training. His Pokemon Lapras is training a 100,000 volt attack. After failing to challenge the gym, he felt that the Pokemon was not powerful enough, so he stayed in the gym to train Pokemon. Xiao Wei has secretly made up his mind to successfully challenge the Kaji gym. The Pokemon opposite turned out to be a fairy-type Pokemon. When Chin Mew and the others walked in, they happened to see this scene. Lapras and the fairy-type Pokemon Flint are competing. Xiao Wei hasn't noticed anyone coming in. Dandy walked up and said, "Hey Xiao Mao, why is he still practicing 100,000 volt?" This made him come back to his senses and put away his Pokemon. "I failed in my challenge to Kaji Gym. I will try again." "Why are you here?" "We were preparing to travel and challenge the gym and we happened to arrive in Kaji Town, so we came here to visit you." "Haven't you been staying in the Pokemon Center all the time?" "Yes, it's great that you are here. Is there anyone who can compete with me?" Serena said, "Okay then, let me practice with you." "This is really great." Chin Mew and his friend stayed here. He also asks Xiao Wei about the ruin. "The ruins you are talking about are indeed there. They are located in the center of the city, but it is not in Kaji Town, it is in the southwest direction. So that's how it is. Now that we are here, let's not rush to challenge the Kaji Gym. It's not far from here." Chin Mew and his friends came here to challenge the gym, so of course this is the main focus. Serena and Xiao Wei are ready to start the competition. The one that Xiao Wei is training is Laplace. "Serena, please don't underestimate my Pokemon." "Of course not, Land Shark is very strong. Sand Power attacks a powerful sand vort blowing forward. Lapras 100,000 volt. The damage of the electric Pokemon's 100,000 volt kill is very strong. Garchomp's ground ability is very strong, leaving the opponent's 100,000 volts no chance to hit him." The dragon Pokemon Dragon Wave rushed forward. He only wanted to train his Lapras and did not consider letting other Pokemon go out. Serena was just practicing with him. Dante said, "What do you think of this 100,000 volt? There is still a little bit left. It should be Xiao evolution." "My thoughts are the same as yours. Why is he obsessed with Lapras? Maybe there is a story behind this." Serena's Garchomp is very powerful. Chin Mew and the other three are often together. How could they not know Serena's strength? Xiao Ei's Lapras can't be a match for Garchomp. Xiao Ei didn't expect that the 100,000 volt attack was still useless. It seemed that something was missing. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. No wonder he kept failing when challenging Kaji Gym. His plan was completely ruined, but now there is still no chance to practice in this situation. Has it been in vain for so long? Serena kept looking at Xiao Ei, who seemed a little discouraged. Garchomp did not continue to attack and was taken back by Serena. The dejected Serena looked up at Serena. "How did you take it back? I think your Pokemon isn't powerful enough, so there's no need to continue training it. He needs to increase the power of the energy wave guide, but it is not strong enough and 100,000 volts will not achieve the desired effect, so I need to evolve it." Chin Mew said, "Yes, once it evolves, Laplace will definitely burst out with a powerful 100,000 volt. They are located in the center of the elves and Xiao Wei has never thought about evolving Laplace. I have never been clear about what kind of materials are needed to evolve him." Chin Mew said, "This is simple, we can ask Professor Oak." "It's Chin Mew. Long time no see. Where have you been?" "We are now in Kaji Town. I want to ask Professor Oak some questions." "Is Professor Oak here?" "He's right, NET to us." Zai handed the communicator to Professor Oak. Oak. Hello Professor Oak. Well, what's the matter? Tell me about it. It's a question about evolution. We want to know how Laplace evolved. Oh, so that's what happened. Lapras evolved. When its training reaches a certain level, it will start its first evolution and evolve into Chilean. The second evolution requires the use of the Awakening Stone, awakening his other attribute. He is not an electric attribute Pokemon and can learn 100,000 volt. It can only learn the skills of electric attribute Pokemon. When the Awakening Stone successfully evolves into Aeldon, its attributes will change. In addition to the psychic type, it also has the ability of the fighting type. The water cannon skill is the most suitable for him to learn. Did Xiao Wei hear that? Got it, thank you Dr. Oak. Well, if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Xiao Wei is now in high spirits and is completely different from before. Great, so after improving the ability it will change a lot. Just follow what Professor Oak said and let him be promoted temporarily. Well, I will find a way to find the Awakening Stone. The first evolution is easy, but the second evolution is a bit difficult and it requires the awakening time. In any case, Xiao Wei now knows how to improve Laplace's ability. He also wants to thank Qin Mu and the others. If they hadn't come, he might never know. When are you guys going to Kaji Gym? I'll go with you. Chapter 203. Qin Mu said, let's go now. The leader of the Kaji Gym is Lu Bo. He is an ice-type Pokemon. If you defeat him, you can get the frozen batch. Xiao Wei has been practicing here just to get the frozen batch. Entering the gym, some carved objects are lifelike. Qin Mu challenged the gym leader and the first one to be released was the boar. This is the main Pokemon here with powerful abilities. Qin Mu used the Pokemon Ultimate Dragon and Xiao Wei watched the battle from the side. He found that the Dragon-type Pokemon of the Dragon-type gym leader has unusual energy. This is, yes, that's exactly what you see. Dragon-type Pokemon are very powerful. I was a little shocked. This is the first time I have seen such a powerful Ultimate Dragon. One after another, the Ultimate Light Sword burst forward. The powerful Dragon Wave Impact and the Wave SI-77 Bullet Attack was even more powerful. The wave power of the boar could not hold up at all. Lu Bo did not expect that the trainer in front of him was so powerful. Because the main Pokemon boar could not withstand such a powerful wave power, there was no need to fight any further. Although he knew very well in his heart that he could not stop at this moment, the Snow Demon was summoned and a powerful ice energy burst out. The blizzard covered the entire gym and the gym, which was originally dominated by white, turned into an ice age of ice and snow. Qin Mu summoned Articuno, which is also an ice Pokemon and has the ability of a powerful blizzard. Articuno's thunder power is the most dazzling. Under the state of heavy snow there is still a trace of thunder and lightning power in it, which is very strange. Ice flames rushed forward in wave. Ice Pokemon is so powerful. Lu Bo nodded with satisfaction. Xiao Wei said, it's Articuno, how can it have such a strong power of lightning? Serena said, look at the feather on his body, it's the thunder feather. No wonder he has such a powerful lightning force. In this case, can the 100,000 volt step be demonstrated? Qin Mu really plotted 100,000 volts and let Articuno explode this power. He wanted Xiao Wei to see the real power of 100,000 volts. So the real power of 100,000 volts is like this. I will definitely find a way to make Lapras become what I want. Dandy said, the electric energy of Thunder Wing is very strong and the 10 volt that burst out are also incredibly powerful. Xiao Wei has no way to defeat the leader of Kaji Town, but Qin Mu can defeat him easily. The two Pokemon end the battle. Hehe, you are a really good trainer. There is no need to continue. This is your badge. Qin Mu took the ice badge, which was as crystal clear as ice. Putting it together with the fire badge, it formed a sharp contrast. One was fiery red and the other was cold. Thank you. You're welcome. This is what you deserve. You are a very capable trainer. The gym challenge is over. Qin Mu and his friends are going to the ruins. Xiao Wei followed them to that place southwest of Kikyo City. This place is a public ruins and there are many people visiting here. Qin Mu said, there are so many tourists here. Yes, the area of the ruins is quite large. This half is open to the public and anyone can visit it at will, but the other half is not allowed as it is protected by the Research Institute. Suicune sensed the presence of Rei Cao, but he was not here. There are so many people here that no Pokemon will appear. If they want to find Rei Cao, they have to enter the other half. Since it is protected, of course not everyone can enter. Qin Mu and his people are trainers. They communicated with the researchers before they were allowed to enter. This place is in sharp contrast to the ruins there before. No one is walking around inside. You can feel the atmosphere here when you walk in. It is so quiet that it is a little scary. To read the e-citing novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Serena said, why does it feel weird here? Qin Mu said, no one is walking around here. It's normal to have some weird thing. The silence is almost scary, making people feel uncomfortable. They walked towards the inside of the ruins. Some of the ruins were left and the walls were dilapidated. It was natural for them to be in this state state after so long. The advice from Suakun and Gray made Qin Mu feel that this area was even more mysterious. The wall in front blocked the way here, but one side had collapsed, revealing a gap. They could easily walk in from here. Xiao Wei said, "This is my first time entering here and it does feel weird." Going further ahead there is a stone chamber. These things are quite intact without any collapse, and the stairs tending downwards can be clearly seen. Although the researchers have protected this place, few people enter. They just don't allow other tourists to enter. Qin Mu said the reason it is protected is that there are more relics here and they are worried about being destroyed. It probably like this, or it may be because this place is rather strange and not suitable for tourists to be here. Qin Mu and the others walked down the stairs carefully. On both sides were ancient stone walls with some ancient totems. These totems seemed to show some ancient Pokemon. Some were not very clear. Continuing to walk down, the fire net to them lit up. A huge stone blocked the way. Qin Mu took advantage of the fact that this stone must be the door to enter here. If he wanted to go in, he had to find the key to open this door. Qin Mu said, "Has anyone been in there?" "No one knows how to move this big stone." Qin Mu pulled out a torch from the wall and shone it carefully on the stone. He found that there was a concave object there which should be the key to opening the stone door. Serena said, "Do we really want to go in? This one may be a bit difficult. The stone is so big that even Pokemon may not be able to move it, let alone us." There are some pictures engraved net to the stone which show how to open the big stone. Qin Mu and the others couldn't understand it. After all, it was an ancient totem. Serena suddenly felt that she had some new ideas. Why did she feel a little sleepy? Xiao Wei, Dandy and the others felt a little sleepy. They couldn't control themselves and fell asleep while sitting on the ground. Qin Mu also felt very tired and he gradually closed his eyes. What made them feel strange was that when they opened their eyes, several people were in another space. They were obviously in the stone chamber of the ruins, so how could they be outside? They were in a jungle, and Qin Mu said, "We should have entered the space of this stone chamber." Chapter 204. Qin Mu and the others didn't know whether the big stone could be moved. There must be something that could be embedded in the concave place to enter here. You need to enter another illusory space. Serena said, "What's going on? Where are we?" Dandy looked around. What a strange place. It's not in that stone chamber or in the ruins. There shouldn't be a place like this. Qin Mu said, "This is the big stone inside the ruins. There must be a way to open it. This is too magical, so we are in an illusion, and in the same illusion, Team Rocket also appeared in this ruin. They are here to look for energy stone. It is said that there are a lot of energy stones here. They know the role of energy stones very well. They came here to improve the strength of Team Rocket." Kojiro and his team did not come in through the research institute but quietly walked in. The researchers did not know they were here. "Where is it? This place is really weird. It looks gloomy and scary. I don't want to stay here at all." Athena said, "Shut up and look for it quickly. It will be troublesome if you are found." "Where can I go with this 17-meter high? Idiots, look for them separately." "Separate? Are you kidding me? This place is so scary. We need to go our separate ways." Kojiro is obviously a little scared. "Stop talking nonsense." Qin Mu and the other two walked towards the depths of the space. The scene before them was so spectacular that a particularly large arena appeared in front of them. "Wow, is this an ancient relic? This arena is so big." 4 legendary Pokemon appeared in the 4 corners of the arena. This is their carving. A mysterious power is revealed here. The way to enter the arena is to go in through the small door on the side. The other 4 sides are places for onlookers. I thought there was nothing here, but a lavender figure appeared. It was Blue King. It has been a long time since a Pokemon appeared. Seeing someone coming in, he immediately released his skills to the front and a long tongue swung over here. This tongue licking skill does not have much damage, but it has a high paralysis effect. Once hit by it, you will definitely be paralyzed. Serena reacted quickly. When he released Lucario rushed up at a very fast speed and actually met this guy. The huge tongue fell into a state of paralysis. Oops, the Pokemon is paralyzed. Lucario was obviously struggling, but it was useless. The ancient atmosphere was revealed here. The powerful wave power. The sense of oppression came over me. Arceus was in this ruin. Team Rocket could be found anywhere. The 4 of them acted separately. Kojiro was a little timid and trembling. He thought the ruins here were particularly scary. The open side was completely different. Strange, how come there are so many stone chambers here? Kojiro thought about hiding in there to avoid getting into trouble. Inside, Qin Mu and his friends were ready to fight the Pokemon in front of them. The ancient ancient Charizard appeared. Dandy released the rock monster and Serena summoned the net Pokemon Garchomp. The 4 of them fought against the Pokemon without an owner. Ancient Charizard bursts out ancient power. The powerful wave power spread, and here the ancient Charizard changes. The originally fiery red body becomes more dazzling and the light on its body radiates outward like endless wave power. Lucario's paralyzed state cannot be relieved and Serena can only take it back. Seeing the Pokemon in front of him, Blue King is a little angry and he immediately starts a strong attack. Fire-breathing dragon erupts in flame. The giant rock monster has rock skills. To read the e-citing novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Serena said Qin Mu Blue King is really strong. The giant rock monster rushed forward. The powerful rock force hit Blue King. Blue King with ancient aura. He is a fairy with magical attack ability. Qin Mu never thought that the illusion they entered was the ancient times of this ruin. Before we figured out the situation inside, we encountered this Pokemon that we had to defeat first. Serena said this guy is very difficult to deal with. None of the three of us showed any sign of retreating. This guy looks like a giant bull. In battle mode he opened his huge jaws and a strong flame was wrapped around his mouth. His teeth turned fiery red and bit and attacked rock monster. Such a Pokemon with strong defense could not withstand her impact. The power of ancient Charizard seemed to have worked on him. The wave power of the other two Pokemon was obviously not strong enough. The Pokemon has a high IQ and he knew which one to attack. Completely avoid ancient Charizard. Qin Mu saw that Blue King was a Pokemon with a very high IQ. It repeatedly attacked rock monster forward but was attacked by Charizard from behind, which made him even more angry. Seeing that rock monster could not bear it, Dandy summoned the NET Pokemon. Flash Ace is out. Qin Mu knew that this was not a solution, so he immediately summoned Mewtwo's super state. Create an illusion. Mewtwo rushed forward at an extremely fast speed. With a bang, Blue King was blown away. Dandy said, "Oh my god, Mewtwo's super state is too powerful. This guy's power is difficult to deal with. The flames of Flare Ace can't do anything to him and his fire ability seems to be even stronger." They thought that after dealing with this guy they could continue to explore here. What they never expected was had another Ursa came out. It seems that in this ancient arena they can't leave without defeating these Pokemon. If they had known the three of them would not have come in. Qin Mu said, "Still coming? How can it be possible? What should we do if they keep coming?" Dandy said, "I don't think so. What, are you still in a daze? The Pokemon in front of you have already rushed over." Mewtwo continued to attack in combat mode. Only Qin Mu's Mewtwo and ancient Charizard's attacks had a certain effect. The attack of Flare Ace and the wave force of Garchomp summoned by Serena did not have much effect. Pokemon in the illusion cannot be captured. They will disappear automatically after being defeated. Kojiro outside walked into the stone chamber. What makes people feel strange is that he can't see Qin Mu and the other three. He can only see the huge stone in front. How can I move such a big stone? I can't get in at all. I'd better wait here. He didn't find it strange at all and didn't pay attention to the totem on the stone wall. Chapter 205. Qin Mu, Dandy and Serena were in the arena but Yao was outside. He was the only one who hadn't come in yet. "I wonder why I can't get in. Qin Mu, are you okay?" The three people inside could clearly hear Xiao Wei's shouting. Qin Mu said, "I didn't notice that Xiao Wei didn't follow in. Could it be that he couldn't come in? Since the Pokemon in the ancient arena appeared, this door could not be opened. The people inside could not go out and the people outside could not come in. In order to open these three doors, the trainers inside must be able to defeat all the Pokemon in the arena." Hideo was thinking that they could hear Xiao Wei's voice and Xiao Wei must be able to hear their voices. Qin Mu said, "Xiao Wei, don't worry, we will be out soon. You wait outside and don't walk around." It was Qin Mu's voice that he could hear. "It was great that I spoke. What is going on? Why can't I get in? The competitive mode is turned on. You will know it in a moment." "Okay, I'll wait for you outside. You must be careful." Another grass-type Pokemon appeared in the arena. This Ursine hasn't been defeated yet and another one appeared. Qin Mu had a bad feeling that more and more Pokemon were moving out and they would be trapped here. Mewtwo in super state converted to dark state. Since the power of wave can't defeat it, then we have to win by numbers. Serena released Zapdos. Qin Mu took back the ancient and Dragonite released Articuno. Dandy released the ice-type Pokemon Blizzard. Thunder Feathers EU'd powerful lightning power and echoed with the lightning power of Zapdos, sending a volt attack forward. The powerful freezing power spreading to the front and the blizzard descended, restraining the grass-type Pokemon. Dandy wondered if there would be more after we got rid of these two. The wave power of the two of them is stronger than that of the previous Blue Emperor. Ursa was struggling desperately and a huge fist hit the ground heavily, setting off a wave of strong punches and rocks bombardment, and rocks flew into the sky. His attack could not last long and the freezing skill took effect on it, and the grass-type Pokemon had long lost its combat effectiveness. The powerful volt attack and the skills of the ice-type Pokemon made it impossible for him to exert his strength. Flying rocks kept coming towards this side and all were broken by Mewtwo, whose fighting ability was very strong. Ursa roared towards the front angrily and Garchomp was blasted away. The close attack of Flare Ace had no effect. His fist ability was enhanced several times. "Is this the power of the ancient Pokemon?" Qin Mu said. "How long can such a powerful burst last? Why did the ancient Pokemon lose so much of their wave power until now? It's all a mystery. This may be the reason why this relic was left behind." fine. Xiao Wei sat there waiting. He looked around uneasily. A huge statue appeared in front of him. Could this be the legendary Archaea? Xiao Wei looked at him carefully and felt that the statue in front of him was engraved with mysterious power. This place is so strange. How can there be such a realistic environment? Xiao Wei couldn't help but touch it with his hand, but he was pushed away by a force of energy and couldn't touch the statue in front of him at all. Just as he felt there was indeed a mysterious power inside, Kojiro fell asleep while sitting outside. He was not so lucky as to enter the illusion like Qin Mu and the others. Serena said it was strange she had been looking for so long. Why didn't she find anything? To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Musashi didn't find any energy stones either. Is the legend true? He suspected that he had come to the wrong place. 3 members of Team Rocket sneaked in here and were discovered by researchers. An outsider has entered the ruin. Aren't they the same 3 people from before? No, it's the other 3 people. We must stop them. Someone immediately entered the ruins to find Musashi and the others. Athena found someone coming and he had to find a place to hide. After all, they came in secretly. Damn, how come the things that have been found have not been found yet? He quickly ran to the depths of the ruins and Musashi found someone coming in. He looked left and right and there seemed to be no place to hide. He was the first one to be found by the researchers and they took him out. Musashi did not say that Athena and Kojiro were here. The researchers immediately went to search for the other 2 people. In order to avoid them, Athena rushed into the stone chamber. As soon as she came in, she saw Kojiro sitting there. You are sleeping here. He kicked him and reminded him, damn it, I told you to come in and find the energy stone. Why are you sitting here and sleeping? I don't know how I fell asleep. We have been discovered. Find a way to hide. There is no Luther here. This boulder is so big that it cannot be moved at all. Serena found a round stone in the corner. She felt that the stone was polished. She looked at the huge stone in front of her and found that there was a groove on it which was the same shape as the stone. Could it be that the stone could be moved? Qin Mu defeated the bear in front of him. Mutuo's wave power was exhausted and could only be taken back. If another Pokemon appeared, they might not be able to bear it. Things would definitely not be over so soon. A huge stone monster drilled out from the ground of the arena. He looked like a rock from head to toe and stood there motionless like a hill. You don't have to think about it to know that he is a rock-type Pokemon. If this kind of battle continues like this, Wang Zhao, it will be over. Serena said, Qin Mu, you should think of a way quickly. We can't go on like this. Look around and see if there is anything strange. Dandy and I will hold on first. Articuno's wave power is still very strong. He can continue to attack. Serena immediately went to other places to look for anything wrong. He found that the entire ancient arena was empty except for the walls and railings on the 4 corners. Could it be that the problem is with the sculptures? These 4 sculptures are 4 legendary Pokemon. The ones they are dealing with now have not reached the legendary level. If the 4 of them come out, it will be a big trouble. Serena immediately ran to the sculptures. There is nothing special about them, except that their eyes are like a pair of rubies. Everything else is normal. Qin Mu said, how about what did you find? Chapter 206. I think the eyes of these 4 statues are a bit strange and I didn't find anything else. Qin Mu said, look carefully, it's not a good idea for us to keep fighting like this. Every time the Pokemon was repelled, it would quickly reappear. It was simply too difficult to deal with. Rows of sharp wind blades rushed forward. The giant ancient crossbat kept flapping its wings and sharp wind blades appeared every time it flapped. Air blade is its unique skill. Dandy said, it's really difficult to deal with it. If this goes on, our Pokemon lineup will not be able to support it. The attacking ability of the ancient Pokemon and the wave power released by their skills far exceed Qin Mu and his friends' imagination. Suicune has appeared and even the Suicune in the Pokeball has been released by Qin Mu. The Pokemon that had just been repelled disappeared in a strong force. A powerful wave power fluctuated throughout the arena. Even a Pokemon as powerful as Suicune could feel the power of this force. Serena was very uneasy. She had been looking for a breakthrough to see what was going on here. When Ancient Ariados released his skills in front of 677, he was blasted back by Suicune's water cannon. 3 Pokemon confronting Suicune. Marilil quickly unleashed a Comet Punch. Gardevoir can predict the future and it knows exactly what skill Suicune will release NET and can perfectly dodge Suicune's attack. Dante's lineup is almost exhausted and he can no longer continue to fight. Being able to predict skills is really a troublesome thing. Suicune's IQ is so high the water cannon bombard forward again. All the wave power of all Pokemon is concentrated on Suicune and this is really not a solution. The ice Pokemon Alola Ninetales appears. Dante said, how long can you hold on? I can't hold on much longer. I'm in trouble. A strong blizzard is coming. It's not certain whether the ice skills can control the situation. Athena is still dodging. The people behind her are chasing them. She is in a state of panic. She keeps running in a hurry. Musashi, go lead those guys away. away. Musashi turned around and ran in another direction. Athena immediately ran into a stone chamber that was different from the one Qin Mu and the others had entered before. I hope to avoid those annoying guys. How can I get out of here when I haven't found the energy stone yet? Musashi is in a miserable situation. He will be caught by them soon. He is already at a dead end and has no way to retreat. Of course he hopes that Athena can succeed. When he was taken out, Athena entered this space like Qin Mu and the others. Athena looked at the front in a daze. Everything was wrong. Wasn't she in a stone chamber? Where was this? Could this be the mysterious place in the ruin? He walked forward cautiously and felt that everything here was very special. Xiao Mao hid immediately when he heard someone approaching. He hid behind the statue. Athena looked around for food. This place is so special. He saw the mysterious statue. Athena did not find Xiao Mao hiding behind the statue. Xiao Mao looked outside quietly. Unexpectedly, Team Rocket also appeared here. How did they get in? Athena continued to look for energy stones. He believed that the food must be stored here. The arena could no longer be entered. Athena looked. There was a door here that he pushed twice but couldn't open. What was going on? He turned and walked in another direction, hoping to find the energy stone quickly. He knew that the researchers outside would not let him go. Xiao Mao walked out from behind the statue. Qin Mu and the others had been in there for a long time, but they hadn't come out yet. He had no idea what was going on. Dan Di could only watch his Pokemon lineup. He had used up his current Suicune to resist 4 ancient Pokemon. He finally saw Suicune's powerful water ability. Stepping on the blue light was like stepping on a clear river, and a long stream of water spit out of his mouth, spraying forward with strong power and more energy. No matter how powerful Suicune was, his wave power would be exhausted. Dan Di turned and walked towards Serena. They had to find a way quickly. Qin Mu couldn't hold on for long. How about it? Serena still hasn't noticed. My lineup is exhausted. Serena was very uneasy. If Qin Mu couldn't hold on, they would be finished. If these Pokemon didn't appear again, they couldn't get out of this mysterious arena. He didn't want to be trapped here forever. This was just a relic or an illusion space. Xiao Mao shouted loudly, Qin Mu, how are you? What's going on inside? I found Team Rocket came in too. How did Team Rocket get in? To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. They must have sneaked in. This ruins is not open to everyone. I'm trying to find a way out. I'll try to find a way to open the door from the outside. The power of the ancient wave missiles is much stronger than the skills that the Pokemon learn now. The Pokemon that were repelled were instantly replaced by new ones. This continuous rolling is unbearable for any trainer. Suicune charged forward while Kentaro charged forward with all his might, not taking such skills seriously at all. Even if he was defeated, the NET Pokemon would appear. Qin Mu released Ghastly, a Pokemon with the ability to predict the future, and only Ghastly could deal with him, although Ghastly was not as high as him. The researchers searched for a long time inside but did not find the figures of Qin Mu and the other three, nor did they find the figure of Athena who sneaked in. They felt something was strange. They searched everywhere but they did not find Serena. How did it happen? Where did they go? We were the ones who let Qin Mu and the other three in. Team Rocket sneaked in so they wouldn't disappear. Where did they go? This site is so strange. Maybe they have entered a mysterious space. Let's wait and see. If we can't find anyone, we can only wait outside. As for Musashi and Kojiro, they tried their best to escape after being caught. They would not let these people slaughter them. Kojiro said, double bomb gas is up to you. Whoosh whoosh whoosh. 2 double bomb gas mysteriously approached forward and plotted quickly when they were discovered by researchers. Taking advantage of this opportunity, the 2 people disappeared without a trace, and even their double bomb gas could not take care of them. Kentaro threw the last blow. Super fast speed like a beam of light. Chapter 207 quickly approached Suicune's position. Its ancient form is somewhat different from its current form. It is larger than it is now, and there is an Etra star between its forehead. Not to mention the power of wave guidance. Only Suicune can resist such a powerful ancient Pokemon. With such a fast lightning speed, even Lucario can't catch up with this speed. His huge tail swung forward. Suicune quickly left Mai. Seeing that he couldn't sneak attack successfully at such a fast speed, he entered a defensive state, opened his huge mouth and shouted forward, and a strong sound wave attack broke out. There was another flash of lightning and this guy moved closer to that side again, swung out his huge tail, and Suicune quickly avoided such a strong impact. Ghastly interference is very useful and the predictive ability cannot be fully earned. A small Ghastly can actually restrain its skill. Faced with the suppression of numbers, Suicune's wave guidance power is declining sharply. Dante said, there is really nothing to find, only the eyes of these stone statues are very special. What should we do? It seems that they can't hold on any longer. They spent quite a while, and after taking back the Pokemon's Pokeballs, they have restored their wave power. Qin Mu summoned Charizard and it sprayed colored flames forward as soon as it appeared. The ancient Charizard was on par with their wave power, and it was somewhat incompatible with Suicune's Suokun's attributes. Suokun was so intelligent, how could he not know to avoid Charizard's attack? The predictive ability could not be earned, and little Ghastly hid in the shadow, making it impossible for the opponent's Pokemon to find its instant. Dandy stood on the edge of the stone statue and touched his eyes and found that he could actually take them off. Is there a secret here? Feeling the powerful internal force control, another Pokemon with electric control appeared. In terms of attributes, Charizard cannot resist this kind of telekinetic control. Only the soul-snatching eye can remove this kind of telekinetic control. Chin Mew said, how is it? Did you find anything? Inconspicuous Pokemon such as Ghastly and soul-snatching eye were released by Chin Mew. Although they don't have super strong combat capabilities, they have their own special skills that can be put to good use. The ancient fire-breathing dragon, whose power control was released, sprayed flames again. A powerful destructive ray shot towards this side, but Suokun had not made a move. Seeing this scene in front of him, he immediately formed a water curtain to block the destructive ray. Serena and Dandy had already dug out the eyes of 2 sculptures, and there were still 2 left. Dandy was a little worried that it would be troublesome if other situations occurred. They had no choice now and could only do this perhaps to change the current situation. The 3rd and 4th eyes were all taken out, and the destructive death ray had not yet hit the place, and it dissipated in an instant. Chin Mew realized that it seemed that this energy had been cracked. The powerful ancient Pokemon in front of him disappeared instantly as if they had never appeared here and completely lost any trace. The door was opened and Xiao Mao walked in. After he came in, the room was empty. Except for the 4 statues, there was nothing special to see. The door is finally open. What did you experience inside? Serena said, if you came in with us you would know. It was really horrible just now. There are so many ancient Pokemon, their power is so strong, and they are still appearing in an endless stream. If we hadn't solved this problem, this door would not be open. Chin Mew said, didn't you say you saw Team Rocket? Where did Aliena go? To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Athena wanted to come in through this door, but after pushing it for a long time she couldn't move it, so she went to another direction. Dandis said, there must be something strange about Team Rocket appearing here. There has never been peace where they are. Those researchers will never let them in. They must have sneaked in. Chin Mew also felt that Team Rocket appeared here for a purpose, and there must be something strange where they appeared. Finally they can leave the arena. Chin Mew said, how did you 2 solve this energy? He spread out his palms, and there were red glowing stones in his palm. The stones were nearly round with edges and corners on them, and they could emit such a faint light which was definitely not ordinary. The 4 statues were also different. There were different wave guide powers in their statues. Chin Mew and his friends could not sense it, but Pokemon could sense it. With the inlay of these stones, they had that special energy which allowed them to summon Pokemon to appear in the arena continuously. The summoned elves were all ancient Pokemon. Mewtwo and Suokun both sensed the energy of the stone. It turned out that they were energy stone. Chin Mew said, is this the energy stone that Xiao Mao wanted? It can purify your Pokemon. Several people were talking about hoarding food here, and a figure quickly rushed forward. Fortunately Dandy was quick-witted and grabbed the energy stone. The person rushing over was none other than Athena. Hand over the energy stones in your hands and I will let you go. Chin Mew said, Athena, are you kidding? Athena herself felt a little embarrassed. How could she have that ability? There were 4 people on the opposite side and she was only one person, Musashi and Kojiro, and they didn't even come in. Anyway, I saw it, so I got my share. Serena said, you are so shameless. What does it have to do with you? Energy stones. Chin Mew and his 4 companions, Dandy and Serena, each got 1. Chin Mew and Xiao Mao each got 2. Athena came here to find energy stones. No wonder Team Rocket appeared here. The energy stones were taken away by them and she had no way to snatch them back now. Athena had to think of other ways, or there were other places in this mysterious place that had this kind of stone. He thought for a moment, turned around and left. Xiao Mao said, hey you hateful man, who let you in? What does it have to do with you? If you can come in, I can come in too. Athena turned her back to Chin Mew and Xiao Mao and continued, it is not allowed to sneak in. I am worried that you can't get out of here. Athena's face changed, but Chin Mew and the others didn't see it. She still left on her own. She didn't believe that Chin Mew and the others would leave like this. They must go somewhere else. When they leave, can't she just follow them and get out? Serena had a plan in her mind to find a chance to get out. He didn't even know how he got in, so how could he know how to get out? Chapter 208. Chin Mew said, the Pokemon in the ancient arena are really powerful. It is a good place to practice competition. Dandis said, a steady stream of Pokemon keep appearing. No trainer can bear it. It turns out that all the energy is provided by these energy stones. Xiao Wei has been outside the whole time. What a pity. I didn't get a chance to see the ancient elves inside. Do you want to go in and take a look? Anyway, we are already here, so we can still see what is inside the arena. The arena is full of wave power. Xiao Wei had a different different feeling as soon as he walked in. The ruby eyes on the 4 statues were taken down and the mysterious power was disconnected. No Pokemon appeared again, but the 4 statues had different wave powers. Serena said, let's go to other places to have a look. SI-77 didn't know if Athena had left. Athena left their position and he was also worried that Qin Mu and the others would deal with him. He hid in a corner. Seeing Qin Mu, they left with a sly smile on their faces, took out the Pokeball and released Meow. Fortunately I am smart and put you in the Pokeball. Go find the energy stone and meet me later. Meow Meow instantly walked out to other places. Qin Mu and the others entered the arena. What was inside this arena? Why did you come out and go back in again? Athena quietly walked towards the door of the arena. The strange thing was that the door was clearly open. He couldn't see the situation inside clearly and could only vaguely hear what Qin Mu and the others said. When Qin Mu and the others were about to leave, the 4 sculptures emitted a blue light towards the middle and a Pokemon with very strong limbs appeared with a mouth full of sharp fangs. The light blue tail was emitting electric light and crackling. There were thundercloud-like patterns on the whole body. Is this the Thunder God mentioned by everyone in the ruin? This Pokemon is very rare. The wave power that has been lurking in the 4 statues is emitted by him. Serena reacted very quickly. He knew the electric energy of Lei Gong became even stronger. He quickly released his Zapdos. Qin Mu took out the Pokeball and a blue light appeared and Articuno with the power of thunder appeared. Dandy released the Pokemon Flare Ace with electric energy. The powerful power of thunder and lightning spread throughout the arena. This power of thunder and lightning penetrated the 4 statues. Lightning radiated from the entire body of the statue. Athena still found it very strange. The moment he reached out to touch it, it was like being struck by lightning. He wanted to open the door and go in to see what these people were doing in there. The moment he went out, it was like being struck by lightning. His hair was all blown up and his face was squeezed black. What's the situation? How can there be such a strong force of thunder and lightning? When he opened his mouth to speak, black smoke came out of his mouth and it was obvious that he was badly electrocuted. At this moment the entire perimeter of the ancient arena seemed to be clad in electric energy and no one could walk in. The lightning energy of Thunderbird, the lightning energy of Zapdos and the lightning energy of Flare Ace condensed into a powerful force of thunder and lightning. Lei Gong's tail swung forward and blue lightning shot towards this side in a flash. Qin Mu said, this guy's lightning power is so strong. Xiao Wei nodded. He was the only one who hadn't released his Pokemon yet. This is the mysterious Pokemon Raikou in the ruin. Everyone has always wanted to see him, but no one has ever seen him in this ruin. What are you waiting for? Release your practice Pokemon to read exciting novels. Go to Falu Novel Network. Come out Pikachu. 4 Pokemon appeared here and the power of lightning increased again. Raikou said, is this a very powerful trainer? You have the power of Suicune, the power of Thunder Feather and even the power of Rainbow Feather. It is really extraordinary. Qin Mu did not expect that he could sense the energy in his body. Thunder God obviously wanted to test how strong Qin Mu was. He ignored the other trainers beside him. His tail kept swinging forward, increasing the power of Volt's attack. Thunder of the army. Several lightning bolts struck down from the sky. He did not give Qin Mu and the others any chance to speak. He immediately started the lightning attack mode. Thunder God's main attack skills were all related to lightning. Athena could not get in. He was hit by lightning twice. Black smoke was coming out of his head. This made him more suspicious that there must be something special in the arena. Qin Mu's Thunder Feather had never plotted with such a powerful lightning force. How could he know that there were 5 Pokemon with lightning abilities? Powerful Pokemon like Zapdos and Articuno could withstand it, but Flare Ace and Pikachu soon ran out of wave power. Lei Gong stepped on the lightning and increased the power forward. His whole body seemed to be wrapped in lightning. Dark Mewtwo appears. The moment Mewtwo appears, he has already transformed into a dark state. This is one of his forms. With a flash of lightning, Mewtwo quickly attacks forward, thinking that this will allow him to succeed in a sneak attack. He was still repelled and the Thunder God in front of him ran quickly. He was seen dodging the skills that attacked him. The lightning around him looked like a large electric body when he was running. If you say that this is a relatively large power plant, everyone will believe it. The entire arena is full of lightning. The speed of Thunder God is also amazingly fast. He is like lightning. Mewtwo strengthened his attack again and again. With powerful telekinesis control, the Pokemon in front of him seemed to be unaffected by this kind of telekinesis. Mewtwo said that Thunder God was indeed difficult to deal with. Qin Mu said, be careful, pay attention to its tail. Its tail lightning attack is very strong. Lightning 1-4 and Articuno move closer together. The combined lightning energy launched an attack forward one after another with only a booming sound, and the Thunder God in the base was as fast as lightning. The Thunder God body began to flash and all the light gathered together. The powerful arc became thicker and thicker. Is this going to explode? Such a lightning attack must be very powerful. powerful. Thunder feathers gather energy. Articuno controlled the thunder feathers on his body and quickly gathered the lightning energy. Zapdos also gathered powerful lightning ability. The powerful lightning burst out again. Thunder God launched such a strong offensive, but he still didn't force the opposing trainer to release Suicune. Indeed, this strong sense of oppression is very strong. It is related to the mysterious ruins of Thunder God route that appeared here. It is naturally an ancient Pokemon. Chapter 209. People outside have long known that there is a Pokemon called Raycow in this ruin. No one has ever seen this ruins sealed off. People have been looking for him. Athena and the others came to this ruin. Isn't the purpose to find more powerful Pokemon and those powerful energy stones? Athena had no way to go in. He decided to leave here. Before he took 2 steps, a powerful lightning bolt hit him directly. With a crackling sound, he was directly ejected. This time he was no longer in this space. He was ejected outside the ruins and was found directly by the researchers. We have been looking for you for so long and you finally come out. Outsiders are not allowed to enter here, don't you know? Athena was already dizzy from the electric shock and had no idea what these researchers were talking about. Several people dragged him and threw him out. Some people gathered around him. Athena looked very strange at this moment. All his hair was bent and blown up by the lightning. His whole face was black. I don't know what he encountered. Why did he become like this? Everyone was talking there. When Athena was in a better condition, he saw so many people watching him. He quickly stood up and ran away without a trace. I wonder how I got out. Wasn't I inside the ruin? He didn't know what happened. He only knew that he was struck by lightning and was outside when he woke up. Kojiro and Musashi fell asleep behind a tree. After they ran out, they waited here not far from the ruin. Damn it, you two can still fall asleep. A double bomb gas plotted blowing Kojiro and Musashi away. The two of them had no idea what was going on and immediately took out the Pokeball to fight back, only to find that it was Athena standing in front of them. How did you get out? Aren't you inside the ruin? Kojiro said. Why do y'all look so miserable? It looks like you were struck by lightning. There is indeed a lot of powerful energy in there, but it's a pity that I didn't get those energy stones. Now it's up to Meow Meow. Shin Mew and his team were competing with Thunder God. There was no way to get close to the arena. Meow Meow searched for a week and didn't find anything. I wonder where Athena went. How can I find him and return to the Pokeball? Forget it, let's go find the energy stone first. He will be very happy if I get the energy stone. Shin Mew had no choice but to summon Suicune, who absorbed the power of the water drop of the heart. You finally showed up. It's you I've been waiting for. I didn't want to come out, but they were too slow. Suicune stepped on the light blue energy and it looked like he was stepping on the water. Raycow was full of lightning power and the energy of both Pokemon was very strong. You absorbed the power of the heart drop. It's a little late to realize now. You forced me out. Let's have a real fight. Shin Mew didn't expect that the two Pokemon would be like this after meeting. Did Lei Gong wait here just to force Suicune out? Water waves erupted. The entire ancient arena was occupied by the energy of these two Pokemon. Shin Mew said, Dan, be careful. You and Xiao Wei go to the stone statue over there. Shin Mew had been looking around and he found that the 4 statues could absorb the power here, which means it is safe to stand there. Serena said, how do you know there will be no problem over there? I found that thunder disappeared after arriving there. These 4 statues are different. Wave power should be useless to them. Serena put away the lightning bird and he also ran towards the statue. Shin Mew is absolutely safe here. When his Pokemon goes into battle, a strong protective energy will form around him. To read the novel of Bao's Huang, go to Fila Novel Network. Suicune's water cannon attack is intermittent. When he released the first water cannon, it had no connection with his body. As E-pected Pokemon with super high IQ are completely different when fighting. They will cheat according to their own ideas and open the opponent's powerful wave power. Meow Meow found that there are many mysterious spaces here that it can't enter. Maybe its wave power is too weak. He is just a Pokemon. It's different when Athena follows it. Athena can go in with the elf device so that he can break through this energy. There must be something Athena wants in such a mysterious place. Unfortunately, he tried his best but couldn't get into this room. Meow Meow thought for a while and decided to return to the previous place to find Athena. I hope she is still there. Meow Meow quickly ran towards the previous place. Athena was not here. Had she left? He found something different in front. He sensed the wave power inside. There was a door here. Could Athena be inside? Meow Meow just wanted to push the door but was pushed back with a crackling sound. There was no way to get close. Dandis said, Sui Jun's power is so strong. The power of Thunder God is not weak either. Have you noticed that the entire arena is filled with this powerful 680 lightning force? Even if we took back our electric Pokemon, it didn't change the situation here. Looking at the current situation, we have no way to get out unless we defeat Thunder God. If I had known, I would not have come in. Xiao Wei said, I am curious. It's not your problem. We didn't know that Lei Gong was in the arena. Shin Qin Mu's power is so strong that he can even subdue Pokemon like Suicune. It is rare for a trainer to subdue Pokemon like Suicune, Entei and Ho-Oh, and they know this very well. Qin Mu said the power of water. The battle between these two Pokemon is so spectacular. The powerful power of water spread forward. There is a special energy in it. It completely isolates the attack of lightning energy. The water shield is like a huge barrier that is difficult to break. Lei Gong rushed forward at an extremely fast speed. Qin Mu said it's really powerful. This is the first time I have seen this kind of Pokemon power. To become the most powerful trainer, everyone wants to have the highest level Pokemon, especially these holy bees. Both of them are bursting out their most powerful energy and are bound to defeat each other. Chapter 210. Qin Mu said the current Lei Gong is just an illusion. He is just an illusion of Lei Gong in this virtual space in the ruin. In the reality of the ruins, is Lei Gong's ability more powerful than this? Lei Gong's lightning attribute is difficult to restrain. Suicune's power is very strong. All skills rely on his reaction ability to dodge. Of course, his attack ability is also very strong. Serena said it is already very powerful to have a sacred beast level Pokemon. If a trainer collects all the holy beast level Pokemon in his own lineup, wouldn't he become an invincible trainer? Dandy said, how can it be that easy? Holy beast level Pokemon are very arrogant and have high IQs. They will not be easily subdued by trainers. If Qin Mu didn't have Suicune, it would be difficult for us to deal with it. Mewtwo never made a move. He knew that this was a duel between Raikou and Suicune. Qin Mu confiscated Chao with the Pokeball. Raikou could feel the presence of Suicune. It was not that Suicune also felt its presence from the beginning but just didn't say anything. Xiao Wei said the Pokemon in this ruins are so powerful, the arena must have been very lively at that time. Meowth, who had been looking for Athena, took a circle here. It could feel the powerful wave power in the arena. What's in it? How can there be such a powerful force? Athena isn't here, is she? Meowth really wanted to go in and see what was going on inside. He knew very well that only a holy beast level Pokemon could emit such a wave of power. Meowth touched the door of the arena, but it was not electrocuted as badly as Athena. After all, it is a Pokemon and also has electric skills. The door was pushed open a small gap and he slipped in. Seeing the scene in front of him, he was shocked by the powerful thunder god. There was also Suicune, but Serena was nowhere to be seen. Serena said, how did it get in? Athena, is it right behind him? Dandy said, with such a strong lightning force, Athena can't get in at all. Meow Meow has lightning skills, so he should be able to get in. Whenever Team Rocket shows up, there must be something bad going on. Meow Meow is not here to fight for something, is he? Meow Meow looked at Rei Gong with admiration on his face. He also wanted to have such a powerful training skill. Rei Gong's skill triggered the thunder to fall. Did you think you would be safe? Unexpectedly, the moment he was hit by lightning, all the hair on his body plotted. After being hit by lightning, he fled forward in a flash. Behind him, Suicune launched a strong water cannon attack which happened to bomb Meow Meow. The blown Meow Meow fell at the feet of Serena and the others, looking dying. I really don't understand why Athena and the others treated it like this, letting it rush into such danger. Xiao Wei said, its condition is very bad now. How can it recover? Receive it in the Pokeball and slowly recover. Well, I'll give it back to him when Athena appears later. Xiao Wei took out a Pokeball and put Meowth in it. Qin Mu looked at the phantom light in front of him. This skill was too powerful. If the wave power was too strong, it would cause the energy here to become chaotic. If they couldn't get out, it would be troublesome. Shuahun tried to find a way to get him to stop releasing the illusion light. Shuahun nodded. He knew that once the space here was in chaos, it would be difficult for them to get out. Water wave. Like a wave, it slapped forward. To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Lei Gong instantly turned into thunder and rushed into the sky. He opened his mouth and spit out lightning balls. This series of bombardments did not give Suicune any chance to react. Qin Mu and his team's plan succeeded. They interrupted the illusion beam. Lei Gong not only has lightning skills but also has learned the skills of other Pokemon. The learning space is very large. As long as it is not a restraining skill, Pokemon can learn. The electric arc formed under the feet of Rei Gong formed a defensive electric grid in front of him. He was stepping on lightning and his whole body was carrying this energy. The same was true for Suicune, whose whole body seemed to be wrapped in water. With such a strong barrier, it was difficult to attack him. He defended against Suicune's water cannon attack and quickly released his volt attack forward. While attacking, he approached the powerful impact forward, allowing his lightning ability to get closer and closer to Suicune. The lightning barrier completely blocked the water cannon attack. Qin Mu could summon other Pokemon to support Suicune, but Rei Gong insisted on fighting Suicune, so they could only watch from the side. The Mewtwo that had been released before were all taken back by Qin Mu. Mewtwo was also a highly intelligent Pokemon and he would not participate in the battle between Rei Gong and Suicune. Although Rei Gong's power was strong, Suicune absorbed the power of the heart drop and his power was even stronger. stronger than before. You have absorbed the power of the heart water drop. Why are you still holding on to it? Lei Gong had long sensed that the energy of the heart water drop was in Suokun, and now Suokun's evolutionary state could be seen clearly, and the starlight on his forehead had long changed. Lei Gong was getting closer and closer to Suokun, but Qin Mu was still a little worried. Suokun was not in a hurry, and his feet slid forward with a faint blue light, and a powerful water barrier appeared. The powerful wave force gathered here, and two defensive energy walls appeared in the sky. The scene was really spectacular. One lightning barrier and one water barrier. With a flash of lightning, Lei Gong, who was approaching this side, stopped. Such a powerful water barrier could not be approached at all, and the two defensive energy attacks were combined. This powerful Wang Qian's barrier, the wave force erupted by the two of them, could not hurt anyone. Dan Di said, why not use the power of the heart water drop? Serena thought for a while and said, I think it should be before the time the evolved Suokun can still be the opponent of this Lei Gong. Qin Mu knew that the thunder god in front of him was just an illusion. How much strength could he unleash from the thunder god? He forced Suokun to even unleash the power of his heart water drop, proving that the thunder god was far more powerful than Suokun. The thunder god was a little angry. Suokun refused to use the power of his heart water drop. The barrier had plotted. The energy of the two elves rushed forward again. Qin Mu looked at the current situation and knew that the competition between the two of them would not end for a while. The thunder god noticed that Suokun was gathering energy. What he thought in his mind was that he had to defeat the Suokun in front of him no matter what. Chapter 211. However, no matter how he unleashed his lightning power, he couldn't hurt Suokun at all. Suokun, you never implode. The power you have after evolving directly is too arrogant. What does how I implode have to do with you? Do you think you can get any advantage now? I am just an illusion now. You may not be my opponent before the ruin, Thunder God said as he rushed towards Suokun at lightning speed. The impact was so fast that spark flew everywhere. He really would not stop until he defeated his opponent. There was one thing that Suokun could not defeat: the wave power of the illusion could not be exhausted. Suokun's wave power would be exhausted soon, and such a powerful water energy burst out. The attack could not fail to consume his wave power. Athena kept chasing Kojiro and Musashi. The two of them ran faster than rabbit. Damn it, stop running. If you keep running, I will definitely be rude to you too. They chased and ran one after the other and soon ran out of energy. Kojiro and Musashi bent over and stopped panting. They really couldn't run anymore. Athena was also panting when she caught up with them. Why are you running? You've been chasing us. How could we not run? All three of them slumped down on the ground. After resting for a while, Serena said, now we can only count on Meow Meow. I hope he can bring out the energy stone. Where on earth have you been? We ran around in there for so long, but we didn't see you. I went to the illusion space of the ruins and saw Qin Mu and the others there. What kind of relic illusion space is this? How did you get in? How would I know how I got in? I walked into a stone chamber by accident and was teleported in without knowing it. The scene inside is a real ruins with a large arena and many strange statues. I haven't walked through all the scenes yet and I was teleported out without knowing it. I don't even know why. Athena saw Qin Mu and his team get SI energy stones, and he told Kojiro and Musashi everything he saw. What are the SI energy stones? Byte B. Qin Mu and his friends got a bargain. Are you surprised? We have been looking for so long and still can't find anything, but they found SI energy stones at once right in the ruins of that illusion. It's more than just surprising, it's incredible. Since Meow Meow is in there, he must have found a way to get some food. They put all their hopes on Meow Meow. Some damn researchers have been watching there and we can't go in this time. If Athena hadn't been teleported out, he might have a way, but now that he was already outside, what else could he do? He didn't know that Meowth had been injured and was kept in the Pokeball. All the rocket team's plans had gone down the drain and Sakaki was still waiting for good news from them. Pokemon can also fight against the holy beast when they evolve to a certain level. The reason why there are only Suokun and Raikou now is because Raikou only wants to fight Suokun, so Qin Mu didn't summon other Pokemon. If all other legendary Pokemon were summoned, Raikou would be no match for them. Mewtwo didn't make a move and Qin Mu wouldn't summon other Pokemon to fight against it. Qin Mu said, when can we stop? The voice of Mewtwo in the Pokeball reached Qin Mu's ears. Stop, I'm afraid it's not easy. Although Raikou is just an illusion now, his electric attribute ability is very strong in terms of attributes alone. That's his magical power. To read the e-citing novels, go to Falu Novel Network. The wave power of the holy beast level Pokemon is very strong. When Suokun's wave power is exhausted, it should be able to stop. Qin Mu felt that the two of them were equally strong and it would be a bit unfair to Suokun if the energy was exhausted. Based on the current strength, the Phantom Raigong is no match for the evolved Suokun at all. Suokun's strength has not fully erupted. There is only one powerful thunder and lightning power, which is his magical skill. This attribute is also very special and all almost nothing can restrain it. Some Pokemon that can restrain attribute do not have such strong power. It is too difficult to find a Pokemon that can restrain the electric attribute energy of Raigong. There are many attributes of electric Pokemon, but there are not many Holy Beast electric Pokemon, and their electric energy is much stronger than the electric ability of ordinary Pokemon. Chin Mew could NT stop it, and Raigong continued to attack and could only watch. Now if he wants to stop the duel between the two of them, either one of them loses or the two of them are peaceful. Xiao Wei said, there is such a powerful energy field in this relic, there must be other special places. After we deal with this thunder god, we will go to other places with Chin Mew. Xiao Wei's goal has been achieved. He has obtained 2 energy stones which can make his Pokemon evolve. After evolution the energy will be stronger. The attack of 100,000 volts will be strengthened and he can challenge the gym he wants. During this period of time he has been in the Pokemon Center practicing competitions with the Pokemon there in order to improve the attack of 100,000 volt. There has been no effect for half a year. With this energy stone he doesn't have to continue practicing there. Coming to this relic, of course I want to see the magic here. Serena discovered that the reason why the energy of the Thunder God is endless is related to these 4 statues. The wave power in the 4 statues will be continuously injected into the body of the Thunder God. Actually it's fair for you to use the power of the heart drop. My wave power is inhospitable. If we continue to fight you will be defeated by me soon. I am just an illusion and all the wave power comes from the 4 statues. Suicune understood Ligong's consciousness. The energy of the water droplets burst out and the light on his body instantly spread outward, wrapping the water around him, appearing brighter. Roaring loudly, Suicune opened his mouth and a column of water rushed forward. After the evolution the energy really changed. Chin Mew knew that if he didn't choose to attack like this Suicune would definitely be defeated by Ligong. Ligong wanted a fair duel. He had an endless supply of wave power. Suicune burst out the power of the water droplets of the heart, which was just right. Chin Mew said, let Suicune and Ligong fight in front of this relic. What will be the result? Chapter 212. Dandy said, I think this is what it is looking forward to. The power of Suicune's heart water droplet burst out and its overall strength increased a lot. Their fighting ability is too strong. At this moment Chin Mew did not say anything and he did not have any feeling in his heart. He disconnected himself from Suicune's feelings so that the two of them could really compete. Suicune thanked Chin Mew in her heart. At this moment she had no thoughts and could only fight. The opponent was a very powerful Pokemon and she could not be careless. Ligong's extreme speed city plus Suicune's water wave. The whole arena has undergone earth-shaking changes. Chin Mew felt that Suicune's ability seemed to have improved in this ruins arena, perhaps because of this place. There is a mysterious atmosphere here and Pokemon can greatly improve their wave power here. Air/attack forward and a series of skills kept fighting. The two Pokemon had no intention of stopping. Serena wondered how long Suicune could last if they kept fighting like this. Ligong opened his huge mouth and rushed towards Suicune's neck. Once bitten he would be torn to pieces. Suicune took the opportunity to dodge the attack of Raikou. 10,000 lightning bolts turned into substitutes and Suicune's powerful water force impact did not hit Raikou. Raikou just wanted to implode and he raised his huge mouth on his head and let out a long roar. Lightning gathered in the sky and lightning struck down one after another. The entire arena was shrouded by this momentum. Suicune did not show any weakness and several water columns rose from the ground. The blue light under his feet turned into a torrent and rushed towards Raikou in front of him. The power of each wave guide was particularly strong. Suicune, who got the heart water drop, was obviously stronger. Raikou had gradually shown signs of weakness and he was a little angry. Such a powerful force did not cause any damage to the arena. All the wave guide forces hit the ground and the wall, leaving a short mark and then recovered instantly like a spring. Serena said if this was in the real arena it would have turned into powder long ago. One after another the blue lightning struck forward and each attack landed at Suicune's feet with incomparable accuracy. It was just a little bit short and there was no way to hit it. The strong shock can still be felt. If it weren't for these, Serena and Dandy would have been injured long ago. It was so terrifying that it made people swallow their saliva. The surging water energy rushed forward again. This time its protective barrier did not work and was directly dispersed. Although the wave power of Ligong is inhospitable, he still stopped the attack. Stepping on the lightning, a trace of energy spread around the body, suspended in the air, looking at the Water King below. You have already won. If I didn't have this inhospitable wave power I would have lost long ago. This is because of the power of the heart drop, otherwise it would be very difficult to defeat you, Raikou. Raikou's most powerful skill is thunder attack, but facing Suicune, who has special energy, he can't use it at all. He knew that it was unnecessary to continue fighting. Although Suicune's wave power would be exhausted in the end, it didn't really lose. He didn't know why Suicune chose the training trainer in front of him, he must have some outstanding qualities. You can leave now. Thunder God turned into several rays of light and entered the 4 stone statues, and the arena returned to calm. He is the wave guide in the arena and possesses super strong wave power. As long as he stays in the arena, the 4 stone statues will continuously inject wave power into him. Other Pokemon do not have the same power as him, but they are all ancient Pokemon. Dandis said there is no doubt about the ability of Thunder God. It is indeed so powerful that it is unimaginable. Qin Mu said whoever can subdue Thunder God, it is best to be a righteous trainer. I don't want this kind of mythical beast level Pokemon to fall into the hands of the Rocket Team. The gate of the arena was opened. Qin Mu and others walked out of the arena and could no longer see Athena. They didn't know that Athena had been teleported out. Serena said, I finally know what kind of abilities the top trainers have. They left the arena and walked towards other parts of the ruin. When they walked out of the arena, it was a sunny day outside. It was hard to open one's eyes. To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. There is no difference between here and the outside except that there is no trace of any human. Qin Mu's mind was still completely stuck on the lightning power that Lei Gong had unleashed. Dan Emperor said, how do we get out? I don't know how I got in. How am I going to get out? Xiao Wei said, yes, I haven't thought about this problem. How are we going to get out? Qin Mu, do you have any ideas? Qin Mu came back to his senses and his thoughts were pulled back. Now I don't know how to get out. Maybe there will be a way naturally by then. There is a tall and big spire in front of us. This tower is so high that people doubt whether it is fake. Several people walked towards the tower, looked up and passed through the cloud. They had no idea how high it was. The wind blew gently and a crisp sound came into their ears. This was not an ordinary bell. The sound came from inside the tower. There was a bell hanging at the gate of the tower. Several people came to the door and listened to the crisp sound. Serena said the sound came from here. What a crisp bell. Several people walked forward gradually and the gate to the tower opened automatically. Qin Mu was attracted by a magical force and approached the first floor of the tower. He felt a special energy alcohol. A particularly large statue was placed in the middle, which was obviously the Fini King they had seen. Dan De looked around. Except for the statue in the middle, the entire first floor looked like a particularly large arena. Qin Mu, do you think this place really looks like an arena? It is somewhat different from the previous arena. There is a Fini statue in the middle and there are some strange totems around. Qin Mu nodded. His idea was the same as Dandy's. Several people looked around. These totems were very special and the carvings were very beautiful. Qin Mu carefully checked and found that each totem was an ancient Pokemon. These totems are carved with ancient Pokemon. Serena and Xiao Wei also came forward and took a closer look. They were indeed Pokemon, so the dense carvings on the walls are all ancient Pokemon. Chapter 213. It was simply too spectacular. They looked up and saw many totems on the roof of the first floor. The carvings were lifelike, and just by looking at the patterns on the entire wall and the ceiling you can tell how difficult it was to do. Continue along the stairs to the second floor. The second floor was no different from the first floor except that the Fini King statue was no longer in the middle. Without this statue it looked more like a large arena. The entire tower exuded a strong sense of mystery. There was a spring at the edge and the water flowing from here entered the pool below, but this pool would never be full. The powerful energy made Suicune and Mewtwo feel it. A stream of energy floated over here and instantly turned into Lucario. The top Lucario SI-80 had the ability of an ancient Pokemon. He seemed to have emerged from the spring. The mysterious power they felt might be in this spring. Serena said, let me do it. Qin Mu and Dandy stepped back and Serena summoned Lucario. What they didn't expect was that behind the Lucario in front of them there appeared a person who looked just like Serena. Qin Mu said, how come there is a Serena who look exactly like her? This. No one knows what is going on. In the battle of Lucario it is obvious that Serena's Lucario is not as strong as his Lucario. It is so strange that his opponent is actually himself attacking his own Pokemon. The stick in Lucario's hand flew forward, instantly collided with the stick of the opponent's Lucario and shattered into powder. Qin Mu was worried that Serena's Lucario was not a match. When he summoned other Pokemon, would the opponent also summon other Pokemon? The energy here can actually transform the competitor itself. Will he fully grasp the thinking of the real Lucario? Qin Mu was carefully thinking about the two Lucario in front of him. The only difference was that they were at different levels of evolution. Of course they were not opponents because of the level gap. Serena did not hesitate to bite Garcom. Qin Mu said Serena strengthened her Pokemon lineup, but the opponent did not appear again. It seems that there is only one Lucario in this first level. We just came to the ruins to explore. How could this situation be more interesting than challenging the gym? Meowth, who had almost recovered in the Pokeball, wanted to jump out, but Serena had no intention of letting him out. It was not her Pokemon and Serena would never let him fight. Qin Mu said, this relic is very special. Who created this illusion? Is it the guardian deity here? Xiao Wei said. According to the information, the basis is very mysterious. So far no one has been able to crack the mysterious power here, and not everyone has the opportunity to enter the space we are in now. Those researchers outside have spent countless efforts to study the mysterious power in the ruin. None of them have entered this illusionary space. The evolved Lucario is obviously more powerful. Even if Land Shark joins in and throws it, it can't do anything to him. His speed is so fast that it leaves only a trace of a shadow. The stick it condensed has turned black. Although it is very fast, it can still leave traces of energy. The sticks summoned by Lucario by Serena were smashed to pieces every time they were thrown out. What role did the powerful wave force play? Qin Mu said. Oh no, Serena is no match. Dan Dis said. What should we do? There is no way to take action in this situation. We don't know much about the situation here, so we can only watch. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. If you can't keep up with the speed, you naturally can't hit the opponent. Swoosh swoosh swoosh. It passed through the eyes of the two Pokemon again and again, making it impossible for their skills to hit. The storm ability of Garchomp didn't have any effect at all. The ancient Lucario that emerged from the spring water had a continuous wave power like the previous Thunder God, and their wave power should come from the spring water. Completely unable to control the current situation, Serena could only summon the NET Pokemon Zapdos. A legendary Pokemon appeared, and it was also a Pokemon with powerful electric abilities. Lightning Bird's Volt Attack. The Volt Attack spreads across the entire area, and there is no way to dodge it no matter how fast you are. Qin Mu said. Perhaps only this way can we defeat the Lucario in front of us. The lightning energy of the Zapdos burst out again, and no matter how fast Lucario was, he could not dodge it. He threw out a thick black stick and rushed over here. The Zapdos waved its big wings and two lightning bolts struck forward, and the black stick was instantly shattered. Legendary Pokemon still have strength. What's more, the Zapdos is one of the three legendary birds. Qin Mu said. This should be no problem. The electric Pokemon restrains him in speed. Qin Mu knew the importance of skill control. No matter how powerful a Pokemon is, it is difficult to exert its strongest power when it is restrained. A black defensive barrier appeared in front. Is it to defend against the lightning attack of the Zapdos? Serena has taken back her Lucario and Garchomp, leaving only the Zapdos. Qin Mu knew why Serena wanted to compete with Lucario. She wanted to improve the strength of her Lucario. The strength of the two Lucarios was too different, and his opponent looked exactly like him, so he knew it was just an illusion. The first Pokemon was defeated, and the second one that appeared in front of him was Togekiss. As soon as it appeared, it was wrapped in a powerful wave force, and a defensive barrier appeared in front of him. The Volt Attack spread forward. The opponent shot out 3 rays of light, each of which had a different 1/4 color. It rushed directly towards the Zapdos. Qin Mu said. Is the attack power still very strong? Each one is stronger than the last one. It won't be the same as before. Xiao Wei said. You mean that if we can't defeat all the Pokemon here, we can't get out? They will keep appearing. I'm worried about this result. We don't know either. After all, the power here is very mysterious. The first floor only gave them a sense of mystery, and the second floor showed the phenomenon of Pokemon competition. Before coming in, they promised the researchers that if they really encountered any mysterious power here, they must tell them what the situation inside was like and how to get in. After all, they have been studying this ruin. Chapter 214. Qin Mu and his friends have been in there for so long and haven't come out yet. They must have encountered something strange. When we went in to capture those people, we didn't see them. Could they have entered a special space? They stayed in there for a long time to capture Musashi and Athena, but they didn't see Qin Mu and the others. Hawkeyes released a powerful defensive barrier to avoid the attack of the Zapdos. Dan Dis said. Serena, can you hold on? What is going on here? Isn't it the same as the previous arena? Qin Mu said. The Pokemon released in the arena before were difficult to resist with one person's ability. Although the Pokemon here are powerful, they don't have such a strong wave power. I will hold it first. What I find most strange is that there will be an identical me in front of me. Serena held Qin Mu here, and they would pay attention to everything here. The transformed Pokemon launched a strong attack. It released the power of fire, the power of electricity, and the power of hail. This made Serena a little unbelievable. No Pokemon could have these 3 powers. What's more, isn't the one in front of 17 Pokés? It doesn't have such a strong wave power. How can Pokés have 3 types of abilities possessing fire, electricity, and ice at the same time? Qin Mu said. Or the skills are just learned. It is surprising to have fire and ice skills at the same time. The main reason is that it uses these 3 abilities in turn, converting energy into powerful wave force so quickly and launching a triple attack to the front. Qin Mu was thinking, is it just because of the problem with the spring water, or is there a mysterious power revealed here? Even ancient Pokemon in reality would not have such a situation. Possessing dual type energy is already very powerful, and it is impossible for ice and and Fire to East at the same time with 3-type energy. Xiao Wei said, is there really such a Pokemon? We just don't know it. Maybe. Dandy looked at the scene in front of him. The wave power of Pocus could not only launch a triple attack but also form a defensive barrier. The Zapdos was so powerful that this barrier could actually block the volt attack launched by the Zapdos. If his barrier was not E-posed, there would be no way to consume him, which was really a troublesome thing. The super strong wave power continued to burst out, supporting him to release skills forward. The E-press Zion on the face of the Phantom Serena in front was always solemn, and almost all her energy was concentrated on Pokemon. Could it be that the power of these Pokemon was all imagined by him? Of course these were just Serena's guesses. He didn't know what kind of mysterious power was here. No matter what competition could improve his strength, no matter if he was an opponent. There was one thing Qin Mu was sure of, that was the wave power that supported it was released from the spring. There must be some secret under this pool, otherwise the release. Why can't the water be filled up? The energy body in front of him turned into Serena because his opponent was Serena. If it was Qin Mu, would the energy body transform into Qin Mu's appearance? All this was in Qin Mu's guess. Serena's Pokemon lineup also includes Togekiss, and in addition to him there is also Ice Spirit. Both of these Pokemon were summoned by him. When multiple Pokemon appear, the power of the wave will become more powerful, but the opponent did not summon another Pokemon waiting for Togekiss to be defeated. Ice Spirit has powerful ice energy. To read the E-Sighting novel, go to Falu Novel Network. The Togekiss used by Serena does not have 3 abilities. It can only use the powerful wave power to impact the barrier in front, hoping to destroy its barrier. The triple attack was blocked and all the wave power was ready to break the powerful barrier formed in front. Qin Mu said the wave power of multiple Pokemon can break through this barrier. The defense is really high. Serena did not expect that it would cost him so much of his Pokemon lineup. This place is so mysterious, it's more interesting than challenging a high gym. Although it was a little strange, Serena still wanted to fight against these Pokemon. After all, they all have the abilities of ancient Pokemon and they also have special skills. Xiao Wei said, I want to try it too. Xiao Wei had just finished saying this when a Pokemon was released in front of her. It was a Pikachu, and behind the Pikachu an identical Xiao Wei appeared. Fortunately this arena is big enough, otherwise it can't accommodate two trainers fighting at the same time. Qin Mu looked at Dandy and said, it just as I imagined, changing a trainer will change the image. I'm thinking about a question, what will happen if their Pokemon lineups are E-hosted? Will the opponent disappear too? It is very likely that this possibility is. Qin Mu walked towards the entrance of the second floor. He wanted to see clearly whether the Pokemon shown by the totems carved on the wall showed their abilities. The totems were carved vividly and there seemed to be a mysterious power on them. From time to time a halo would appear. He found that there were some small totems near each Pokemon. These small totems should be the skills of these Pokemon. Each elf can learn many skills. In addition to their own skills, they can learn any skills that are not restrained. The ancient Pokemon presented here have mastered many skills which fully depict the glorious era of the ruins at that time. It was simply amazing. Qin Mu walked towards that side little by little. Dandy's eyes were always on Xiao Wei and Serena. He did not notice Qin Mu's actions. Qin Mu looked. Xiao Wei's opponent seems to have different abilities from Serena's opponent. Qin Mu did not respond. He turned around and saw Qin Mu looking at the totems on the wall. Dandy also walked over there. He said lightly, are you studying these totems? I think these carvings are really mysterious. You see, these Pokemon are so lifelike, revealing a mysterious power and showing the skills they have mastered. Dandy didn't pay attention at first. He only knew that these totems were very special. Under Qin Mu's guidance he did see them. No wonder the Pokemon here are so strange. They look exactly the same as the ones carved on this top. It's hard for me to imagine what this ruins looked like before and how powerful these ancient Pokemon were. Chapter 215. Qin Mu said, it's a pity that we didn't participate in anything in the ruin. We are still in a virtual space. What is displayed outside this space is the real ruins of the ruins, and what is displayed in this space is the glory of the ruin. What were you talking to me just now? I just heard you talking but didn't hear clearly what you said. Dandy said, I think Xiao Yi's opponent's ability has also declined, which may have a lot to do with the trainer. How many floors does this tower have? It has been put into the sky. So far Qin Mu and the others don't know that they need to find the record of this tower. They don't even know what the name of this tower is. They only know that there is a bell at the door and they call this tower the Bell Tower. Xiao Yi said, it's really interesting. No wonder Serena is so interested. The volt attack unleashed by the opponent Pikachu is much stronger than his volt attack. Xiao Wei can sense it. No wonder the wave power of ancient Pokemon is so strong. Xiao Wei can't stay away for long. His Pokemon lineup is not that strong. Qin Mu and the others want to know the result. The moment Xiao Wei's Pokemon lineup was E-hosted, the opponent opponent suddenly disappeared. The Pokemon that fought against him also disappeared without a trace and everything became illusory. Only Serena continued to fight there. Just as Qin Mu thought, after the battle those illusory Pokemon also disappeared. It's really interesting. Isn't this the same as challenging a gym? He is strong when the opponent is strong and he is weak when the opponent is weak. Dan Di couldn't wait to say I want to try it too. Instantly a Dan Emperor appeared in front. The Pokemon he brought out was Dual AE War Dragon. The first Pokemon released by Dan Emperor was also Dual AE War Dragon. The opponent's Dual AE War Dragon has reached the Ma-Imam evolution level, bursting out with a powerful double AE force. In addition to slashing and close combat, Dual AE War Dragon also has the power of dragon fluctuation. After all, it is a dragon-type Pokemon. This place in the ruins is the training tower of the trainer. The researchers have been looking for this magical space for so long, but they haven't found it. Could it be that he can also make a choice? Or does it need some kind of opportunity? Qin Mu was thinking about a series of questions before he planned to compete. Xiao Wei was watching the game with great interest. Athena and the others waited outside the ruins for a long time but didn't find Qin Mu and the others coming out. Are you sure they are in there? Why didn't they come out for so long? Athena said, how could what I saw with my own eyes be wrong? Kojiro thought for a moment. You don't even know how you got out. How can you be sure that those people are definitely them, or are they just illusions created there? Impossible. I am sure it must be Qin Mu and his people. I was seeing things. Meow Meow is still inside. I put him in there with my own hands and he hasn't come out yet. Maybe they haven't found a way out yet. We just need to wait here until they come out sooner or later. I have something else to do. I need to go find Entei now. You should know that Guzma is targeting Entei and I will never let them succeed. Musashi said, well, leave the things here to us and you go and stop Guzma and the others. Get benefits from it, and it would be even better if you can get the Entei. The three people showed treacherous prescience. They could get the power of the Entei with the help of Guzma and the mysterious man. The whole tower is filled with powerful wave power. All the Pokemon in a tower are illusory. Where does such a powerful wave power come from? Qin Mu knew that this powerful wave power must be left by some special power. Dandy said, Serena, you are right. We will create ancient Pokemon according to our strength. I can't hold out much longer. The Pokemon lineup is e-hosted. To read the e-citing novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Dandy has just begun and Serena's Pokemon lineup has been very strong to hold out until now. The illusory Serena in front of him became somewhat translucent, which meant that he was about to disappear. Serena put away her Pokeball and the illusory scene disappeared. Everyone passed through this power and Qin Mu naturally would not miss it. A person who looked exactly like Qin Mu appeared in front of him and the first Pokemon he released was Articuno. What surprised Qin Mu was that this Articuno also had a thunder feather. Qin Mu could be sure of it by looking at that feather. Serena said, it's amazing, how could this be? The illusory Articuno also has thunder feathers on its body. The entire arena was covered with snow and wind. Powerful ice energy and electric energy erupted at the same time. The ice flames of the two Articunos rushed forward and almost all the movements were exactly the same and the rhythm was the same. It turned out that it was here that he broke through himself. In order to completely defeat the self in front of him, he must know very well what he is thinking now. Qin Mu said, I finally know that the opponent opposite Dandy is yourself. You should know yourself very well. Dandy was stunned for a moment and instantly understood what Qin Mu meant. With a smile on his face, he summoned the Flash Ace. He would change his current thoughts and the Flash Ace that was about to attack would change the skill of the NET position to attack at an extremely fast speed. Qin Mu did the same thing, making the opponent completely unable to react. The power of Articuno finally worked. If the opponent can't hold on, he will replace the NET Pokemon like the trainer. Serena said, why didn't I think of it? It turns out that it is to deal with myself. The illusion, the people who appeared had the same thinking as them. They just couldn't be restrained quickly by Wang Qian. All the Pokemon summoned were Pokemon with special energy and their wave power was very strong. With all of this mastered, the Pokemon in front of them were much easier to deal with. Dandy and Qin Mu performed very well, which was completely different from Serena and Xiao Wei before. The two of them were very passive in the competition. Qin Mu and Dandy were able to perfectly demonstrate their true strength and defeat the Pokemon with special waves in front of them. They had obtained SI energy stones in the arena before. What was in this mysterious tower? Qin Mu and the others didn't know. After competing on the second floor, they would continue to move up. Articuno burst out with a powerful freezing force. The trainer in front of him, who looked exactly like Qin Mu, was a little slower. One beat slower meant that his wave power could not achieve the real effect. Articuno's lightning power. Chapter 216. The power of Articuno played a certain role. The powerful impact forces collided with each other and Qin Mu said, great, I finally found a breakthrough point. Serena said, said, I thought that all the power brought by the ancient Pokemon could not be broken through, not to mention the illusions that came out of this spring. Their skills are also very special. The illusion of Articuno, under the powerful impact the wave power is constantly replenished and its wave attack power cannot make up for it. It has already failed. Qin Mu summoned Mewtwo to appear in the first normal form and another Mewtwo appeared in front. With the current fighting style, the illusory Qin Mu in front of him is not his opponent at all. The illusory Mewtwo also appeared exuding a black aura all over his body, obviously a dark Mewtwo. The powerful wave power made the bells of the bell tower emit a crisp sound. Dandy said, why didn't we hear this kind of crisp sound when we were competing before? Serena said, could it be that it was an E-plosion? Can't we use the wave force? At this moment Qin Mu concentrated all his E-perience and had no time to care about what the three of them said. He started a real competition with Mewtwo and himself in front of him. Athena had gone to find the whereabouts of Entei. He was a little uneasy. He was trying to find out the location where Guzma and the others appeared. He didn't need to find out their names, he just needed to describe the appearance of the two people. The plan of the Fire Fleet must be implemented, which is to quickly increase the strength of Team Rocket. Therefore finding Entei, Fini and the others is the most important thing. He knows that Guzma and the others are also targeting Entei. Finding them is equivalent to finding Entei. Musashi said, Athena has left. How long do we two need to wait here? It's so annoying. I can't go in and I can't leave. As long as Meow Meow doesn't come out, we two have to wait here. Don't you know what kind of temper Badian has? What if Meow Meow comes out and doesn't see us and goes back to tell him about it? Wouldn't that be bad for us? Well, we can only wait here for now. What happened to them? They won't be able to get out in this lifetime. Meowth's clock is in Serena's Pokeball. He has almost recovered now. Serena felt something was wrong with the Pokeball and let Meowth out. This guy rarely stays in the Pokeball. He likes to stay outside so he can see Meowth as soon as Team Rocket appears. Oh, I've been stuck in there for a long time and you finally let me out. Why are you standing here? He was shocked when he saw the dark Mewtwo in front of him. Why are there two Qin Mu? Meow Meow was a little dazzled. He didn't know why there were two Qin Mu in front of him. One of them was an illusion. He couldn't be sure. Even if it was an illusion, it was very real. He also had two Mewtwo. One was the normal form of Mewtwo and the other was the blackened Mewtwo. Serena, you say it. Idiot, of course one of them is fake. How could there be two Qin Mu? The darkness in front of them is just a virtual Pokemon. They are now on the second floor in front of the bell. The powerful dark wave force is rushing forward. The super telekinesis is well controlled here. There are no suspended objects. Qin Mu said. Mewtwo's second form appears. Super Mewtwo changes and Qin Mu's ordinary form Mewtwo is transformed into Super Mewtwo. Perhaps it is because of understanding Qin Mu's current method that the illusory Qin Mu in front of him also began to change his tactic. Could it be that this illusory self has super high intelligence? The two Mewtwo sent a powerful impact forward. Super Mewtwo and Dark Mewtwo are fighting, which is a rare event in 100 years. Being able to subdue Mewtwo is a task harder than ascending to the sky, and encountering two Mewtwo fighting at the same time is simply too shocking. Meow Meow shouted loudly, this is too magical. Athena will be shocked when she sees the scene in front of her. Athena, bite B, we haven't seen him. Maybe he went somewhere else. Don't you plan to go find him? Meow Meow's purpose is to find the energy stone. Wouldn't it be better for him to follow Qin Mu and the others? If he finds an energy stone, he can grab one, then quickly leave here and go find Athena, which is equivalent to completing his mission. Everything is in Meow Meow's calculation. At this moment Qin Mu and the others don't know that Meow Meow thinks so. I don't know where he is. How can I find him? This fantasy world is so big. I think I'd better forget it. I will be able to get out soon with you guys. I don't want to stay here forever. Meowth is a Pokemon. He can feel the power of the wave here. Seeing such a powerful wave power in front of him, he no longer has any fighting spirit and just stands net to Serena and Dante. The powerful Pokemon fight and the energy released is also very large. Meowth is a little scared and hides behind Serena. It's so terrifying. When can I have such a powerful wave force? Dandy said, you Team Rocket have done a lot of bad things. What do you need such a powerful wave force for? How can you say that? To read the most exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. No matter what you do, it's all based on your own strength. Dandy didn't want to pay any attention to him. If he wasn't a Pokemon, he would have dealt with him long ago. Dandy shook his head. He felt the control of Mewtwo's telekinesis was so strong that he was almost taken in by it. When Mewtwo's wave power was exhausted, Qin Mu switched to the net Pokemon and the illusion Qin Mu also put away Mewtwo. The net Pokemon Qin Mu summoned was Ancient Charizard, which had super ancient abilities. The Pokemon that flew out of the full finger was also an ancient. The color of the flame on Charizard was obviously darker than that of Qin Mu's Pokemon, and the flame ability it emitted was even stronger. In addition to the flame shock wave there was also a strong flame wall that could block the flames ejected by the opponent. Qin Mu felt that such a battle was very interesting. This was a breakthrough. Perhaps through this battle his Pokemon could also feel the power of the same energy. Ancient Charizard quickly flew up to the sky fanning the red flame and its entire body radiated a fiery red color. Charizard opened its huge mouth and flames continued to burst out of its mouth. Qin Mu's dragon Pokemon itself is a special instance. Even the opponent's illusion of Ancient Charizard is still not much. Dandy said that something has changed. Qin Mu's dragon-type Pokemon can actually fight against the transformed Pokemon. Chapter 217. This special energy is too powerful. Obviously his skills are not as many as the illusion skills, but he can actually produce such a powerful burst. This is simply a confrontation of strength. This time the illusion's Ancient Charizard seemed particularly fragile and Qin Mu's dragon-type Pokemon showed its true strength. This was also beyond Qin Mu's expectations. He did not expect this result. As long as he released a dragon-type Pokemon, the same Pokemon released by the illusion would definitely not be his opponent. It's so interesting. It's so interesting. Meow Meow said, I didn't see it wrong. How could it be like this? Aren't those illusions very powerful? How can it be converted into a dragon-type Pokemon? It changes. The ability of the Flame Shock is very powerful, but it can't resist Qin Mu's dragon-type Pokemon. The Flame Defense is strong in front of it, and Qin Mu said, Fire Shock Wave. Qin Mu's most powerful Pokemon Suicune has not appeared yet. I don't know what state will appear on the NET level, and Qin Mu has no intention of summoning all the Pokemon. The fire-breathing dragon emitting blazing flames is in the sky. The power of the dragon-type Pokemon makes it impossible for the illusory elves to play under the attack of the wave force. Qin Mu's fire-breathing dragon is very advantageous. It's a pity that the wave force cannot be released continuously. When the wave force is exhausted, you can take back your elf. No one wants to compete here, and no Pokemon will be transformed in the fountain. Dandy said, should we continue to go up or choose to leave here? Qin Mu said, anyway I don't know how to get out, so let's continue to go up. The others nodded and Meow Meow followed them closely as if he was afraid that Qin Mu and the others would get rid of him. After they came to the third floor, the walls were still full of totems. There was a large sculpture in the middle which seemed somewhat similar to the first floor. Qin Mu was very familiar with this sculpture. It was the Latios he saw in the mysterious cave, the mysterious black hole that appeared in the sky above the water city. He had seen the statue of Latios there, a statue of Latios. The whole tower was related to Pokemon. It seemed that this was an illusory Pokemon tower. The statue of Latios began to move, spinning faster and faster, and in an instant it turned into an elf and rushed out. It was Latios. A powerful wave power burst out, and at the moment of rushing forward, Qin Mu summoned the nine-tailed Alola. The spread of ice energy collided with the wave power of Latios. Fragile trainers don't even think about passing this level and moving up. He thought that trainers like Qin Mu were very weak and the Pokemon they summoned were no match for it, as it had enhanced skill power. Qin Mu said, Latios, you are so arrogant. Pokemon with super high intelligence and human language ability could have normal conversations with Qin Mu and his friends and fully understood their thought. Let me see what kind of energy you have. The ice-type Pokemon Ninetales is pretty good and it's enhanced. The enhanced skill burst out instantly and Ninetales released ice flames forward. Dante summoned his Pokemon Flash Flare Ace. Lucario let fight. Serena released Lucario's Ioi released Pikachu, and even Meowth rushed forward. They all knew that a powerful Pokemon like Latios was specifically guarding the Heart Drop. Without powerful energy he would not become a guardian of special energy. Is there also the energy of the Heart Drop in this illusory space? After all, it is a guardian of special energy. Maybe there really is an illusory Heart Drop here, and the energy it emits is also related to the Heart Drop. Latios felt the power of the Heart Drop emanating from Qin Mu. You have the drops of the heart. Qin Mu has nothing to hide. Star drops obtained in Water City. He is indeed an extraordinary trainer. Release the power of your Heart Drop. The fairy-type nine-tailed FO instantly appeared. The dragon-type Pokemon Latios did not expect that Qin Mu did not release the power of the Heart Drop. Do you think I am no match for an ice Pokemon like you? To read the most exciting novels, go to Follow Novel Network. Let's try it first. The wave power of the four Pokemons attack forward together and the nine-tailed Alola Magic Flash was performed. Dragon-type Radius was still a little afraid of the fairy-type Pokemon, but now he has the powerful power of the Heart Drop, so he is not worried about the attribute restraint. Pikachu 100,000 volts. Lucario quickly threw the stick in his hand forward. Meow Meow's reaction was also very quick. His 100,000 volt energy was not weak at all. 2 weak super speed attack Dragon Wave. The impact was so strong that Pikachu, Meowth and Lucario flew away. Only the fairy-type Pokemon were still still standing there. Alola was able to hold on until now because of the restraint of the skill attribute. Yes, fairy type Pokemon are very strong, right? The power of the heart drop bursts out. Shin Mew knew that the power of this special energy was very strong. Suicune quickly flew out of the Pokeball. The energy he was waiting for finally appeared. What Latios was waiting for was the power of the heart drop that Suicune absorbed. Shin Mew said, "This is the power you want." Serena said, "Latios is so strong that our Pokemon have no way to use it." Dandy said, "Let Suicune fight him." "Isn't the power of the heart drop what he want?" Meowth's 100,000 volts was useless, not even a tickle, so he could only hide aside and watch the battle quietly. Xiaoyi, I found that there were also 2 red eyes on the statue. Could it be that defeating Latios could get 2 energy stones? Look at the eyes on the statue. Is it the same energy as the one we got before? Serena said, "Yes, it is the same." Now they have no way to get close to the statue, which is full of powerful power. They can only wait here quietly for Shin Mew to defeat Latios. Latios does not have a constant wave power. As long as Suicune with the energy of the heart water drop can defeat it, this powerful energy will disappear. The heart water drop burst out by Suicune is very powerful. Stepping on the blue light, it quickly hits the water wave forward. Latios bites forward. Use a super strong barrier to defend against the attack of the water wave. Both Pokemon have the power of the heart water drop and can see 2 powerful light blue lights emitting. When they hit together, the blue light emitted is very powerful. Chapter 218. The blue energy attacked Latios. Suicune was originally a strong water element and was most suitable for using the heart drop. Latios looked in the direction of Shin Mew. At this moment he felt that this trainer was really good. Such a powerful Suicune could be subdued by him, and it was not unknown how high Suicune's IQ was. He could feel the pure heart. Without such a heart it was impossible for a trainer to be with such a holy beast level Pokemon. The elves who were good at telepathy could fully sense Shin Mew's thought. At this moment he did not participate in the duel between the 2 of them, but just watched silently. He thought the person in front of him was really good. This meant that the battle between Latios and Suicune was a real duel. Latios rushed forward quickly and broke through Suicune's barrier SIA3. The barrier was completely collapsed by him. The power of illusion is also so strong. Only such a fast and powerful attack can break through the light blue barrier in front of him. Serena said, "What a strong wave force. Can such a collision break through Suicune's barrier?" Suicune's body issued a light white mist covering the entire space. Everyone looked at it and they didn't know the situation in front of them. They didn't know what was happening. Shin Mew stepped back and stood with Serena and the others. Xiao Wei said, "Shin Mew, don't you have to fight with them?" "Of course not, they have super high IQs and their reaction abilities can definitely handle it, not to mention that Latios doesn't want me to get involved in the duel between the 2 of them." Dandis said, "So this is a fair duel. I couldn't see anything clearly in front of me, I could only feel a strong energy fluctuation." Meow Meow said, "This is simply too terrifying." Shin Mew said, "All this is illusory. In this illusory space, do you think there will be such a powerful force? It is impossible for a real Pokemon to have an endless supply of wave power. It is impossible for a Pokemon to unleash such powerful strength unless it reaches the highest level of evolution, or it is a Pokemon of the holy beast level." They didn't know what was going on inside, so they just waited quietly outside. Shin Mew found something strange, that is, the totems on the wall also began to emit a faint light. Could it be that these totems could also sense the power emitted by the duel between the 2 of them? This place is simply amazing. Shin Mew is now wondering if this site was like this in ancient times. This site was really like this in ancient times, which shows how powerful the trainers at that time were. Shin Mew touched his head with his hand and felt a stream of energy entering his body. Maybe it was just his own feeling. Shin Mew didn't care. After this energy entered his body, it became quiet and Shin Mew didn't feel anything wrong. The white mist in front faded and disappeared and Suicune returned to the Pokeball. Shin Mew knew that the duel between the 2 of them was over, but it was not clear who won or lost. Latios returned to his statue. The rainbow eyes fell off and they were 2 energy stones. Serena and Dante each got 1 and each of them got 2 energy stones. Xiao Wei said, "Just as we thought, it is indeed an energy stone." Meow Meow looked at the energy in their hands and wanted to snatch it away, but now it seemed that there was no way for me to leave. "Athena, where on earth have you been? If you were nearby, I would immediately snatch the energy stone. You are not here now, so I can't take it away even if I snatch it." Meowth is no match for the 4 of them. Their individual Pokemon lineup is so strong, and there is also Shin Mew's Suicune. It can only bear it for now and wait until it sees Athena. Latios has disappeared and a voice came from the statue. "Go find the sacred flame." Only a few simple words. Latios's voice disappeared completely and the light on the statue also disappeared. To read the e-citing novel, go to Falu Novel Network. Serena said, "What is the sacred flame?" "The totems on the wall changed. The energy body did not disappear. Each totem was shining, but the light was not so dazzling. Alola Ninetales appeared from the totem, emitting a strong wave power. Dante said, "How come these totems are alive?" Alola Ninetales is an ice-type Pokemon, also a fairy-type Pokemon. Appearing here, he immediately plotted with his wave power. Shin Mew and his friends were not given a chance to know what the sacred flame was. Before everyone figured it out, the nine-tailed FO on the totem had already appeared. What were they waiting for? If they didn't defend, they would be in trouble. Shin Mew released the Ultra Dragon. Serena released the Land Shark. Dante released Gardevoir. Xiao Wei said, "Come out, Stonewing Dragon." He stood there with a meow ready to burst out his wave power. He could also sense the danger. All the Pokemon rushed to the nine-tailed FO. Dante said, "The Alola nine-tailed FO on the totem is different from your nine-tailed FO. Why do his nine tails have 9 colors?" The confession was unclear. Maybe this was the ancient form of Alola, or maybe he was gathering mysterious totem power. These totems were definitely not simple. Xiao Wei said, "Let the researchers see these totems and they will definitely study them carefully. After all, they are studying the ruins here to find the mystery of the ruin." After studying here for so long, nothing was found. The 9 colored tails emitted 9 colored rays of light and rushed towards all the Pokemon in front. Gardevoir moved instantly and dodged the attack of the 9 color light. Stonewing Dragon spread its wings and flew high. The flying ability of the ultimate dragon is stronger and faster. Shin Mew's dragon-type Pokemon is undoubtedly a special ability. The 9 color light was dodged and the whole space was filled with colorful snow. This was the explosion of his ice energy, and there was actually colorful snow. The color of the blizzard was exactly 9 colors. The strong ice flame impact rushed towards this side, and the ultimate dragon ultralight bullet quickly burst forward. Stonewing Dragon itself is a rock attribute with super high defense ability. The tornado of the biting land shark blew forward, forming a 9-color whirlwind of the 9-color blizzard. Such a strong attack made Alola feel angry instantly. It opened its mouth and raised its head upwards, letting out a howl. Instantly a stream of freezing energy sprayed out of its mouth. The freezing ability is particularly powerful, much more powerful than the Alola in Shin Mew's Pokeball. Frost formed wherever the powerful freezing energy passed. Chapter 219. Such a powerful ice energy. Ancient Charizard appeared and sprayed a fierce flame forward. Shin Mew didn't want everything here to be frozen into ice. Alola's eyes emitted a strong electric light forward again. It was so strong. How did he evolve? The Pokemon in front of him was enough to resist the Pokemon of the 4 of them plus a Meowth. Meowth couldn't resist it anymore, and he himself was not a particularly strong Pokemon. Gardevoir urged the energy of Fairy Cell Pokemon, and the Magic Flash rushed forward with its instant transfer ability to attract the opponent's attention. The other Pokemon injected their own wave power at the same time. Xiao Wei said, "Shin Mew, you reacted too quickly. If it weren't for the appearance of Ancient Charizard, we would have been frozen easily. How can we get out if we are frozen here? They will be frozen in the bell tower forever." They want to use this combined wave power to force Alola back. All 9 tails of Alola stood up, swinging left and right to emit 9 color lines again. This collision lasted several times. Obviously he had no way to break through the power of all the Pokemon of these 5 Pokemon. The strange fluctuations emitted by Alola are a very powerful skill and move which the current Pokemon cannot master at all. This may be the power of ancient Pokemon. Pokemon that have exhausted their power will be called back and replaced by new Pokemon. Shin Mew was thinking about how they would get out of this layer with so many totems on the wall. If every Pokemon came down, it was really a troublesome thing. The ancient arena before had the same effect, but they just couldn't see the totems. Zulan found the trace of Guzma. "Do you think that person looks like Guzma?" Xiao Ia looked at his figure carefully, and it looked very similar. "Why don't we follow him and see who the person net to him is?" The two of them followed quietly, and Guzma and Akroma had already used their ultimate move to find the whereabouts of Entei. After all this time, he finally found her ultimate. There is a volcanic crater at the top. He likes to stay there the most. With this thing in my hand, it will be no problem for him to get it. A pure heart is useless to me. I hope there won't be any stumbling block this time and we can get Yandi smoothly. Athena appeared here. He had been asking around all through here looking for Yandi's trace. By asking about the whereabouts of Guzma and the others, he could find Yandi's whereabout. This is certain. The two of them have appeared in this area recently, which means that he is getting closer and closer to the location of the two people. There is no news from Musashi, so he can only act first. Athena hasn't found Guzma and Akroma yet, but she saw Zulan and Xiao Ia not far away. They seemed to have something to do. Athena followed quietly. Zulan and Xiao Ia were only focused on tracking Guzma in front of them and didn't notice that someone was following them. They haven't contacted Shin Mew and the others for a long time, and they don't know where they are. There must be something wrong with these two people. It's strange, what are these two doing so sneaky, like they are following following someone. I have to go over and take a look, maybe something good will happen to me. Athena followed behind Zulan and Xiao Ia. He only knew that the two of them seemed to be tracking someone. He couldn't see who was in front of him as they were still quite far away. The two had already entered the wild and headed towards the jungle. There was a crater at the top of the jungle. It seemed that the two of them wanted to go to the crater. What were they going there for? They were not planning to attack Yandi, as Qin Mu said. The two decided to follow them and take a look. Athena was sure that there was a secret when she saw them enter the jungle, and she followed them from behind. To read the e-citing novels, go to Falu Novel Network. There was a volcano at the top of the jungle and he was very clear about it. Could it be related to Pokemon? Never mind, just catch up. I hope Meowth can bring him good news. Musashi and Kojiro are guarding there. As long as Meowth leaves, they will definitely pick him up. The competition in the illusion is going on and Alola is always in battle. A Pokemon has consumed so much time and has consumed a large number of their elves. Qin Mu said, "Come out, Articuno. Thunderstorm is coming." The blizzard in the sky changed. The 9-color blizzard and the white became more and more Meowed with powerful lightning power. Articuno is a powerful ice Pokemon. 9-colored Alola. I didn't expect that the trainer in front of him actually had such a powerful Pokemon. Qin Mu said, "We have to find a way to stop its energy, otherwise it will be difficult to get out of here." Serena said, "It's so annoying. Why do all the Pokemon here have a constant supply of wave power? If everything went so smoothly, they would not be able to get so many energy stones. Since they can find the items they want in this illusory space, it is impossible for them to take them away so easily." Dandis said, "Tell me what you can do. We don't know what to do now." What can Qin Mu do? He only knows that this Pokemon comes from the totem. If the energy emitted from the totem disappears, will it disappear too? I haven't thought of a solution yet. Do you think the energy on the totem has a lot to do with the wave power of Pokemon? Serena said, "Indeed, the totems are different from when we came in before. Since Latios appeared, these totems have a special light." Meow Meow said, "I really don't understand what I can do here." Now he is the only one who has the most free time. He has already left the scope of competition. Qin Mu thought for a while and said, "Meow Meow, if you want to get out as soon as possible, find a way to find the energy on the totem and cut them off." Why should I think of a solution? Qin Mu had expected him to say this and he had already thought of a solution. Meow Meow was indeed the same as those guys on Team Rocket. "You don't have to look for it. When our Pokemon lineup is hosted, I'll see what you can do. You might be destroyed by the elves on the totems. Look at how many Pokemon totems there are here. You will be targeted by as many Pokemon as you can." What? Don't you realize that he has an endless supply of wave power? If we defeat Alola, there will be another Pokemon. It will be harder for you to get out of here than to ascend to heaven. Chapter 220. Meow Meow listened to Qin Mu's word and thought about it. She also had problems with these people and couldn't get out of it. "Okay, I'll look for it now and I'll talk about it after I find it. It's definitely not simple for a Pokemon to exist in this ruins for more than 1,000 years. Alola itself is an ice-type Pokemon and Qin Mu has never seen a 9-colored Alola. The powerful energy he possesses is unimaginable. In addition to the fairy-type skills, the ice-type skills are also particularly spectacular. Articuno emits a strong ice flame to fight against it. Although Articuno is not an ancient Pokemon, it possesses the power of one of the Thunderbolt. With such a powerful force, it can definitely compete with it." Dandy released the Flash Ace. After the synthesis, the Flash Ace already has the ability of lightning. The 9-color light rushed forward. The electric energy of the Flash Ace spread forward rapidly. The electric energy with a strong flame just counteracted the ice-type Pokemon. Dandif fought on the other side and Qin Mu's Articuno was on this side. The two energies did not conflict and burst forward. The big word of the Flash Ace plotted. With such a strong attack, one ice and one fire, the 9-colored Alola began to change. I thought he only had fairy and ice energy. All his 9 tails turned white, emitting a pale white light. He turned into an ice Pokemon just like Qin Mu's Alola, but the star energy on his forehead was even stronger. Serena said, "Am I seeing things?" "How so?" "He can also transform his own abilities." Dante said, "What kind of ability is this?" "Gokuman can also transform his own state, and even the color of his body has changed. A strong light emanated from Alola's whole body and the white light spread to the side, and the blizzard he brought was also very powerful." Serena summoned the fire-type Pokemon Charizard. In the powerful battle between ice and fire, it is obvious that the Pokemon transformed by the mysterious energy here is more powerful. Serena said, "Meow Meow, can you be faster and more serious? We can't hold on any longer and you can't even think about getting out of this tower." The strong flame vort rolled forward and under the impact of his ice flame it instantly turned into a cold current. Qin Mu put away Articuno and he also transformed into the fire Pokemon Ancient Charizard. Meow Meow has been looking at these totems on the wall. These totems are similar. He looked at each totem that was emitting light and seemed to see the appearance of Meng, and he stepped back in fear. This is too scary. Qin Mu said, they are just totems, what's so scary about them? You should be faster. Except for Meowth, Xiao Wei was searching with him on the first pond. Alola was indeed not easy to deal with. The fire energy launched a frontal attack on him, but he was able to transform his energy body back. The vorte of fire emitted by Charizard and Ancient Charizard attacked the middle, and there was also a fire attack from Flash Ace, but the blue light spread to the surroundings. Waves of energy circles hit as if forming his defensive barrier. Just Alola made Qin Mu and the others so uncomfortable, and they changed to other Pokemon. Could it be that all Pokemon on the totem have this special ability? The power of the Ancients is still very strong, and the fire attack from Ancient Charizard can see some effects. Xiao Wei stayed in one place. He looked at the totem painted with Alola. 9-color Ancient Alola. The energy on the totem is spreading. Xiao Wei touched the totem with his hand and seemed to be bounced away by this energy. Could it be that the totems on the wall also have power? Xiao Wei said, these totems cannot be touched. There is a rebound force after touching. It's really a troublesome thing. Qin Mu has no other choice now. They must resist the Alola in front of them. To read the exciting novel, go to Follow Novel Network. Xiao Wei was careful to see if there was anything different around Alola. Meow Meow searched for a long time but didn't find any clues. He was still a little scared when he saw the totem on the wall. He was completely timid. With Meow Meow's intelligence, he knew that if Qin Mu and the others couldn't get out, it would be difficult for him to get out unless he found Athena. Athena never showed up, and he didn't know where Athena went. Now he could only think of a way to solve the headache here. At this moment, Athena was tracking Zulan and Xiao Ia. He finally found the clue. It turned out that the people they were following were Guzma and Akroma. I looked for them everywhere, and finally I found their traces. These two people appeared here. Could it be that Emperor Yan is also here? Athena knew that there was a volcanic crater above, and Emperor Yan was likely to appear here. That is the place Yandy likes to stay the most. It's great, I can finally know where Yandy is. With the help of the two of them, we can get the power of Entei and the energy stone or fleet that Meowth got in the mysterious space. Athena knew that Akroma had this ability, otherwise Guzma would not have so many strong and prosperous Pokemon. Guzma and the others didn't know that there were 3 people behind them. In addition to Zulan and Xiao Ia, there was also Athena. Athena was farther away. Athena was waiting for an opportunity. He would not oppose himself. This place is really hot, and the higher you go, the more unbearable it becomes. Akroma was wearing a black robe and his hair was like this, so Yan couldn't see his face clearly. Just hold on for a while. If you want to improve your strength, don't worry too much. Zulan said, this place is so hot. Look at the two of them, they are sneaking around. There must be something bad going on. Zulan has made up his mind. They really want to attack Entei. He and Xiao Ia will definitely take action. All of Alola's long-lost abilities seem to be released. No matter what method he uses, there is no way to repel these trainers. The only thing that can change is that they will constantly change their Pokemon to play. After all, he has a constant supply of wave power summoned by trainers, and the energy of Pokemon waves is limited. If you want this constant supply of wave power to EERT the most powerful energy, first of all the Pokemon must be strong, and it is useless for weaker Pokemon to have this energy. Xiao Wei really has no way. He can't touch the totems on the wall at all. He found that these walls only have these totems. There is nothing else special. The ability of powerful flames and this 9-color light are powerful. Chapter 221. Alola finally gave up and decided to fly back to the totem if he continued to pester. A 9-colored stone was suspended in the air. Qin Mu and the others had never expected that Alola would retreat back to the totem on its own. The wine-colored stone suspended in the air rushed directly into Qin Mu's backpack and entered the Pokeball. Qin Mu felt very strange and immediately took out the Pokeball, which contained Alola Ninetales. When his Alola appeared, Qin Mu was surprised that his Alola had become the same 9-colored Alola on the totem. Dandis said the 9-colored stone can actually take the initiative to find its owner. Relina thought the fight would last a long time, but fortunately this guy took the initiative to retreat, otherwise their Pokemon lineup would be exhausted. This is simply too magical. Can energy be inherited in the illusion? Qin Mu felt that this environment was hiding a series of energy stones. They thought the battle in this layer of the tower was over, but the net second a powerful light was emitted and a Gardevoir appeared in front of them. The light blue halo wrapped around his body was his psychic Pokemon. 683. Dandis said, does it have special abilities too? I can't wait. If they don't solve the problem in the bell tower, it will be difficult to get out of here. Qin Mu and his friends came here to explore. They will not choose to leave easily. There are mysterious relics in this energy tower, so they decided to keep for more novels. 184,905. Join until they have explored all the places with energy. Now several people have no intention of of looking for the E-It. All the psychic Pokemon owned by the trainers have limited energy when they burst out and use the power of wave. Excessive use will cause a great loss of their own abilities, making them dangerous. This danger will cause their power to change and the psychic will weaken. In battle, the energy of the psychic Pokemon will burst out and it will have no combat ability. Gardevoir is a psychic Pokemon and Dante also has one. He hopes to inherit the power of the totem. Shin Mew said this kind of power can really be inherited. Will our elf lineup become very powerful? Dandis said Bite B, that's really great, I also hope to inherit their power. Meow Meow heard their conversation. Now he has no time to find out how to remove this energy. He is looking for his own figure among these totems. Meow Meow hopes that a Meow Meow will appear. That would be great. If a Meowth appears, won't my strength also be improved? Meowth began to look carefully and look very serious. Yahweh thought he was looking for a way to remove the energy, but who knew he was looking for himself? Danda knew Gardevoir's combat ability very well. His Pokemon warriors could not appear. They had just fought against Alola and the champion camp had hosted its power. He could only summon other Pokemon to appear. Blizzard King possessed powerful ice energy. Gardevoir's most powerful skill, attack magic, shone. The blue halo instantly became more powerful. This powerful energy that burst out was completely different from the Gardevoir in Dandy's Pokeball. It seemed that the power of the totem was indeed terrible. In this layer, the most powerful Latios had turned back into a statue. The problem with the totem could be solved and their strength could be improved. The problem was that Shin Mew's Pokemon lineup was not strong enough. There were thousands of these totems. How could Shin Mew have thousands of Pokemon? How long would it take for this powerful lineup to get out after the power of the elves was restored? It's strange, why can't I be found after searching for so long? Could there be a Meow among these totems? There is no Meowth in these totems. They are all totems carved by ancient Pokemon. In addition to retaining the abilities of ancient Pokemon, they also have the wave power given to them by the totem. Shin Mew still felt very strange. The energy of this bell tower is so special. Where does the energy come from? All this is an unknown mystery. The energy must be supported by a strange treasure. To read the violent novel, just go to Falu Novel Network. How long can Gardevoir's Eplosion last? And how is it different from the real Super Pokemon? All this is a mystery. Shin Mew and his team are exploring. On the other side, Guzma and his team have already approached the top of the mountain. At this moment the ground is a little hot. There is no grass here. Above is the crater of the volcano. He summoned a fire Pokemon that can fly in the sky. He and Acroma sat on the fire Pokemon and flew to the crater of the volcano with them. Zulan and Xiao Ia were not in a hurry to catch up. Standing here they can clearly see the situation of the eruption of bad breath. If they go out now they will definitely be discovered by the two of them. The inapplicable appearance at the crater must be related to Yandi, but we don't know if Yandi is here now. Athena also stopped behind. He looked at the two people in front standing there without moving and saw Guzma and Acroma flying into the sky. They were flying to the crater. Why would they go there if they didn't look for Yandi? That place is very hot and very dangerous. I knew that the two of them must be looking for Entei. The last time they failed to find Suicune, Shin Mew got an advantage. This time the two of them are looking for Entei again. Maybe I can get an advantage. They were staring at the actions of Guzma and Acroma from below. In the environment of the ruins, Gardevoir was bursting with its psychic energy. Dandy said it's strange that it has been so long. Has the psychic energy been transformed? He is still bursting with energy. Isn't he afraid of causing harm to himself? He had already broken through himself a long time ago. The psychic Pokemon on the totem definitely has a continuous source of psychic energy. He doesn't have to worry about causing harm to himself by constantly releasing psychic energy. This kind of sacred power is simply terrifying. What kind of energy supports it? Xiao Yi said. Meow Meow, you searched so hard, didn't you find anything? No, I didn't see anything. Did you see a Meow on the totem? What are you looking for Meow Meow for? Why don't you go find out how to deal with the energy here? How could Xiao Wei know Meow Meow's plan? He didn't pay attention to what Shin Mew and Dandis said. He didn't know that the energy of this totem could be inherited. Okay, I'll keep looking. Dante said. Can a psychic Pokemon explode like this? Chapter 222. Gardevoir can be called the queen of the psychic world. I know very well what kind of psychic power it has. The psychic circle it forms has a lot to do with itself. Gardevoir has completely controlled power of its psychic power, which can form this kind of halo. Shin Mew knew that the Pokemon on the totem was very special. Why did Gardevoir appear after Alola? Did it appear according to the energy of Pokemon, or was it a Pokemon that flew out randomly? Shin Mew couldn't figure it out yet. Gardevoir had appeared and they had to deal with it now. The Psychic Queen had the authority of a queen and Shin Mew summoned Mewtwo. Psychic Mewtwo appeared and Mewtwo's transformation was very powerful. He could appear in 7 forms, so there was no need to worry about how strong Gardevoir's ability was. Mewtwo Magic Flash. Mewtwo Mewtwo in psychic form used the skill of Magic Flash. This is the super cute ability after the transformation. Seeing that the holy Mewtwo appeared in front of him, Gardevoir's psychic circle became stronger and stronger. It seems that it has the desire to compete. Qin Mew said, Serena, go with them to find the secret of the totem. Find it first and then find a solution. Serena took back her Pokeball and he also walked towards the wall. At this moment Meowth was looking at every Pokemon very seriously, trying to find his own figure. Seeing him so serious, Serena didn't know that it was looking for her figure at all and ignored Meowth to look for other places. I said, I looked for a long time and didn't find anything different, but these totems all have their skill descriptions under them. The skills are not recorded in detail in TET but are recorded in the form of totems. The energy emitted by Mewtwo shattered and dissipated at the same time as Gardevoir's energy circle. Dante said, Mewtwo's psychic state is really too powerful. With an endless supply of wave power, Gardevoir's energy is gathered again. It is already very troublesome to deal with an Alola, and now there is a super strong Gardevoir that can inherit their abilities. With the current Pokemon lineup, it can't last long. It's not that they don't want it. For Mewtwo, it's nothing to have an endless supply of wave power to fight Gardevoir. Gardevoir is different from it. It comes from the totem of the illusion. It is not a real Pokemon but just an illusion. He has an endless supply of wave power and Mewtwo's wave power will be exhausted. Dandy said, this energy is not easy to get. The energy that Alola obtained is not only 9-color energy but also the sacred flame. Qin Mew only saw the color and did not see Alola release the energy of fire. He didn't know that he inherited the sacred flame. Now he is in a truce. Gardevoir formed a powerful energy defense circle. The attack was ineffective, so he chose defense. Pokemon with super high intelligence have their own strategies. He knows that although Psyche Mewtwo is powerful, it can't last long. The power of wave is the reason for their failure. Damage doesn't matter, delay is important. Since his energy can't hurt Mewtwo, there is no need to continue to compete with him, so choose to defend better. This endless wave power has made these highly intelligent Pokemon reach super combat power. Dandis said he started to defend and no longer attack. Garv is a totem but it has the intelligence of a true seeing Pokemon. Mewtwo used telekinesis to control it, trying to remove the defensive halo in front. It was just as Qin Mew and the others thought. Garvey is also a Pokemon with multiple attributes. The power on the totem is indeed different. In addition to the burst of psychic attribute, there is also fairy attributes, which is characteristic of Garvey itself. The last thing that surprised Qin Mew and the others was that when it converted to fairy attribute attacks, it burst out with powerful lightning ability. The previous Ninetale had fairy attributes and ice attributes and then changed to fire energy. Looking at the Garvey in front of them, electric energy appeared again. Mewtwo in the psychic state can emit fairy attributes and magic shine. It's not that it has a different system but that he has learned this skill. Qin Mew said, did you see it? A powerful lightning attribute. To read the violent novel, go to Falu Novel Network. Yes, this lightning power is still very strong. Mewtwo changes form. With the cooperation of Qin Mew, Mewtwo quickly changed to dark form. The powerful telekinetic control prevented Gardevoir from forming an energy halo for a while. It caused great damage to Gardevoir in front. The super strong wave power was restoring his own energy. He took this opportunity to attack him continuously, leaving him no chance to recover. Gardevoir knew that if he continued like this, he would not be able to recover to his strongest state. Gardevoir's strongest ability burst out and a strong light of the moon power emanated from his whole body. It was a fairy attribute skill possessed by Gardevoir after evolution. He instantly moved his position to avoid the powerful attack ability. He began to counter-attack Mewtwo's telekinetic control. He was stronger in this state and quickly recovered his state. The attack of the moon power was indeed not simple. While Mewtwo had not reacted yet, he released the bright light of the moon from the top of his head. This light has with a cool breath hold white. It used a powerful attack ability. Mewtwo fought back and immediately a powerful defensive light wall appeared. The cold breath turned into a fiery red light. When it impacted, it collided with Mewtwo's defensive barrier. The energy dissipated and Gardevoir's powerful attack did not work. The Mewtwo in front was so powerful. Seeing that he was able to change his form, it knew that Mewtwo had reached the ability of purification. The most powerful moon attack has been used. What he has to bear net is the attack of Mewtwo's transformation form. Dark Mewtwo's super dark ability rushed forward. Dante's Pokemon launched powerful attacks at the same time. With a bang, this attack was effective. Gardevoir obviously had to return to the totem. It could restore itself again, but it no longer had a stronger combat ability. The thunder and lightning stayed in the sky and instantly flew to Dante's Pokemon. The Gardevoir in the ball possessed the power of thunder and lightning. This is simply amazing. Did it inherit its properties? Qin Mew said, I think so. Didn't the lightning stone enter your Pokeball? Why not summon Gardevoir and have a look? Dante took out the Pokeball and summoned find Gardevoir. Gardevoir's body was filled with powerful lightning power and was absorbing this power. Chapter 223. There is no way to stop this energy, so they can only wait for the NET totem to appear. Serena said, we really didn't find anything. Meow Meow is very serious. He must want to get out. This mysterious pagoda is something Qin Mu and his friends have never seen before. They don't know what kind of powerful energy is on the tower. Anyway, the energy left here must have some sacred place. So far they don't know what supports this tower. In fact, it is the bell that is stuck at the entrance. All the energy here is supported by it. Dandy is of course happy that his strength has increased. He has never seen a Pokemon with this attribute. Qin Mu said, fortunately the Pokemon that appeared are not too powerful, otherwise we can't support it. 3SI87 Holy Beast appeared from the wall, which means trouble. Xiao Wei said, found it, there is a bulge here, could it be related to this thing? Qin Mu and his friends walked over and saw a bulge here. No one could be sure that pressing this button would stop the Pokemon here from appearing. While they were thinking of a solution, the NET Pokemon appeared from the wall. It was Melodic. Serena said, what kind of ability does Melodic have? Qin Mu knew that Serena wanted to see Melodic's ability because he himself had a Pokemon like Melodic to improve his ability. For Serena it was to improve his ability as a trainer. We can still hold on for one, let's try again. Anyway, we have found this thing, but we don't know whether we should press it now. If we can't hold on any longer, we can only press it desperately. Meow Meow was very disappointed. He looked around but couldn't find his figure. Strange, is there no Pokemon like me in this ruin? Or is it that my ability is simply not suitable for staying on a totem? I can't find it. Meow Meow is very disappointed. He saw that the totem that appeared now was Melodic. Qin Mu's Alola appeared. 90 Alola. The changed Alola's ability increased and quickly turned into a fire attack. The sacred flame sprayed forward. Qin Mu didn't know that he inherited the sacred flame of Alola. If our Pokemon lineup is strong enough, we will gain more powerful strength here. It's really great. This relic is provided for powerful trainers. Dandy and the others were watching the battle on the side. After the transformation, Alola was very powerful and could completely fight against Melodic. Qin Mu can hold on for a long time. It goes without saying that his Pokemon lineup is strong, mainly because each of his Pokemon is special. Without Qin Mu's support, Dandy and Serena will never get what they want. In the sky, Guzma and Akroma have arrived at the crater. The giant beast is hovering over the crater looking for the figure of Entei. Zulan said they really went for Entei. Hovering over that place, they are either looking for the figure of Entei or looking for death. Obviously they can't go there to die. Xiao Ia said, we will find an opportunity to take action. If they really find Entei, we will find a way to stop them. We can't let them do what they did to Suicune last time. I heard from Qin Mu how they controlled Suicune. This Akroma is really amazing. He can even think of such a method. They chose to look for Yandi, so they must know how to deal with Yandi. Who is Akroma and why does he have such ability? Is he also a researcher like Professor Oak? Who knows? No matter what, we must stop them and never let them succeed. Only Athena was the happiest. He walked behind and waited for the harvest. What stupid guys! Fly lower. The beast descended a little and they looked carefully. Yandi was lying on the crater, his whole body blending into the volcano, and he couldn't see clearly. He was resting and didn't notice anyone approaching him. To read the novel, go to Falu Novel Network. The beast flew lower and lower just to see where Yandi was. Feeling the evil breath approaching him, Yandi's eyes slowly opened. Who disturbed my rest? Guzma said, he found it here. Akroma knew that Yandi's energy was very powerful and he had a very high intelligence. He took out a giant net and threw it down. This giant net could prevent the flames of Yandi from burning. It was specially used to deal with Yandi. It was filled with white energy. Once Entei was covered by the net, he would be in great pain and would not be able to struggle. Hulan immediately summoned flying Pokemon and she and Misty jumped on it to stop the two of them. Entei dodged the giant net statue. On the other side of the crater, the power he erupted from the volcano was even stronger. Misty summoned water Pokemon to launch a powerful water attack on the two guys. Guzma didn't expect Hulan and Misty to appear. Did they follow them? What are you doing? What does it have to do with you that we two are catching Pokemon? Zulan said, this is not how you catch Pokemon. You must use your Pokemon to fight it. Only then will you have a chance to catch it. You are clearly violating the rules of Pokemon. Or Yandi is willing to follow you. Obviously neither of these two is true. You are meddling in other people's business and overestimating your own abilities. Akroma released the giant centipede that was the result of the fusion of Pokemon. Black gas was coming out of its body and flames were burning on its body. What was going on? How did a poison-type Pokemon become like this? If he didn't have fire energy, it would be impossible for him to appear in such a hot crater. Qin Mu and his team successfully captured the third Pokemon. 1-4 Serena's Milotica became stronger. They didn't know what was happening outside. They came to the ruins just to find energy stone. As for the matter of Yandi, Qin Mu and his team would definitely solve it if they encountered it. Dandis said, do you want to continue? We should be able to press it. If we hold on any longer we won't have many Pokemons left. Shenmue's dragon Pokemon hasn't appeared yet. He reserved his strength because he knew that this tower had multiple layers. Now they were staying on this layer. They couldn't use up all their strength. Shenmue didn't know how fast he would reach the NET layer and whether it would be enough time for the Pokemon to recover. They didn't know what the result of pressing this button would be. Everyone standing together was very nervous. When Serena pressed it, the light on the totem disappeared. Chapter 224. Serena said, great, it worked. Now that the light has disappeared, will the Pokemon here no longer appear? Xiao Wei wiped the sweat from his forehead and said, it's so terrifying. It can gain powerful energy. If it goes on like this, will our Pokemon lineup be unable to withstand it? Meow Meow said, what a broken totem, it's meaningless at all. Shenmue said, why do you say that? Look carefully, there are so many totems, thousands and thousands of them. Why is my Meow Meow missing? No matter how you look at it, my Meowth is definitely one of the most powerful Pokemon. Ha ha ha, you are better stop joking, okay? You are a very ordinary Pokemon. Xiao Wei made a mocking sound. Meow Meow stared with his eyes, obviously very angry, but what could he do? He still had to point at Shenmue and the others to walk out of the bell tower. Although the energy on the wall has been released, this energy always has a source and Shenmue can't figure out what has such a strong energy now. It seems that they can pass this level. After the energy on the totem disappears, the Pokemon will not appear. Continue to move to the upper level along this road. Climb 2 flights of stairs. There are also such totem carvings on the walls between the stairs and reach the NET floor. It turns out that each floor is like this and their original form is an arena. Other objects are placed under the primary form of the arena. The direction of all the stairs in this bell tower is the same. If it weren't for the different settings in the room, I really thought they were walking in place. After they went up to the NET floor, the stairs they originally walked on would disappear, and on the contrary, there was no way back. They were forced to go down 1 floor at a time, even if those stairs were not small. Shenmue and the others had to explore. Why hasn't the damn Athena shown up yet? Does she want to leave me here alone? Damn it, Meowth really didn't want to go on. He felt that he was so insignificant in front of these Pokemon that he had no information at all. Zulan was trying to stop Guzma and the others. Xiao Ia said, you won't succeed as long as we're here. Come out, poisonous jellyfish. Zulan and Xiao Ia stopped them from taking action. Moreover, Yandu had intelligence and his attacking ability might not be something they could dodge. They were just worried about being covered by his big net. Akroma said, you two are overestimating your abilities. Guzma, hold them back and let me take care of them. Meet at the old place later. No problem. Eat the Vash. In addition to Pokemon like Vash, Guzma's combined Pokemon are all very powerful. Scyther blocked their way. Both of them were stopped. Guzma released his Pokemon lineup without hesitation. Garchomp, stop it. The Pokemon of Hulan appears. Hulan's ability cannot be underestimated. He is a champion trainer. He has a very high popularity and a very beautiful face. He is the goddess in everyone's mind. Guzma has released too many Pokemon and the two of them must also release their own Pokemon. To read the e-citing novels, go to Falu Novel Network. In addition to Garchomp, Rock Monster also appears as well as Rose Raid and Togekiss. All of these Pokemon appear here. Lucario, do you have any idea? I want you to delay Akroma's actions and you and Milotica work together to stop them. Milotica is a very strong water Pokemon. He also look very beautiful. Guzma just smiled and didn't take them seriously at all. Do you think I am still the same person? Don't think that you two can stop me. Akroma knew they would do that. His own synthetic Pokemon would also appear to block Lucario's way. No matter how fast Lucario is, it can't stop the power of the synthetic Pokemon. The lineup of shell Pokemon that Akroma left for himself is quite powerful, otherwise he wouldn't have such a strong confidence to come here to be Entei. Capturing in this way is not to subdue Entei but to use the energy of Entei to synthesize Pokemon and achieve the effect he wants. He captured in the right way and Zulan and Xiao Ia could not stop him. Athena said, fight, the harder you fight the better for me. The entire Pokemon lineup appeared here and Akroma held the giant net. You can't get away, Yandig. I know your fire attack is very powerful, but it's a pity that it doesn't work on me. I have already made sufficient preparation. I must catch you today. With that wicked smile on his face, Akroma was very sure. After Shenmue and the others came to this floor, they didn't find anything special. Shenmue said, although I didn't see anything strange, I can feel that a strong energy is spreading. Suicune, Mutuo and the others can feel it and Shenmue can also feel it. Their hearts are connected. No one has the intention to retreat, only Meowth wants to retreat and their determination is not so strong. All the hearts of these people here are condensed together, 687, and the entire bell tower can feel their state. It is difficult to enter this bell tower without firm determination. Meowth shivered and he moved back little by little. level. At this time he realized that the stairs behind him were gone. It was impossible for him to leave here secretly. How could this happen? The stairs are gone. How are we going to leave? Qin Mu said. We didn't plan to leave. What, you just want to stay here and never go out? You are wrong. We are here to explore the mysteries of the ruin. What are you doing here? Why did you come here uninvited? Meow Meow knew that it was Athena who brought him in, otherwise he would not have come to this shabby place. The reason why he was so nervous and scared was that his identity as a Pokemon made him feel the powerful force here. Qin Mu said, we have noticed that the stairs at the back will disappear. If you can pass through this tower you might be able to get out, so now you can only go up. There is no possibility of retreating. Really? You mean we can get out if we climb to the top of this tower? That's about it. When Meow Meow heard Qin Mu say this, he instantly became determined without any intention of retreating. He knew that he could only leave here by moving forward. Chapter 225. Everyone has the determination to move forward. This force condenses together and triggers the Pokemon totem of this layer. Several energies appear in the middle. Absol appears and these energies condense into the shape of Absol. Dante released Gardevoir. He wanted to try to absorb the energy. Gardevoir burst out with powerful lightning power. The opponent Absol wrapped the wind blade around himself. This is his characteristic. Its wind blade seemed to carry a powerful light. Qin Mu said, these wind blades have changed. Is Absol's ancient state real, or is it the energy given to him by these totems, or with the help of some ability it has changed? Serena couldn't understand it at all. He only knew that Absol was different. Qin Mu carefully looked at the energy earthed by the Pokemon in front of him. Its wind blades were faster and the impact was stronger with that light. The Gardevoir released by Dante had increased energy and obtained the lightning energy of the totem. Musashi said, what going on? You haven't come out for so long. Maybe you've left somewhere else. Kojiro was so hungry that he had no strength left. He said to Musashi, how about this? You wait here first. I'll go get some food. How can that be possible? What if you don't come back? Why wouldn't I come back? I'll bring some food. No, or I'll go and you wait here. Obviously neither of them trusted the other. If this continues we will starve to death here. How about we go together? What if Qin Mu and the others come out? Athena is not here. We are only going to be there for a while and will be back soon. They will not come out so soon. The two smiled at each other and disappeared in a flash. They were already very hungry. They found a place with food and started to eat voraciously. The way these two people ate made the people around them stunned. How long have they been hungry without eating? They looked so miserable. They are both so pitiful. Hearing the comments of the people around them, the two felt a little embarrassed. They finished eating these things and left quickly. Is the way we eat so ugly? Maybe I've been hungry for too long. The two of them walked slowly back to where they were. I will just leave for a while. Qin Mu and the others will not come out. Sitting there drowsy, he fell asleep unknowingly. If Qin Mu and the others really came out, these two people would definitely miss them. Dandis said, having inherited the power of the totem, he is really capable of fighting him. Qin Mu said, this will be much easier. We don't have to worry about problems with the elf lineup. It will be absolutely no problem to use one Pokemon against one Pokemon. Meow Meow said, but their wave power is endless. How are you going to fight it? Qin Mu certainly knew that their wave power was endless. According to his experience, after all the energy of these Pokemon has plotted, the Pokemon that still cannot defeat the opponent will choose to return to the original totem. Serena said, with the energy of our original Pokemon we can support it and the current changes will be no problem. I believe this is feasible. Qin Mu and the others didn't know that Guzma and his men had already found Yandy and Zulan, and Xiao Ia's obstruction was about to fail. Athena didn't expect the people behind Guzma to be so powerful. The two-person elf lineup has appeared and there is no way to get close to Akroma. Yandy rushed upward quickly. He wanted to leave here. Zulan and Xiao Ia stayed to save him. How could he just leave? Or maybe they all had the same idea. He could feel the evil heart in Guzma. In order to avoid this giant net, he also walked hard but still couldn't escape Akroma's capture. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Being caught in this giant net, its energy was blocked and Yandy's ability could not be fully earned. With a smile on his face, Akroma used the power of the stone-winged dragon to quickly leave here. I'll wait for you at the old place. Guzma stood there and said, you have no chance. When I Guzma appear again, it will be your doom. Athena certainly didn't want Akroma to leave with Yandis, so he quickly followed them, hoping to find their foothold and have a chance to snatch Yandig. Maybe by the end of the year it will become my Pokemon because I saved it. The last time they were trying to capture Suicune, it was Qin Mu who saved Suicune, and Suicune successfully became Qin Mu's Pokemon. He also had this plan in mind. Since he released Entei, would Entei belong to him? Athena was delighted when she thought of this and quickly controlled her Pokemon to chase after Stan Yuing. Qin Mu and the others were right. Gardevoir could completely resist the Pokemon in front of them with its explosive strength. Meowth said, it's really annoying. Why can't a Meowth appear to to improve my strength. You little guy should just be your Meowth. Musashi would never think of ways to improve Meowth's strength. With those things he would naturally upgrade a higher Pokemon. The two of them were sleeping soundly outside, and when they woke up they didn't know how much time had passed. How did we both fall asleep? Could it be that Qin Mu and the others have already left? If they really leave, wouldn't it be a waste of time to wait here? Musashi thought for a moment and said, the two of us will wait here for Athena to come find us. If she asks, we will say that we didn't see anything. Wang Qianzhao. That's a good idea. One Gardevoir of Dante can support it without any help from anyone. It seems that their problem is about to be solved. The number of Pokemon that can obtain energy is limited. It depends on the other three people to find the mechanism here. Meowth was sitting there. He hoped that Qin Mu and the others would take him out quickly. Seeing Meowth's helpless look, Serena smiled. The three of them continued to look for the mechanism here. It was strange that it was completely different from the previous floor. It was not that simple. They did not find the button on the wall, and they didn't know how to turn off the troublesome energy on this floor. The whole space erupted with powerful lightning power. This was the energy inherited from the Gardevoir on the previous floor, which made his opponent Absol feel the entry of electric current. Qin Mu said, there is still a lot of time, let's find it slowly. Chapter 226. This electric current seemed to have no effect on Absol. It crushed all the wind blades it formed. His NET change shocked everyone. The wind blades he formed with his skills turned into a wall. The defensive strength of the defensive barrier formed in this way is very high. This force seemed to bounce all the formed power grid. The powerful current burst out again. After all, this is the power brought by the totem. This current paralyzed Absol. Gardevoir's advantage came. The opponent was paralyzed and it could rush forward quickly and smash the wall in front of it. The magic flash burst out of Gardevoir, shattered this wall of wind blades, and the paralyzed Absol also woke up instantly. Qin Mu said, the power of the totem is really unimaginable. Several wind blades have been advancing forward and Absol is condensing its own special energy. Dan De knew that all the Pokemon transformed by the totem were no longer the original Pokemon. They all have very different abilities. How many special energy stones are there in this tower? Above the crater, Akroma had already taken away the elusive Entei, while Guzma continued to delay Zulan and Xiao Ia. Following behind was Athena, who wanted to see where Akroma would take Entei. He had always planned to rescue Entei so that he would be willing to follow him. Coupled with the energy stone that Meowth brought back from the ruins, their rocket team could be said to be invincible. Qin Mu watched as Absol actually displayed his superpowers. The wind blade grew larger and slashed forward. Seeing this, Xiao Wei instantly summoned his Pokemon Reishu. How could Reishu be able to block this powerful wind blade? It was too late for Qin Mu to stop him, and Reishu caught the wind blade and was blasted away. Just one blow made it impossible for him to stand up, so Xiao Wei immediately put it back into the Pokeball and let it recover slowly. What a powerful force! My Reishu couldn't even resist one move. Reishu is the evolved version of Pikachu, and he also has a super powerful Volt attack. It works perfectly with Gardevoir's lightning attack. It was defeated the moment it appeared and didn't have a chance to attack at all. Qin Mu said, don't worry Xiao Yi, you forgot that Dandy's Gardevoir inherited the power of the totem. I was a little too nervous just now and I was too uneasy to release Reishu. Serena found the position of Absol on the totem. Is this Absol? There are detailed records below. A Pokemon that has lived for a long time must be at least 500 years old. Otherwise it would not have become a totem Pokemon on the ruin. The difference between him and Reishu is only a little bit. The two of them are completely different. What kind of Pokemon has survived for 500 years? How much powerful energy must be needed to last for such a long time? Absol began to use his powerful Volt attack. No wonder he was able to quickly get rid of his paralysis. It turned out that he also possessed electrical energy. Dante said, this is simply too strange. A Pokemon with psychic attribute can also burst out electrical energy. Qin Mu looked at Absol in front of him. The Volt attack he burst out was not weak at all. The violent electric current rushed forward and collided with the violent electric current of Gardevoir, forming a powerful electric current. Pokemon like Reishu could not use his Volt attack and were knocked down by Absol. Xiao Yi, I never thought that electric Pokemon could have such a powerful power. Finally I have seen it. It seems that I am too ignorant. With a strong electric shock, Absol quickly wrapped a strong wind around himself. To read the exciting novel, go to Falu Novel Network. Breaking through the wind, he rushed towards the Gardevoir in front of him. Gardevoir quickly jumped up, avoiding the rapid impact, and turned around with a powerful Bite Bee magic flash. Qin Mu, Serena and the others did not stop their steps. While looking at the situation here, they were looking for the special mechanism here. This is strange. We have checked the surrounding. It seems that the mechanism is not on this wall. If it is not on this wall, then where is it? Only the walls around have these special energies. Qin Mu was thinking wrong about him. Suddenly he raised his head and looked up into the sky. A bell appeared in the sky. Qin Mu didn't understand why Lin Bai put it here. There was no wind and nothing could blow it. The bell was clearly just a decoration. According to his judgment, there must be something wrong with the bell, or this bell is the energy that supports this layer. He has already made a conclusion in his heart. Net they can compete on this layer. Serena followed Qin Mu's gaze and looked up into the sky. Do you think this bell might be the mechanism here? I think this bell is not suitable to be placed here at all. There is no wind and nothing that can make it make a sound. It looks strange to be placed here. Qin Mu and the others did not plan to take the bell down now. After all, their competition was not over yet. A Pokemon as powerful as Absol must get Dandy's power. Akroma kept flying forward and he did not pay attention to Athena, who was following him. They stopped on the top of a very remote mountain. Stonewing Dragon landed on Akroma and dragged the king into the cave. Then Athena appeared here and he also saw the cave below. It seemed that Akroma was going to conduct research here. Guzma felt that the time was almost up and he had to get rid of Zulan and Xiao Ia, otherwise he would have no way to get away. Zulan said, you can never leave if you want to. Tell me quickly, where did you take Yan Dig? Since Emperor Yan is already ours, what does he have to do with you? Double bomb gas burst. Black poisonous gas spread out and double bomb gas rushed towards Zulan and Xiao Ia. Nothing could be seen clearly in front of them. When the black gas disappeared, Guzma had disappeared long ago. He would not waste time here to delay with the two of them. The goal had been achieved and Guzma would of course find a way to escape unscathed. Only Guzma knew where the old place was. He quickly rushed to the top of the mountain still flying in the sky and he found that he was hiding from the adults there. It's Athena, how come he is here? Chapter 227. When Guzma landed on the ground, he put away his Pokemon. Athena, what are you doing here? Athena thought she was just waiting for an opportunity here, but she didn't expect to be discovered by Guzma. Hearing the noise outside, Akroma came out. How could he not know what Team Rocket's Athena was doing? I just happened to pass by unintentionally. Yandy was very uncomfortable being caught by the giant net. The properties of the giant net conflicted with his properties. No wonder Yandy was trapped. Yandy lay there motionless. He no longer had any strength to struggle. Athena saw that the two of them were not going to let him go. He knew the secrets of these two people. Guzma and Akroma wanted to get rid of him. Double bomb gas attacked them. Athena's double bomb gas rushed out instantly and bombed directly in front. He underestimated the ability of Akroma and Guzma. A centipede appeared spraying venom forward, which bounced the double bullet gas back. A powerful explosion occurred which did not hurt the opponent but blew up Athena. What happened to you two? Can't you tell who is friend and foe? Athena knew that she was no match for the two of them. She had also seen the Pokemon lineup they had just unleashed. In order to get away safely, she had to come up with a plan. Yandy, why did you come out? Akroma and Guzma, the two, heard Athena's words and quickly turned around to look. Where was the figure of Yandy? When they turned their heads again, Athena had disappeared. Her speed was very fast. Akroma said, this place has been e-posed. We must move Yandy to another place. I need a quiet place to synthesize it. Our plan is now being implemented slowly. It would be even better if we can find Feng Wang and Lei Gong. Anyway, there is no rush. As long as we can do it, we will become the most powerful trainer. No one will be our opponent. When that time comes, those people will not look at us in that way. The two of them quickly changed their target and decided to leave here with Entei. Athena knew that Akroma and Guzma were eager to get rid of her now. He did not return after escaping. It's not that I don't want to save you, but I really can't save you with my current abilities. Athena thought about it and quickly ran over there, finding Zulan and Xiao Ia. Don't you want to rescue Emperor Yan? Guzma and Akroma are in the cave on the other side of the mountain. It will be too late if we are any later. I have something to do and I will leave first. Xiaomi and Zulan immediately flew to the top of the mountain. He didn't know why Athena appeared here, but Entei was the most important. Athena's plan succeeded and he decided to reap the benefits by letting them fight first and then quietly rescue Entei. Qin Mu underestimated the power of Absol. The Pokemon on each floor are different and the totems of each floor are stronger than the previous one, so Gardevoir is no match for Absol. Dandy said, it's so strange, why is his combat power getting stronger and stronger? Obviously Gardevoir can't hold on for long. Qin Mu said, come out Ultimate Dragon. The Ultimate Dragon flapped its wings, forming a strong wind to push forward Ultimate Light Sword. The sword energy with light energy rushed forward. A dragon-type Pokemon appeared. As the focus of the dragon-type gym, Qin Mu's dragon-type Pokemon is definitely powerful. Dragon-type Pokemon of the same level cannot be Qin Mu's opponent. The Ultimate Dragon not only has strong defense but is also a flying-type Pokemon. The energy lightsaber it emits has super high attack power. Absol instantly increased his seal. He wanted to deflect all the skill strokes flying towards him, a super powerful defensive barrier. Qin Mu said, the more this guy fights, the stronger the wave wave power, and the more powerful the wind energy he bursts out. You can see that his wind blade changes in color. I didn't expect that this Absol not only has superpowers but also has the ability of electric Pokemon, and now he is getting stronger and stronger. Qin Mu thought that all the Pokemon on the totems of this layer must be more powerful than those on the layer below. To read the e-citing novels, go to Fila Novel Network. I understand. It turns out that there are totems on every wall from the first floor to now. The totems on each floor have different energies, so the ones we are targeting now are stronger. The totems on each floor are stronger than the ones on the previous floor, so why do they become stronger as the battles get stronger? They don't understand the mysterious atmosphere in this ruin, so they can only compete with the Pokemon on these totems. The ultimate dragon burst out the dragon wave. Qin Mu said, I have roughly guessed the location of the mechanism. We just need to fight as hard as we can. If we can't hold on any longer, we can use the energy released. Qin Mu's ultimate dragon rushed forward, and Absol seemed to see its trajectory. The Pokemon on the totem are all intelligent Pokemon, and they have their own unique thinking. The speed of dodging moves is extremely fast, just like a stream of light quickly appearing in another position. He saw that the energy of the dragon Pokemon in front is different. Under this circumstance, another energy light appeared on the wall, and the Pokemon that has always been the same as Qin Mu's ultimate dragon appeared. In addition to the power of dragon Pokemon, the mysterious power of the ultimate dragon on the totem also has a powerful fire energy. As soon as he appeared, he waved his huge wings and sprayed a long flame forward. It looked more ferocious than Charizard flame, and his flame emitted a deep blue light. It has reached the state of Charizard's evolution. One Absol has not been dealt with yet, and another ultimate dragon has come. This time it is really difficult to deal with. It seems that Gardevoir must deal with Absol. Qin Mu's ultimate dragon must deal with the ultimate dragon that just appeared. Qin Mu thought about it and felt something was wrong. He immediately said to Dandy, it seems that you must defeat Absol by yourself. If others take action, the Pokemon on the totem will appear. The ultimate dragon with dual energy emitted a strong blue flame and a powerful ultimate light sword and erupted towards Qin Mu. The ultimate dragon dodged. With the cooperation between Qin Mu and the ultimate dragon, its attack was useless and there was no way to hit it. Qin Mu said, find an opportunity to attack him back. Chapter 228. Gardevoir's psychic circle seemed to be completely ineffective. Absol was emitting strong wind circles in all directions. Normally the attributes of Pokemon Gardevoir could restrain Absol. However, the Absol on the totem had different energy and other attributes, making it impossible for their skills to restrain Absol. Sandstorm Tornado. Absol unleashed his own skills, and Dandy immediately ordered Gardevoir to counterattack. Gardevoir's magic flashed and rushed forward. The wind was so strong that it made it difficult for people to open their eyes. It was not certain whether Gardevoir could survive it. Dandy could deal with Absol by himself, and he could summon the NET Pokemon. Qin Mu said, what are you waiting for? Why don't you release the NET Pokemon quickly? Gardevoir, which possesses electric energy, is still no match for Absol. The skills used by Absol will make the environment in the entire space worse. The Sandstorm skill will continue to push forward. Such a powerful wave force will cause continuous damage to the Pokemon present. The Pokemon released by Dandy is Blizzard King, which has powerful wind and snow power. This time we can resist its energy. Qin Mu's ultimate dragon has always been at an advantage. The energy of his ultimate dragon is no worse than that of the Pokemon on the ancient totem. A powerful sandstorm tornado pushed towards this side, and the blizzard of Blizzard King descended. The ice skills instantly spread forward and glaciers protruded from the ground one after another. Serena said, we have entered several floors of the bell tower. The abilities of these Pokemon are very special. Have you discovered that Qin Mu's dragon Pokemon can completely resist? I think it is because they are all ultimate dragon. Qin Mu's ultimate dragon energy is really strong and can withstand the energy on the totem. I'm really worried that Dandy won't be able to deal with that guy. He doesn't allow outsiders to intervene, so he has to rely on himself to solve it. When Zulan and Xiao Ia arrived here, they didn't find Guzma and Akroma. There was indeed a cave here, and the two of them walked into the cave carefully. Xiao Ia said, you see, there are still a lot of Pokemon imprisoned here, but these Pokemon seem to be low-level Pokemon. So Athena didn't lie to us. Through special methods they communicated with these Pokemon, and it turned out to be Akroma and the others. Xiao Ia and Zulan released all the Pokemon here. Did they capture Emperor Yan to achieve their goal of fusion? Zulan said, I think so. I wonder why Athena runs so fast. Why did he tell this to both of us again? The rockets never do this kind of thing. It should be related to Emperor Yan. Never mind, there is no way for the two of us to solve it. We can only find Qin Mu and contact him first, and then find Akroma and Guzma. The tornado that spread towards this side was blocked by the blizzard, and the two energies have been in a stalemate. In addition to the power of the blizzard, it is also supported by the electric energy of Gardevoir. Gardevoir, which inherited the telecommunication energy on the totem, has become much stronger and its wave power can last longer than before. Absol instantly attacked forward again, increasing the power of the tornado. It quickly turned into the center of the storm, wrapped its body in the storm and continued to impact the blizzard in front. Absol actually wanted to hit like this. Every skill has its flaws and it cannot fight against the restraining skills. Absol entered the storm and impacted forward. The purpose is to make up for the flaws. He gathered the wave power around him in this skill. To read the violent novel, just go to Follow Novel Network. Dandy said. Gardevoir attacked. Dandy felt that this was a good opportunity to let Gardevoir unleash his powerful energy. The powerful electric energy and magic flash skills quickly rushed into the black sandstorm. Gardevoir and Blizzard King joined forces to achieve the effect that Dandy wanted. Serena said they succeeded. It seems that Absol will not be able to hold on for much longer. Sheen Mew's Ultra Dragon had an absolute advantage and the Pokemon on the totem was no match for him. 10,000 ultralight swords rushed forward. Under such a strong attack, the Pokemon on the totem instantly turned into a beam of light and flew onto the wall. An energy stone, a stone with fire power, entered the body of the ultimate dragon. The ultimate dragon spewed out a long flame and it inherited the energy of the totem, the fire energy. Sheen Mew had finished the battle and Dandy was still entangled with Absol. Serena said, "Let me try. Come out, Garchomp." When Serena released the Pokemon on the wall turned into a ray of light and appeared in front of him. Garchomp is a dragon-type Pokemon with strong wind energy, and the Pokemon that appeared on the wall is Stonyuing. It is a Pokemon with dragon attributes and rock attribute. The energy of dual-type Pokemon is generally very strong. Sheen Mew said, "The battle of Dandy is about to end. Xiaoyi, do you want to try it? I'd better give up. Is it true that my Pokemon lineup is completely unable to resist them? I will definitely practice harder when I get back." Meow Meow didn't even have to think about it. He could only watch the fun from the side. He had completely given up. If Damathena was with me, maybe the result would be different. I am fighting alone. How can I be a match for these totems? Meow Meow was very angry. He couldn't get any energy stone. He knew that only by defeating the energy on the totem through his own wave power could he obtain 1/4 of those stones. Now the mechanism here has been found. They just need to wait for them to obtain energy and then Sheen Mew and the others can leave this floor. Athena watched Yao Zilan and Xiao Ia go over, but the two guys had disappeared. Where would they go? There was one thing he was very clear about, that is Zilan and Xiao Ia would never let Guzma and Akroma go. If he could track the whereabouts of these two people and report to them, would there be a way to deal with them? When he thought of this, he was so excited that he immediately contacted Sakeke. Guzma and his men have found Entei, but unfortunately with my current abilities I am no match for them. I have a plan in progress. If it succeeds, I hope Yandi will belong to our rocket. Chapter 229. Your plan is really good. I will send people to support your Musashi and Xiaojilan. Aren't the two of them over there in the ruin? I asked them to watch Sheen Mew there, and when Sheen Mew and his men came out, I would find a way to snatch the energy stones from them. The two of them can't leave there for the time being. Meowth is in the ruin. I hope he can find a way. Then with the help of Musashi and Kojiro, the stones will belong to our rocket team. Alright, then you find the location of Guzma and Akroma as soon as possible and we will reap the benefit. Everything will go according to his plan. In addition to Xiao Ia and Zulan, who are looking for the whereabouts of Guzma and others, the people of Team Rocket are asking around, and Athena and others are looking for these two people along the track. Zulan said, "Strange, why can't we contact Sheen Mew and the others?" The two of them contacted Xiaozai, and Xiaozai might help them find the whereabouts of Guzma. Sheen Mew and the others went to the ruins, so they probably can't be contacted for the time being. I will try to find a way to help you find Guzma's whereabouts and we'll contact each other then. When Professor Oak heard about Entei, he was very angry. Akroma was simply too abominable, always targeting these Pokemon. It would be better if he used normal means, but such a special means was clearly to force the fusion of these Pokemon. Xiaozai and Xiaomao will go to help. I hope they can find Guzma and Akroma quickly and save Entei in time. In a deep jungle, Akroma and Guzma appeared here, and this time no one knew their whereabouts. They built this house not long ago. It was simply built with wood and all the equipment inside was there. Entei was pressed under the net and couldn't move. How do you want to fuse its energy? You can't fuse it with a low-level Pokemon. It must be said that Akroma is indeed a very powerful person. The machines he developed are used to synthesize Pokemon. With his continuous research, the synthesis rate has been greatly improved. These damn guys always come to stop us. We must not be soft-hearted when we meet them. Net time. Guzma said, when I become stronger they will not be able to fight back. Whether it is Sheen Mew or other champion trainers, they will be defeated by me. The medals are useless to me. How could he know that Sheen Mew and his team had greatly improved their strength in the ruin? Not only Sheen Mew's Mewtwo Kuno and even Suikun's abilities have been improved and the power of the wave is very strong. Qin Mu has already obtained the energy he wanted and now he is just waiting for Dante and Serena to end the battle. Dante finally defeated Absol and obtained Absol's energy. It's really not easy. Serena fought the Pokemon on the totem very seriously. His Pokemon Glory was also a very powerful opponent of Garchomp. In addition to having Rock and Dragon attributes, his special ability was Psychic, which Serena had never imagined. Dragon-type Pokemon with Psychic attributes are very powerful. Qin Mu said, "This is the first time I've seen this happen. You should be careful." Dandis said, "I think these energies are more powerful than Energy Stone. Energy Stones only increase their levels, but obtaining these abilities completely increases their wave power and attribute." Qin Mu saw this, but it was a pity that the number of Pokemon on each layer of totems was limited. It was really as they said, even if all the Pokemon on the totems appeared, they would not be able to deal with them, and each Pokemon that appeared would be stronger than the last. In order to get out of here smoothly, Qin Mu and his friends decided to stop while they were ahead and leave here after getting the energy they wanted. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. The rock attribute of the stone-winged dragon has a strong defensive ability. The Lucario summoned by Serena threw two big sticks forward and attacked the stone-winged dragon quickly. Lucario is famous for its fast attack speed, and Serena's Lucario also obtains special energy. Garchomp and Lucario attacked together and the powerful wind attribute spread forward. Meow Meow said, "It's so annoying, otherwise I'll go take a Waith Bell now and let them get nothing." Walking quietly over there, how could Qin Mu not see its trajectory? Qin Mu said, "Meow Meow, you should not do this. When you go up before you take off the bell, a Pokemon will appear to deal with you. Which Pokemon on the totem do you think you can defeat with your energy?" He almost forgot about this. He ran back immediately. Others had no way to intervene. It was impossible to deal with the Pokemon on the totem with their own abilities. If Qin Mu hadn't reminded him in time, he might have stayed here. It was really annoying. Meow Meow hated to be with these guys. When he was with them, he always felt inferior and became the weakest Pokemon. There was no way. None of their Rocket Team members were here. They only left him here. He had to follow the others to get out. Outside, Guzma and the others had not yet carried out their NET plan. He had to find a Pokemon that could match it to fuse. To achieve the effect he wanted most, he knew the strength of Yanda very well. One of the three sacred beasts, Acroma, couldn't weigh such a powerful Pokemon in vain. The NET plan was to find Legong and fuse the energy of thunder and fire together. It would be even harder for them to find Legong. It had already taken them a lot of trouble to find Entei. Finding Legong was harder than climbing to the sky. He had to find him no matter what. In order to achieve their goal, they immediately set out to find Legong. As for Entei, he would stay here since he couldn't get away anyway. The rock attribute of Stone-Ewing Dragon allowed it to transform into several pieces of gravel and charge forward. Lucario kept waving the stick in his hand, bouncing all the stones back. Qin Mu said, "The psychic attribute is very special. It strengthens one's attack ability. It seems that it's not bad for dragon-type Pokemon to have a super psychic attribute. With Serena's ability, it would be no problem to defeat the Stone-Ewing Dragon in front of him, but it would be impossible for a Pokemon lineup to do it. The cooperation between Garchomp and Lucario is particularly good, which can launch a powerful attack to attack the totem Pokemon in front." Chapter 230. The two Pokemon released their power, combining their skills. Qin Mu said, "Serena is so smart. She actually thought of this idea. The combined power of the skills will be doubled, but doing so will expose the weaknesses of the two Pokemon and will be more obvious than before." Dante said, "That's true. I think Serena has her own plans for this choice." Stonewing's skills spread towards this side. After all, it is a dragon-type Pokemon and the dragon wave is inevitable. Garchomp and Lucario, the combined attack of their skills has been brought to the extreme. If this goes on, it will be difficult for Stone-Ewing to fight back. "Is there any hope?" Meow said, "Why don't you leave if you have found the mechanism? Why are you wasting time here?" The sandstorm of the land shark spread around him and a tornado of sand and dust pushed forward. Lucario threw his stick in front of the sandstorm. Driven by the sandstorm, it will rush towards the stone-winged dragon at a faster speed. Xiaowei was so envious that she had their abilities and would definitely find a way to get what she wanted. Although Xiaowei was envious, she did not have the record-keeping heart of Meow Meow. Qin Mu looked at the communicator on his wrist. Why was it flashing all the time? But there was no way to communicate with the outside world. Here was someone looking for him. I don't know what happened to cause such a situation. The stone-winged dragon flapped its wings and burst out with powerful electrical energy. The Phi-Ed energy it released was not a volt attack, but the electrical energy that appeared when the wings flapped. This phenomenon will only occur when a certain speed is reached and there is constant friction. This is the special feature of the stone-winged dragon. Not only is his defense ability particularly strong, but his dragon wave ability is also very strong. Now this kind of fast lightning power has appeared. Looking at his very regular movements, it is obvious that this power is emitted by himself, not accidentally. Land Shark Fire Fang Attack. Serena's favorable Land Shark is not simple. In addition to having fire abilities, it also has a very strong forward charge ability. It has a very high defensive attribute and has learned many ground attack skills. Then came the Destruction Beam. Lucario and Garchomp used their skills to attack Shi Yulong in front of them. Shadow Clone attacks with a jet of flame. Dandis said, great, that's about it. The slaves of Li Bite Lu Shark who can inherit lightning will be even more powerful. Qin Mu was already shocked by the lightning attack emitted by Stone Wing Dragon, but he didn't expect Lu Shark's attack ability to surprise Qin Mu even more. Akroma and Guzma left Yandi there and went to look for Lei Gong. They knew that no one would find them in this place. When they appeared in the town again, they were seen by Zulan. Isn't he Akroma and Guzma? We have been looking for them everywhere but couldn't find them, and we unexpectedly ran into them here. Zai hasn't received any news yet and we unexpectedly ran into them here. If the two of us follow them, can we find Yandi? It's strange the two of them are here. Where did he take Yandi? Xiao Ia said, we can't let them know the two of us will follow him and we must find a way to find Yandi. It would be impossible to find Yandi if Guzma and Akroma knew that someone was following them. To read the e-citing novel, go to Falu Novel Network. Zilin was also very clear about this. They had no choice but to follow these two people quietly. Maybe they would have a chance to bring Yandi out. Athena said, where the hell did you hide Yandi? Sakeki was still waiting for news from Athena. Such a long time had passed. Why was there no news at all? What's going on? Do you have a plan over there? Of course I have my own plan. I am following them now. Let me find out where Yandi grows and then go back and take it away quietly. Or let him go. Maybe Yandi is our rocket team. It's just that I have been following them for a long time but I haven't found any trace of Akroma and Guzma. Now that I know their whereabouts, I just need to follow closely behind. Well, you must keep a close eye on that side. We must not let them get away this time. In the illusion, Qin Mu didn't know who was looking for him and them. If he wanted to know who contacted them, he had to get out of this place. The ruins were so strange that it was difficult for them to get out. The fierce bite of the land shark burst out a powerful vort energy. The impact of this vort was very strong. It slowly rotated forward and rushed towards the stone dragon. The vort was relatively large, so the speed was not so fast, but the attack ability was very strong. The stone dragon might not be able to hold on. Qin Mu said, this should be the last blow. Meow Meow was really stunned to see such a powerful force. This also made all his hair stand up. Think about the fact that Serena, Qin Mu and Dandy are so powerful. How can he and Athena fight against them? This is simply too terrifying. How can I possibly complete the task they assigned to me? If there really was a way to escape here, Meow Meow would have left long ago. He didn't want to stay here at all. The entire level of the ruins was hit hard and the stone-winged dragon was defeated. Although he had an endless supply of wave power, he was still defeated by the flame land shark. A stone with lightning energy was suspended in the air and flew into the poke ball of Lai Wangyo land shark, allowing land shark to gain the ability of lightning. Great Serena succeeded and the stone-winged dragon flew back into the totem. Xiao Yi said, Serena, you are so awesome. This flame land shark is the one you often fight with, right? Yes. Qin Mu pulled the leader upward. They decided to leave this floor. When the bell fell, it made a crisp sound. The regional energy of this floor dissipated instantly and the totem turned into a normal color without the light emitting wildly. An upward passage appeared in front of them and they continued to walk up along this staircase. Entering the NET floor, it was different from all the previous places. It was like an ice-covered world. It was in this tower. The totem on the wall was still there, but the scene was snow white and everything seemed to be carved out of ice. Chapter 231. It seems that this is a powerful ice energy formed by the Pokemon here. The Pokemon on the totem are almost all ice energy Pokemon, some of which have dual attribute. The ice Pokemon in the totem appeared and a Pokemon like a boulder appeared in front of Qin Mu and the others. If he stood there motionless, he would look like a boulder. It's just that this boulder is carved out of ice. Ice Pokemon giant rock monster. Qin Mu immediately released the nine-tailed Alola. Alola did not release a colorful appearance but appeared in its most primitive form, entering the scene with a snow-white body, and a blizzard descended. A powerful blizzard descended in this place. It was originally snow-white everywhere and the power of the blizzard made people feel particularly cold. Meowth was shivering with cold. What the hell is going on? Ice Pokemon are used in such a small space. How can it withstand it? He quickly ran towards Xiao Wei. Xiao Wei found Meowth's appearance a little funny. He quickly knocked away the frozen ice in front of him. The attack of light was enough to prove the power of Ninetales. Ninetales inherited the power of the totem, so it was naturally capable of dealing with the giant rock monster in front of it. Serena said, are the ice Pokemon here so scary? The power they emit can actually make people feel feel the temperature is 690 degrees. Qin Mu possesses rainbow feathers, thunder feathers and drops of heart. A person with so much energy appears here. His energy can indeed attract the energy on the totem. The defense of the ice rock monster is very high, much more powerful than the one that Guzma recaptured. Pieces of ice that looked like rocks rushed forward. 7 rays of colorful light burst out, continuously rushing forward to break the ice rushing towards him. The ice flame rushed forward and even the rays of light rushing out were colorful. I don't know if there will be a melee this time. Dandy and Serena did not intervene. With Qin Mu's ability it is no problem to deal with a Pokemon on the totem. More the 9-tailed Alola inherited the power of the totem. The two of them continued to search for this floor. The mechanism must be found so that after they inherit the power they need they can leave here. Dandy said, I found the bell on the upper floor and there is also a leader here. Look. Sure enough, there is a bell tied above a door-like shape. Bite B. Serena looked around the wall again but didn't find any protruding object. It seemed to be the bell. As long as they found the mechanism they could fight however they wanted. Don't worry, they will be trapped here. The strong ice flame impact shattered the ice in front and some of the broken ice fell to the ground and turned into a powerful ice smoothie. Ice Pokemon can control all object here. Qin Mu found the bell. It seemed that they had mastered the rhythm of this tower. Alola's colorful light began to flash continuously and its tail also turned into colorful colors. The blizzard he descended also changed exactly like Alola on the totem before and a colorful blizzard appeared. What a beautiful blizzard! The colorful colors covered the white blizzard. The power of the totem is so strong. In addition to these it can also spray strong flames which is restrained for ice Pokemon. Alola's ability is so strong that the ancient giant rock monster in front is no match for Alola. Dandy said, Qin Mu's Alola is getting stronger and stronger. At this time they heard the voice of Latios. Is this the Latios they met on that floor before? At first only the sound gradually came into their ears and then a phantom Latios appeared above. You are good. It is amazing that a trainer can successfully enter here. The difficulty above will be very high. I know that your Pokemon lineup is not comparable to that of ordinary people, but with your current strength there is no way to move forward. The power here is beyond your estimation. Now you can leave the illusion. This is the only way to read the e-citing novel. Go to Falu Novel Network. Come back to Zero Tower when you have great strength. When Meow Meow heard that they could leave here he was so happy that he rushed out first. Qin Mu said, what should we do with the giant rock monster? Of course you have to defeat him before you can leave here. Qin Mu's Alola defeated the giant rock monster so easily. What kind of ability does this giant rock monster have? At present his attributes have not yet fully E-plotted and so far he has only used ice energy. When Alola E-plotted with fire power and attacked forward, the giant rock monster finally changed. He actually transformed into an earth-type Pokemon. This way it is not afraid of the flames ejected by Alola. Qin Mu said, so it is a ground attribute. Serena said, since we can't go on to the NET level we can only choose to leave here. Qin Mu was thinking, is Latios the core here? Are all the energy inherited from him? Or is there some special object? This matter has not been figured out yet. Do they have to improve their strength before they can enter the ruins again? Forget about it, defeat the rock monster first. After possessing the earth attribute it blocked the eruption of flame. Meowth has already rushed out and he ran forward without looking back. Kojiro said, isn't that Meowth? He's out. Meowth was so happy to see Kojiro and Musashi that he immediately pounced on the two of them. Meow Meow, where is the energy stone you brought back? But Athena asked us to wait for you here. Where is Athena? He came out by himself. Why didn't he bring me out with him? We are not quite sure about this. Haven't you and Athena always been together? He told us to separate and look for the energy stone and then disappeared. You have no idea how terrifying it is in there. The power of those Pokemon is really scary. I am lucky to get out alive. I have been guarding here for so long but there is nothing. If I had known that the two of them would not be waiting here for Meowth to come out. Alola's power continued to fight against the rock monster. This road can last until they leave. As long as they leave the ruins this road will disappear. Qin Mu said, ice flame impact. The power of freezing spread and the rock monster changed instantly. It changed so quickly. Dandy said, it is worthy of being the ancient totem power. It would be better if Alola inherited this power. Chapter 232. Alola used the freezing beam. A beam of light rushed forward at an extremely high speed and any target it hit would be frozen. There were 7 freezing beams of colorful light rushing forward. Wherever it hit it was immediately frozen and the giant rock monster in front of him dodged very quickly. Alola didn't want to give it any chance to escape so his colorful light kept shooting forward. The giant rock monster's body emitted a white light and rushed forward with ice flame. The powerful ice energy collided and pieces of ice fell from the sky followed by dense ice cubes. Fortunately Serena and Dante were hiding nearby and they would not be able to withstand such a strong ice rain in the middle. Xiao Wei said, Lord, what a spectacular battle scene. The energy of the Pokemon on the totem is inestimable and this method can't deal with it. He can only convert Alola's ability. The giant rock monster is an ice Pokemon with powerful rock power and strong defense ability. The same power has no great effect on it. Latios has appeared and they have a chance to leave the ruin. As long as Chin Mew defeats the ice rock monster they can leave and the Pokemon on the totem will not appear again. This tower is so high that it reaches the sky. Chin Mew and his team have no way to go up there with their current abilities. Latios asked them to leave here temporarily. After they improve their abilities in the future it will not be too late to come back to the ruin. Alola transformed his abilities. Alola, who inherited the fire ability, changed his body instantly and his colorful tail turned into a fiery red. The powerful flame rushed forward and fiery red snowflakes floated all over the sky. The objects in the shape of fiery red snowflakes do not belong to ice skills. They are all burning flames and they look like snowflakes. This scene is simply too spectacular. Alola inherited the power of the Pokemon on the totem and transformed into a fire Pokemon. Dandy said this way the skills can counter each other. The giant rock monster won't last long. Serena said that Meow Meow guy ran away really fast. Maybe he wanted to leave here a long time ago. Musashi and Kojiro had already left here with Meow Meow. Their mission failed and they did not stay to wait for Chin Mew and the others to come out but chose to leave directly. Kojiro said, listening to your narration it's really magical. Is not that right? I don't know what kind of energy Athena got from it but Chin Mew, Serena, Dandy and Xiaowei all got energy stones from it and inherited the energy from the totems. It is incredible that Pokemon can inherit the abilities of other Pokemon. You know what, I have never been in there. Those abilities are the energy of the totem in the bell tower. The Pokemon on the totem are ancient Pokemon and low-level Pokemon like me are not on them. Looking at Meowth's lost look, Xiao Shilang knew how disappointed he was that he didn't get any energy. You made us wait here for so long. We thought you could come up with something but we came back empty-handed. Meow Meow didn't want to come back empty-handed. He had no way to get energy stones from Chin Mew and the others. These people were now stronger than before. Athena would be very angry if she knew that Meow Meow came back empty-handed. He didn't have time to pay attention to this side now. He was quietly following Zulan and Xiao Ia. Zulan said, it's strange, why do they have to walk around even though they have already obtained Entei? Are they still looking for rewards for beating other Pokemon? The Pokemon they have are forced synthesis Pokemon. Entei forced synthesis should not be synthesized with ordinary Pokemon. Are they also planning to target Feng Wang and Lei Gong? This possibility is not impossible. We must not let their plan succeed. They want to capture both Entei and Thunder God. What on earth do they want to do? Athena doesn't care about that. What he wants is the high-level Pokemon caught by Akroma and Guzma. To read the e-citing novel, go to Falu Novel Network. No matter what method he uses he will make Entei obey his orders. Where on earth would they hide Emperor Yan? If I knew I would bring him out right now. Sakeki was very angry after hearing what Meow Meow said. He didn't expect that he and Athena didn't bring anything out after going in. He was very interested in the ruin. This ruins is full of treasures, why not go in again? Anyway, that thing won't disappear if left there, so there's no need to rush. The fire energy that erupted from Alola in the ruins completely suppressed the giant rock monster in front of him. Under the impact of the fire energy this space has changed. It is no longer an ice realm. It has long since become a fire realm and the fire energy is greater than the ice energy. The Pokemon on the totem flew back leaving the rock attribute behind. The rock energy stone fell on Alola giving him the rock attribute again. A Pokemon has ice energy, fire energy and rock attributes at the same time. Alola's energy has increased so much. Dandy said this is so surprising. Ice and fire can have these two dual attributes like this. Coupled with the rock attribute the defense ability is greatly improved. Alola's current combat power is already very high. The Pokemon on the totem will not fly out again and Chin Mew and the others decided to leave here. Latios had no need to lie to them. They could choose not to leave now and continue to move forward. That would be very dangerous. For safety reasons they decided to follow Latios's arrangement and leave the ruins now. Walking out along this passage the space behind them disappeared instantly and they returned to the stone chamber they came from before. Serena and the others woke up. This is a real experience, not a dream. Chin Mew said, why don't you try it and no. Come out Alola nine-tailed FO. A rainbow of colors instantly appeared in front of them and colorful snowflakes were floating all over the sky. This is all really great, we can get out of here now. Chin Mew and his team left the ruins and the researchers outside finally saw them. You disappeared after you entered. What happened? Chin Mew said, I entered a special space in a stone chamber. So that's how it is. No wonder when someone broke in we searched for a long time inside but didn't see any of you. There is still one person who has not been found. He should have entered the illusionary space like you. Chapter 233. You should be talking about Athena who came out a long time ago as well as that Meow. They narrated what they encountered in the ruins to the researchers. It takes chances to enter the illusion space and not everyone can enter. No wonder we have been studying here for so long and still haven't discovered the secrets of the ruin. Qin Mu and his team will describe the conditions and scenes of each level of the ruins for the researchers to record. It's a pity that Qin Mu and his team didn't walk through the entire fantasy space of the ruin. They will come back if they have the chance. When you have the ability, go in again. It's simply amazing. Through the narration of Qin Mu and the others, the researchers were able to determine that if you are not a strong trainer, there is no way to get in. To enter the illusion of the ruins, first of all you must be a strong trainer. Secondly, there is a certain probability in the sea and not everyone who enters the stone chamber can be teleported in. After coming out, Qin Mu and the others' communicators showed that it was Zulan who contacted them. Zai also got in touch. What exactly is going on between them? Qin Mu decided to contact Zulan immediately to see what happened over there. Zulan saw that Qin Mu had replied, so he and Xiao Ia hid. They couldn't let Akroma and Guzma find out that the two of them were still following behind. It's Qin Mu, have you come out of the ruin? Qin Mu said, yes, we just came out of the ruins. Is there anything wrong? There is no way to receive your message in the ruin. It was about Akroma and Guzma. The two of them captured Yan Di. We don't know where they are hiding Yan Di now. We are following them. Xiao Ia and I felt that these two people seemed to be planning to catch Lei Gong. Judging from the direction they were heading, they seemed to be going to catch Lei Gong. They used special means to trap Entei. We were originally trying to find a way to free Entei, but our abilities were limited and we were no match for Akroma and Guzma. Qin Mu knew how powerful the Pokemon in Akroma's hands were, and the special synthesis method had indeed improved his strength a lot. So this is why Zai contacted me. Yes, Zai doesn't know yet, but the two of them are planning to kill Lei Gong again, and Entei hasn't been rescued yet, so the two of us are keeping an eye on them. Xiao Ia said, I think in addition to Akroma and Guzma, Team Rocket is likely to be involved in this matter, so you should hurry over here. We will go there right now and stop their actions. After hanging up the video call, Qin Mu and Serena prepared to set off immediately. Xiao Wei said, I'll go with you. Stone-winged dragon appeared and they sat on the back of Stone-winged dragon and flew towards the mountain range. The reason why Thunder God appeared there was because lightning was generated at the top of the mountain all year round and Thunder God liked to stay there. The holy beast gave the ability to sense pure heart. If the trainer does not have a pure heart, it is impossible to subdue them. Serena said, Guzma and Akroma are really hateful. Why do they treat Pokemon like this? The synthesized Pokemon is very powerful. Every synthesis causes great damage to Pokemon. Many Pokemon died because of this. Qin Mu knew it clearly. The synthesized Pokemon is very powerful. For synthesis is different. The Pokemon itself has undergone great changes and lost their independent consciousness. Akroma said, I don't know if Zulan and the others are targeting us. Guzma thought it was okay for Zulan and the others to stare at us because they couldn't stop their actions anyway. The only thing he was worried about was whether Entei in the jungle would be discovered by someone. To read the e-citing novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Akroma was relieved to leave Entei there. He was sure enough that no one would find that place. See that place? It is always covered with dark cloud and thunder. That place is the favorite place of Thunder God. As long as we can capture Rei Cao and fuse Entei and Rei Cao successfully, we will be the strongest trainer and no one will be our opponent. Ha ha ha, I'm really looking forward to it. Zai Zulan and the others have discovered the whereabouts of Akroma and the others. We are heading there. We already know about the Yandi. Okay, I got it. I hope you can successfully rescue Entei and don't let him fall into the hands of Guzma and the others. Athena stood below and looked at the dark cloud and thunder in the sky. These guys went in that direction. Could they be looking for the NET Pokemon? Guzma and his men have really big ambitions. No, we Team Rocket will never let them become the strongest trainer. The Stone-winged dragon is very fast. The location of the ruins is not far from the mountains here. Qin Mu and his team quickly arrive here and met up with Zulan and Xiao Xia. Seeing the Stone-winged dragon in the sky, Zulan knew that Qin Mu and his team had arrived. The Stone-winged dragon landed steadily on the ground and 4 people jumped off its back. Great, you guys are finally here. I was just wondering how to stop them. Now we are just following them and we don't know whether Guzma and Akroma will really attack Rei Cao. Qin Mu thinks it would be better for them to follow behind, and it would be even better if they don't deal with Rei Cao. He hopes to find the whereabouts of Entei. Only by quietly following them can we determine where Entei is. With the strength of Akroma and the others, it is impossible to deal with Rei Cao with only the ability of Pokemon. Akroma, like Professor Oak, likes research and he had already thought of a way to deal with Rei Cao before taking action. In the backpack behind him is a 1/4 telescopic cage that can isolate the power of lightning. They will design traps to let Rei Cao enter. In this way it can be trapped in the cage and taken away directly. Everything is in his plan. The last time they were caught up by Zulan and Xiao Ia, they didn't stop them. The two were extremely careful and kept paying attention to their surroundings to see if anyone was following them. The area with thunder and lightning above is not something that ordinary people dare to enter. There is a risk of life at any time. Qin Mu said, are they going to die? They even dared to go to that place. It is very dangerous where the thunder god appears. Dan Emperor said it would be better if these two hateful guys were struck by lightning so that they would not always have such ideas and would do anything to achieve their goal. Chapter 234. Qin Mu and his group stayed here looking up at the sky where dark clouds were densely covered with lightning and thunder. These two guys were really brave enough to dare to enter such a place. Since Akroma dared to come to this place, he must be confident enough. How could he not know that places with dense lightning and thunder were more dangerous? Akroma used a special method to avoid the lightning and came to this area to find the whereabouts of Lei Gong. Serena said they have already gone in. Should we follow them in? Qin Mu said now we can only go in and follow them. We can't see what they are doing inside if we stay here. Akroma and Guzma encountered the Dream Demon after entering this venue. The Dream Demon is a very powerful Pokemon. It is definitely not simple to appear in this area. His body glowed like a gem. Instantly double the wave power burst out. All the rock fragments on the ground flew up to the sky and rushed directly towards Akroma and Guzma. The rock attribute attack plus the power gem, such a powerful wave power spread forward. Akroma instantly released his giant centipede. A very large centipede appeared here. Black poisonous gas sprayed forward. The front view was blocked and a ray of light turned into a ray of light that penetrated the black mist and shot to this side. Hawkies appeared and it immediately formed a strong defensive barrier in front, refracting such death rays. The synthesized Hawkies has super strong defensive capabilities and its defensive barrier can refract light type skill attack. This little guy who doesn't know his own limits, in that case let's take him back as well. Akroma didn't care. After all, these Pokemon were all used for research. This trick didn't work and the Dream Demon used an illusion attack. Ghastly appeared here. Ghastly had not been synthesized yet and was a Pokemon that Guzma had owned a long time ago. His ability was to lurk in the shadows and attack without being noticed. The Dream Demon also had the ability to travel through the shadows. Qin Mu and the others arrived here quickly. Serena immediately summoned the Zapdos. The Zapdos could absorb the power of lightning. Qin Mu and the others entered here and under the protection of the Zapdos they would be absolutely safe. The Dream Demon began to attack with the death song. Qin Mu came to this place still looking for Akroma and the others. Hearing this death song, it was obviously a skill attack from the Dream Demon and they quickly walked towards the side where the song was coming from. Several people were just trying to find their traces and were not in a hurry to pose their position. Qin Mu said it's the Dream Demon. They haven't found Ray Cow yet. Tajekis's air slash instantly spread forward and Ghastly in the shadow was attacking it. Of course Akroma wanted to make a quick decision. His purpose in coming here was to find Ray Cow, not to be delayed by the little elf the Dream Demon. Get rid of it quickly, don't waste time, we must find Thunder God quickly to complete our NET plan. The Pokemon launched a strong attack. How could a Dream Demon resist their Pokemon attack? When the power of the wave was almost consumed, he threw out a Pokeball and collected the Dream Demon. After solving the trouble in front of them, the two continued to move forward. Akroma also looked around to see if anyone was following. Athena saw that Qin Mu and the others had already rushed into the minefield and she was still outside. He knew that it was very dangerous to enter there. There was no way to save his life. There was no way to go in. Damn it, how can I get in? Athena suddenly thought of his electric Pokemon. He immediately ran forward, summoned his electric Pokemon and rushed to the lightning area. Where did the strange man go? Where did Qin Mu and his friends go? To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. When Athena came in, Qin Mu and his friends had already followed Akroma's pace and moved to the NET place. Akroma didn't find anyone following them. Athena came in and didn't find anyone, so he ran inside quickly. He found traces of Pokemon fighting here and these people must have appeared. It was easy to deal with it after finding the traces, so he continued to search forward along this route. Qin Mu and his men were not found, but Guzma and Akroma were. Qin Mu and his men were hiding in the dark and Athena could not see them at all. The only thing she could see was these two men who were looking for Lei Gong. Athena knew that she was no match for Akroma, so she had to be careful. Don't let them find out or my plan will fail again. Athena pulled a piece of grass nearby and put it on her head. This way she could better hide herself. I wonder where Thunder God has gone. How come I haven't seen him for so long? Dandy said, from the looks of the two of them I know what they are looking for here. In such a dangerous place, what else can you look for besides looking for Lei Gong? Xiao Wei said, it's not that easy to find Lei Gong. Zai once said that it is not easy to find the sacred beast and it is even more difficult to obtain them. Qin Mu is very clear about this. 4 Pokemon one of the level of the 3 sacred beasts. They need to sense the pure heart in your body. Without this kind of pure heart training, it is impossible for the family to reach an agreement with them, let alone the 3 sacred beasts will become their Pokemon. The two searched for a long time but did not find the shadow of Raigong sitting down net to a stone. Guzma said, he won't be here, right? Maybe he's not here, but in most cases he'll be here. So as long as the two of us stay here, the God of Thunder will definitely appear. Yes, you are right. No matter what you do, you must persevere. Guzma is really looking forward to it. When he really has such a Pokemon, will his ability be stronger? He really wants to see himself standing there and defeating Qin Mu and Zulan. The two of them took a short break and continued on their way. Qin Mu saw that the things they carried should be things that block lightning. Lightning passed by them and would not hit these two people. Qin Mu said the things on their bodies are so special that they can actually block the power of lightning. Dan Di said, what kind of ability does Akroma have? What he did was incredible. In addition to forcibly synthesizing Pokemon, he also did other research just like catching Entei and Suicune. Chapter 235. Zulan asked, what did you find in the ruin? Why can't I contact you? Qin Mu said, this time we got a lot of good things. There is actually a fantasy place in the ruin. Fantasy place. The scene inside is very real, no different from reality, but it shows the mysterious power in the ruin. Is that power terrifying? Serena said, it was a very powerful force. We found it very strange. We don't know what kind of power supported the ruin. Unfortunately, our ability was limited and we didn't make it to the end. Hearing you say that, it really aroused my curiosity. Akroma and Guzma discovered that there was a cave in front of them and there were bursts of strange noises coming from the cave. Qin Mu and the others also focused their attention on this side and everyone was still. The two people walked in quietly and there was really a thunder god in the cave. A legendary Pokemon with electric attributes. His strength lies in the ability to release staggered lightning and lightning strike. He looks like a huge saber-toothed tiger. The body is very strong and has sharp fangs. The star-shaped headdress on the forehead covers the entire head. Behind him is brown hair like a cloud and powerful arcs of electricity emanate from his feet. Qin Mu and the others had encountered Thunder God in the illusion of the ruins and they were still very clear about his image. Several people were watching outside the cave entrance. It was Akroma and Guzma who walked in. He took out his 3 shuttle cage and prepared to attack. When Akroma was about to perform a move, Serena shouted, run Thunder God. When the two men were approaching, Lei Gong could sense it. His lightning-like tail and the arcs under his feet instantly sent out staggered lightning forward. Akroma and the others had been on guard to see if anyone was following them. They were still caught up by Qin Mu and the others. The strange thing was how Qin Mu and the others appeared here. Wasn't it Zulan and Xiao Ia who had been following them? Athena was also here on the other side. Facing so many powerful masters, he was not in a hurry to take action but just watched from the side. Lei Gong was obviously a little angry. His lightning rushed forward again and again. Akroma picked up the telescopic cage and prepared to throw it forward. This cage can absorb its lightning power. No matter how powerful its staggered lightning is, it can't hurt the two of them. It could have been caught smoothly, but Qin Mu appeared behind Lei Gong, which would hinder his plan. Akroma wanted to deal with Qin Mu and the others first. Now Lei Gong is very angry and he will attack the two of them. It's really a troublesome thing. You guys are really too abominable. You always block our good deed. Qin Mu said, you are wrong. It's not us who are hateful. It's you two who actually used this method to capture Pokemon. Yan Di is also in your hands. Hand him over quickly. Really like to meddle in other people's business. Lei Gong didn't expect that Entei was in their hands. The IQ of the Holy Beast level Pokemon was quite high. When the two people approached him, he already felt the threat. The telescopic cage had a particularly powerful force, which was the power that could isolate his lightning power. Guzma, go and stop them. Akroma took out his Pokeballs and gave them all to Guzma. Guzma turned on the battle mode. Akroma took the telescopic cage and quickly rushed towards Lei Gong. Guzma summoned Pokemon to block the attack of Qin Mu and his team. Gardevoir appeared and Dandy summoned Gardevoir. Guzma released the Night Slayer and the Giant Centipede. Serena released Lucario. The two of them must fight quickly because Qin Mu and his team have more people. To read the violent novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Qin Mu said, Zulan Xiao Ia, go to stop Akroma's actions. Xiao Ia's water-type Pokemon rushed forward instantly. Raikou's interlaced lightning attacked Akroma again. He had already given all his Pokeballs to Guzma. Now that Xiao Ia had summoned a water-type Pokemon, what could he use to resist? The cage in his hand could only block Raikou's electric attack. Guzma saw the situation behind him and immediately released 2 other Pokemon to stop Xiao Ia and Zulan. The colorful light emitted by Alola Ninetales and colorful ice and snow fell all over the sky. This was the first time Raikou had seen such a scene. He had never seen Alola have such an ability. To have such an ability, it must have inherited some special energy, otherwise an Alola ice-type Pokemon would not be in this state. Guzma and Akroma were all shocked, as well as Athena, who was hiding quietly on the other side. In addition to the fact that the Alola summoned by Chin Mew was different, the Gardevoir released by Dante was also different, and the Lucario in Serena's hands had all changed a lot. What is going on? How could Pokemon have such abilities? Did they encounter something in the ruin? Yes, why didn't I think of that? Chin Mew and the others have already come out. Maybe Meow Meow has come out too? Maybe what Meow Meow brings back will be even more valuable. When Athena thought of this, she smiled. If she knew that Meow Meow returned empty-handed, she would not smile like this. The powerful Alola emitted a death ray. The Pokemon in Guzma's hand couldn't resist at all. Zulan and Xiao Ia were held back by the two Pokemon, and Chin Mew quickly stood in front of Akroma. Suicune showed up, and it was this guy who trapped him last time. The water wave spread forward and the super strong water column rushed towards Akroma. It seemed that their plan was going to fail. Guzma said, "What should we do? Let's leave here first. It doesn't matter if we can't get Thunder God, they still have Entei in their hands. Now we have to find a way to get rid of Chin Mew and the others." He released the double bullet gas and quickly threw it at Chin Mew, and they produced a powerful explosion. Guzma and Akroma immediately ran outside, summoned their flying Pokemon, and quickly left here. Thunder God is safe for the time being. Chin Mew and the others want to rescue Entei, who is still in their hands, and they can't let them run away. Chin Mew said it's best to destroy the cage in his hand after catching up with them so that Thunder God will not be in danger. This kind of cage with special energy is not something that can be made casually, and it must use special energy stone. This kind of stone is very difficult to find, otherwise Akroma would definitely not regard it as a treasure. Chapter 236. Akroma and his men had been prepared for this. The two of them withdrew from Mount Yulei, but they were worried that Chin Mew and his men would follow them, so they did not return directly to the place where Emperor Yan was. The ghastly released by Chin Mew had been attached to the two men. Guzma did not notice. They always try to stop us from doing good things. If they hadn't taken action this time, Lei Gong would have been captured long ago. Lei Gong caught up with Chin Mew and the others. He has a stronger flying ability. Athena originally wanted to take advantage of the situation, but she didn't expect the result to be completely different from what she thought. He saw the Alola released by Chin Mew. The colorful light was very dazzling, and the colorful snow falling from the sky was still echoing in his mind. Athena, who came to her senses, caught up with them in an instant. Chin Mew and the others were moving very slowly, keeping a long distance from Akroma and Guzma. The two of them couldn't see anyone following them at all. Guzma said, "They won't let us go easily. You block their way. No matter what, you can't let them target you." Guzma stayed. Akroma quickly flew forward. Two double bullet gas rushed towards Chin Mew and his team first. The stone pterosaur landed on the ground, and Guzma also landed on the ground. "Why do you always follow me?" Chin Mew said, "Tell me where you imprisoned Emperor Yan. What does it have to do with you? If Yan Emperor belongs to us, why tell us his whereabouts? If you had obtained Emperor Yan through normal means, I wouldn't be here. Your despicable synthesis method is not what a trainer should do." Guzma knew that it was useless to say anything. They would definitely find Entei. In order to stop them and buy time for Akroma, he immediately released his own Night Skull. The synthesized Night Skull exuded black air all over its body. Dandy immediately released Gardevoir. The light blue light circle spread forward, filled with powerful electric ability. Guzma saw Gardevoir and said, "You are still talking about our synthesis method. How can Gardevoir have electrical energy?" Gardevoir could not have this kind of energy at all. He knew that Gardevoir was a psychic Pokemon. Chin Mew said, "We are absolutely different from you. Gardevoir's ability comes from the energy stone in the ruin. It is not what you think at all." Hearing Chin Mew mention the word ruins, he suddenly had an idea about this place. Gardevoir itself does not have electric energy. The ability to exert this energy is either because it has increased its attributes after synthesis, or as Chin Mew said, it has obtained a special energy stone. The energy stone can change the attributes of Pokemon. Wouldn't it be better to do this, and it is faster than synthesizing them? Gardevoir teleported and launched a second attack. He moved behind the Night Demon, ready to launch a powerful lightning attack. Obtaining an energy stone can indeed gain electric attributes, and his electric attributes cannot use the skill Volt attack. It's just that there is an Etra attribute. Having electric energy does not mean that this Pokemon can use the skills of electric Pokemon. Guzma believed what Chin Mew said very much. If it was through synthesis, the Alola he released before could not have been colorful. Obviously it was the special energy that gave them such power. Serena said, "He is clearly delaying time here to give Akroma a chance to leave. It's useless for Xiao Ia and Zulan to chase after him. They are no match for Akroma." Chin Mew said, "Dandy, you stay here to deal with Guzma. We will chase after him now. Leave this to me." No matter how powerful Guzma is, he can't hold back so many people. Chin Mew and the others quickly chased forward. It was already difficult for Guzma to deal with a Dan Emperor. He didn't have the ability to stop others. He hoped that Akroma would find a way himself. The fighting power of the Darkling is very strong. To read the exciting novel, go to Falu Novel Network. On Mount Yule, Guzma let him out once. He underestimated the strength of Gardevoir. Gardevoir's energy burst. Psychic Ed with powerful lightning attack and powerful telekinesis instantly rushed towards the Darkling. Boom! With a violent vibration, the Night Demon was blown away. Such a powerful wave force made the Night Demon disappear instantly. The Night Demon that was blown away returned to his Pokeball. Dante said, "This is what you call a synthetic Pokemon. Your strength is too weak. Don't you understand the true meaning of Pokemon? What they need is a strong consensus with the trainers. Your forced synthesis Pokemon has lost its self-awareness. How can it have a consensus with you?" Guzma was of course very clear about this. In order to achieve excellent results in the trainers competition, he agreed to Akroma. Akroma was just a forced synthesis Pokemon. What Guzma did before was even more infuriating. He actually used the swallowing method to improve the strength of his Pokemon. This caused the Pokemon to turn black and was driven away by everyone. Without Akroma he would have been out of luck as a trainer. He didn't care what the kid said and immediately summoned his NET Pokemon. Even Pokemon like Haunted Eyes were synthesized by him. It inherited the abilities of other Pokemon and is itself a Pokemon with evil and ghost attribute. It still looks like Haunted Eyes on the outside with evil attributes as the main attribute. After strengthening, it is in a humanoid form with dark purple all over its body and it looks especially thin and small. He has a pair of gem-like eyes which are named Eyes of Charming. Dandy has some understanding of the Pokemon Eyes of Charming. However, the attributes have changed after the synthesis and he doesn't know what abilities the Pokemon in front of him has. The Pokemon he controls looks much stronger than Chinmu's in terms of body shape and other aspect. What kind of Pokemon is it synthesized with? What kind of combat ability will he have? It's not as good as the previous Pokemon and Guzma won't let him out. After the synthesis, the energy of the Pokemon has doubled and it has super powerful damage. Dandy doesn't believe that a small Eyes of Charming can be a match for Gardevoir, not to mention that Gardevoir has inherited the energy on the totem. How dare you let such a weak Pokemon out? Then you can see what the Haunted Eyes are. Gardeto's energy plotted powerful magic flashed and rushed forward. In the moment of the impact I thought the Haunted Eyes could not hold up. Chapter 237. What he never expected was that the little guy was still standing there without moving. The Haunted Eyes could release the electric control and Gardevoir's telekinetic control would definitely not have any effect on it. Xiaowei was behind Dandy and everyone else went to chase Akroma, only he stayed. There was still Serena in the distance and he knew that Guzma was trying to stop them from moving forward. It was simply a dream for him to want to stop so many people by himself. Akroma thought that he could not hold Chinmu and the others back and they had been thrown away for such a long time. Chinmu would not find that he was flying towards the jungle. After entering the jungle he fell directly to the ground and it was even more difficult to find his location. Akroma had no idea that when he and Guzma separated, Ghastly had already entered his figure. Ghastly had been following him, so how could Chinmu not know where he was? Serena said, "Akroma escaped so fast, where can we find him? Now we can't see any trace of him at all." Chinmu said, "Don't worry, I will find a way. Stonewing Dragon will take us to find him. Stonewing Dragon will not follow so fast. They just need to fly slowly behind." A magical flash of impact prevented the soul-snatching eye from suffering any damage. Both Dandy and Xiaowei were shocked. Gardevoir jumped up and the powerful force of lightning spread forward. He didn't believe that this little guy could still resist the energy on the totem. The thin body of soul-snatching eye instantly shifted its position and a golden light emanated from its body. This was the effect after the synthesis. Xiaowei is a trainer and his training ability is not that strong. He has seen Pokemon like Soul-Snatching Eye, but he has never seen Soul-Snatching Eye with such ability. How strange is this? The synthetic Pokemon that Chinmu and the others mentioned. The golden energy spread forward and the synthetic wave power became stronger. This energy collided with Gardevoir's super energy circle. The light blue energy wave and the golden energy wave collided instantly. The headache power inherited by Gardevoir is indeed powerful and it generated a powerful lightning force when it collided with the opponent. In addition to the super attack power, Gardevoir's super energy protective wall is also very powerful. A small soul-catching eye definitely does not have such a strong offensive ability. What needs to be considered is who will be the Pokemon synthesized with him. Athena has been tracking Chinmu and the others. He knows that as long as he keeps up with them he will find the downstairs of Entei. Athena also wants to quietly release Entei so that this powerful Pokemon will belong to him. Although the Rockets have bad intentions and did not use such despicable means like Akroma and others to fight with synthetic Pokemon, I haven't found any loopholes after tracking for so long. These two are really good at hiding. Where did they hide Entei? way. Gardevoir's totem energy was fully revealed. Guzma said there is such energy in the ruin. Dandy said don't have this idea. Not everyone can get in. A strong metal explosion shot out in all directions quickly. Gardevoir jumped upward and avoided the place where the golden light was splashing. The haunted eyes can use this kind of explosive energy. Is it combined with the twin elbow gas? Dante's eyes were full of doubt. He felt that the haunted eyes must have been combined with the twin elbow gas to have this kind of explosive power. Obviously he greatly improved the attack ability of the twin elbow gas. Gardevoir's psychic circle was blown to pieces. If the ability of the twin elbow gas had not become stronger, it would have been impossible for Gardevoir's psychic circle to be broken. The explosive ability was increased so much that the defensive energy circle was completely broken by the opponent. Gardevoir immediately counterattacked, borrowing the power of the totem and bursting out a powerful lightning strike. Dante said, I see no wonder your haunted eyes are so powerful in combat. It should be combined with the twin elbow gas. Guzma said it's a little late to realize it now. Let me show you what a metal explosion is. Dante just smiled faintly. He didn't take Guzma seriously at all. It was just a synthetic Pokemon. He didn't believe that it could have any super intelligence without any consciousness. Gardevoir's magic flash rushed forward again. The skill of magic flash was accompanied by powerful lightning. Gardevoir's attack worked this time and the soul-snatching eye was instantly blown away. To read the exciting novel, go to Falu Novel Network. Guzma still failed. He has more than one demon-type Pokemon and the insect-type Pokemon are also very powerful. There is no need to continue to hold back a Dante, and he doesn't want the other party to know his true strength. Guzma retracted his soul-snatching eye, turned around and left here. Dandy said, I hope Chin Mew can keep up with Akroma. It is useless to stop him. What needs to be found is where they hid Yandig. Akroma landed in the jungle and walked towards his cave. There are many huge stones in front of the very hidden cave. These stones are like a maze covering the cave tightly. Unfamiliar with the terrain here, it is impossible to find this cave. Before he went in, he looked back and looked around and walked towards the stone forest. Not long after he went in, Chin Mew and his friends also landed here. Ghastly had already walked out. Serena said, I was wondering how you can be sure this is the place. It turns out Ghastly is here. Chin Mew said, I let Ghastly out and he has been in their shadows all the time just to track them down and find Yandig. Without this method it would be difficult to catch up with them. They would not choose to come back here at this time if they knew we were following them. Akroma did not expect that Ghastly was hiding in his shadow. Guzma did not plan to go to the forest after leaving here. He decided to go somewhere else. Athena landed not far away. Do Akroma and the others often come here? Chin Mew and his men chose to land here, so Yandim must be here, so I'll take advantage of this opportunity to act. Zulan said, Gars rushed out from these stone forests. Could they be hiding here? Xiao Xia said, this looks like it was placed by humans. It must be the work of Akroma, right? He doesn't want anyone to know he's here. These stone forests looked like a maze. Chin Mew said, Gars, do you remember the way in? Sissy. Ghastly made a hissing sound and rushed forward, and Chin Mew and the others immediately followed. Chapter 238. Serena said, this is a really good idea, only you can think of it. When Athena arrived here, she watched Chin Mew and the others rush into the stone forest. He did not keep up with Chin Mew and the others. Athena didn't know that this was a stone forest, and the stone forest was a maze-like place. When he went in, he couldn't get out no matter how he went around. It was difficult to find Chin Mew and the others. Strange, I have been tracking here for so long, why am I still staying in the same place? Athena realized that she seemed to be going in circles. Chin Mew and the others followed Ghastly and had walked into the middle of the stone forest. Ghastly remembered the road he had walked before, and they could find Akroma as long as they followed him. Akroma was in the cave looking at Yandi, who was illuminated by the giant net. It's a pity that this operation was not as successful as 693, otherwise the NET person I would experiment on would be you. Who are you targeting again? Of course it's Lei Gong. Who else do you think you can compete with besides him? Synthesis. Despicable person, please let me go. I went through so much trouble to bring you here, how could I let you go? Do you know how long I spent researching this giant net before I succeeded? Lei Gong followed behind Chin Mew and the others. When Athena saw Lei Gong's figure, she knew that Akroma's NET action had failed. Ghastly's speed was getting faster and faster, and it was seen jumping into the shadow of the NET stone in a flash. Chin Mew said, he can find such a hidden place. Yao Wei said, it seems that these stone forests were created by him, otherwise it wouldn't be like a maze where we need Ghastly to lead us in. Akroma's talent is indeed good, but his mind is a little crooked, always thinking of some crooked ideas to improve his strength. Guzma got rid of Dandy behind him. Not knowing what was going on over there, he decided to go back and take a look. After Chin Mew communicated with Dandy and told them their current location, Dandy quickly chased over there. Ghastly led Chin Mew and the others to continue moving forward. They walked for a long time time before stopping. There was a cave in front of them. To see, Qin Mu understood what ghastly meant. It seemed that they had found Akroma's cave. Hearing the sound outside, Akroma frowned. Could it be that Guzma had returned? When he walked to the entrance of the cave, he saw Qin Mu and his group standing in front of him. Qin Mu said, "You are really good at finding places. You chose such a hidden place. How could you possibly get in? With my arrangement it would be extremely difficult for anyone to find this place. When we were fighting there I had already released Ghastly, but you didn't notice it. Ghastly has been hiding in your shadow." He really didn't expect Ghastly to hide in his shadow. Serena said, "Akroma, hand over Entei quickly and don't blame us for being rude to you." "Ha ha ha, just kidding. How could I, Akroma, be at the mercy of others?" He was holding a telescopic cage and the Thunder God was right in front of him. It would be good to catch him here, but he had to deal with Qin Mu and other trainers. The Snow Demon Girl appeared here. "Help me stop these damn guys." A violent blizzard appeared covering the entire stone forest, causing the temperature of the stone forest to drop suddenly. The power of this Snow Demon Girl is so strong. I don't know how Akroma synthesized the Snow Demon Girl to have such a powerful ice series. Qin Mu took out a poke ball. "Come out, Alila, to read the e-citing novel. Go to Falu Novel Network. The 9-color storm appears. You have a good Pokemon. If you hand it over to me I will make it more powerful." Serena said, "You damned guy, you think too much. Hurry up and hand over Entei." He underestimated the power of Alola. Ninetales. Alola shot forward and ice crystals were rushing forward like rain. The speed of this attack was about to wrap up the Snow Fairy he summoned. Snow Fairy's defense was very strong and Qin Mu felt that she had almost rock-like defense. It seemed that she had merged with a rock-type Pokemon. How could Akroma not know how powerful Qin Mu and the others were? This 9-colored Alola was very strange. The blizzard he descended was colorful. Snow Fairy shuttled through the blizzard and he was not afraid of the intensity of the blizzard. It was necessary to fight quickly and get rid of Alola, and all operations were directed by Akroma. Since the power of the blizzard could not stop Snow Fairy, Qin Mu's Alola immediately changed its mode from 9 colors to fiery red. The whole body was like magma and the 9 big tails swayed in the air, spewing out strong flames forward. This flame rushed directly to Snow Fairy, who was approaching this side. The restraint of the fire-type Pokemon plus the energy on the totem made it impossible for Snow Fairy to withstand such a strong impact. With such an unexpected attack coupled with the restraint of the wave power, the Snow Fairy was somewhat unstable, which was something Akroma had not expected. The 9 colors had already made him very strange, and Alola could actually turn into a flame. He had never had such a research experience that an ice-type Pokemon could also transform into a fire-type Pokemon. This is impossible. How did you do it? Why can Alola transform its own performance? Serena said, "Anyway, it's not like you force the synthesis of Pokemon. Doing so will only harm them. Not only have you made them lose their sense of autonomy, you've also greatly weakened their power. How does it compare to the reality that this synthesized Pokemon is very powerful? Under the same power, your Pokemon is simply vulnerable." A 1-4 Rome has his own plan. What Serena said is right, but how many high-level trainers are there? How many of them can reach this level of strength? He will never let a little girl change his mind with a few words. He threw the cage in his hand. Qin Mu can't let this cage get close to the Thunder God. Alola stopped him. Alola's spiritual essence is very high. He has his own super high consciousness and he sprayed flames forward to block the cage. The cage approached Ligong. Ligong is a holy beast level Pokemon and his lightning attack is very powerful. This cage restrains his skill. Once covered by this telescopic cage, it is difficult for Ligong to get out. Qin Mu and the others don't know what special power the cage has. Chapter 239. These people in front of him have been saved many times, especially the trainer named Qin Mu, whose power is immeasurable. Lei Gong can naturally feel the power in his poke ball. Lei Gong seems to be touched by Qin Mu and he decides to become Qin Mu's Pokemon and enter his poke ball. It was Suicune who reminded Qin Mu, "What are you waiting for? Take out your poke ball and capture Raikou." Qin Mu quickly took out a poke ball and threw it into the sky. Raikou turned into a ray of light like lightning and flew into the poke ball. If it weren't for the flames ejected by Alola that blocked the cage's forward speed, how could Qin Mu successfully capture Raikou? He was almost there, but Qin Mu and other trainers always tried to stop him. At this time Guzma appeared here. He thought Akroma had escaped successfully, but he didn't expect Qin Mu and his team to find him here. How can you possibly catch up? The trainers like Qin Mu are very powerful. The time he just delayed was enough for Akroma to evacuate safely. They were the ones who used Ghastly, but we too didn't notice it. 2 double bullet gas rushed towards Qin Mu and his group, and the synthesized double bullet gas explosions had changed. They wanted to take advantage of this opportunity to leave, but this time Qin Mu and his group would not give him this opportunity. The explosion of the double bullet gas did not work. Guzma took out 4 Pokeballs and released 4 Pokemon at the same time. Serena shouted and summoned Lucario. Xiao Ia released his water-type Pokemon Poison Jellyfish. Zulan released Charizard. Xiao Ii's Pikachu also appeared here. Such Pokemon have no way to fight against Guzma's Pokemon. His current ability is already very strong. Except for Serena's Lucario and Qin Mew's Alola, other Pokemon have no ability to fight. Qin Mew immediately summoned Xiaoyazi Pokemon Mewtwo. In order to be able to resist the footsteps of Akroma and Guzma, he released the Ultimate Dragon. A powerful Pokemon lineup appeared in Udtionto Dragon-type Pokemon. There is also Qin Mew's special. Athena may have caught up with Guzma and he found this place. What a strong Pokemon lineup. This is a good opportunity. While the two sides are fighting, I might as well sneak in. Athena moved forward little by little like a shadow. He leaned against the wall, not taking others into consideration at all. He walked into the cave. All the trainers were fighting and no one paid attention to this side, including Akroma himself. He entered the cave and was shocked by the scene here. There were many special Pokemon here that were caught by Akroma. He recognized Entei under a giant net at a glance. You are here, it is so good. Yandy looked at him. This man's heart was not pure, he must have a purpose. Athena was ready to uncover the big net and let Yandy out. Just as he was about to touch it with his hand, a strong feeling of thunder and lightning spread all over his body. When he shouted, he immediately covered his mouth with his hands. He couldn't let the people outside know that he had come in. What happened? Can't this net be touched with hands? Suddenly he remembered that when he captured Yandy before, Akroma was wearing a pair of gloves. So that's how it is. Athena quickly looked behind her for the glove. To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. In a corner he found a black glove with a faint energy on it. When he put the glove on his hand and tried to lift the giant net was lifted and Yandy walked out. Athena was really looking forward to it. If she saved Yandy, would he belong to her? What is your purpose in saving me? Do you want me to be your Pokemon? Shouldn't this be the case? I was the one who saved you. As a reward, shouldn't you become my Pokemon? I will not be your Pokemon. You don't have a pure heart, but I can save your life. When you are in danger, I will definitely choose to save you. What pure heart? Athena was a little helpless. It turned out that if you want to successfully get Yandy, you must have a pure heart. Before Athena could ask anything, Yandy rushed out quickly and spewed out a strong flame from behind. This caught Akroma and Guzma off guard. How could Yandy break through the giant net by himself? When they looked back, they found that it was Athena who was still wearing her glove. When did Team Rocket get involved with Qin Mew and the others? Athena, what are you doing? Why should we help them release Emperor Yan? I didn't want to let him go. I just wanted to get him but failed. Sorry, you should figure it out yourself. Athena saw that things were not going well and she couldn't get Entei, so she could only turn around and leave. Entei had already rushed out. Suicune said, Qin Mew, take out your Pokeball. A Pokeball was thrown into the air and Entei actually flew into Qin Mew's Pokeball. Does Qin Mew have the 3 sacred bees? In addition to Suicune, there are also Raikou and Entei. 697. Serena's face was full of shock and Zulan and Xiao Ia were also not calm. Qin Mew, you have successfully subdued Thunder God and Entei. Now Akroma and the others are at a loss. All of Akroma's plans failed. These 2 Pokemon actually belonged to Qin Mew. In addition to the 2 of them, he knew that Suicune was also with him. The 3 sacred beasts appeared together and 3 energies rushed forward, first mashing his cage and then the blazing flames sprayed into the cave. They destroyed the giant net and all the Pokemon imprisoned in the cages rushed out. The combined power of the 3 Pokemon was so powerful that Akroma and Guzma fled in disgrace. How could they have the ability to continue fighting here? The base they had created with great difficulty was destroyed. Akroma sat on the stone wing dragon. He was very unwilling. The second base he had created with great difficulty was destroyed by Qin Mew again. The destruction of the last base had a lot to do with them. These trainers are so abominable. They are here just to oppose me. Guzma knew that the Pokemon they had worked so hard to get was taken away by Qin Mew and his friends and it belonged to her. He turned his head and looked at Akroma and said, I have a better idea, maybe better than what you are doing now. Chapter 240. What's the idea? Tell me. Do you know about the ruin? Did you see that 9-colored Alola? There is also Lucario and Gardevoir used by Dante. They are all very different. It is a special power. This power is what they got in the ruin. If we can go and will we get more powerful power? After listening to Guzma's words, Akroma felt that he was right. It's not like he hadn't seen those Pokemon before, especially the 9-colored Alola. It was simply amazing. Gardevoir, a psychic Pokemon, also inherited the energy of the electric Pokemon. All these changes are much more powerful than the Pokemon he synthesized. Let's do as you say. We will go to the ruins now. Qin Mew successfully obtained Ligong and Entei. He has obtained 4 legendary Pokemon. With the power of Phoenix King, wouldn't it be even more powerful? Qin Mew never thought about how to get Ligong and Entei. It was an unintentional action that made these 2 Pokemon recognize him. Dan Dis saw stone-wing dragon flying in the sky. On its back were Akroma and Guzma. How did these two guys appear here? Where did Qin Mu and his people go? He quickly contacted Qin Mu and his people. Knowing that Qin Mu successfully rescued Entei, the stone in his heart was finally put down, but looking at the direction they flew, wasn't this the direction of the ruin? Dan Di frowned. Maybe he thought too much. It just happened to be that direction. He quickly met up with Qin Mu and his people. Athena worked in vain and got nothing. It turned out that if you want to get a legendary Pokemon, you need to have a pure heart. When he met up with Musashi, he realized that Meowth hadn't got anything, let alone the energy stone. He didn't even see the shadow of the energy stone. Meow meow, you've been in there for so long, how come you didn't even get an energy stone? Look at how powerful Qin Mu and the others Pokemon have become. I'm just a small Pokemon. Do you think I can snatch a power stone from those powerful trainers with my own ability? You don't know what happened inside. I was so miserable. In that bell tower there were many ancient Pokemon on the totems, but there was no Meowth. I can inherit the energy on the totem. With my ability I can't defeat any Pokemon. What do you want me to do? Athena, you ran away by yourself and left me there. If it weren't for Qin Mu and the others, I would never have been able to get out. Do you think I want to go out? If I hadn't been suddenly teleported out, how could I have voluntarily gone out? What's the use of saying all this now? I didn't even get the Flame Emperor and Thunder God. Not only did Athena work in vain, but Guzma and Akroma also worked in vain. The second base was also destroyed by Qin Mu and his men, and all the elves they caught were released. Thinking of this, Akroma was a little angry. His anger was of no avail. His current Pokemon lineup was no match for Qin Mu at all. Not to mention Qin Mu, both Dandy and Serena were very capable. Zulan said, you have gained a lot from going to the ruins this time. It seems that the abilities of these Pokemon are very special. You must have found something in the ruins. Qin Mu said, the totem Pokemon in the ruins have the power of ancient Pokemon. Each of their Pokemon has a special energy stone. It is because of these energy stones that our Pokemon have changed. Serena interrupted and said, yeah, it was so terrifying at the time. The wave power of those Pokemon kept coming out and we thought we couldn't hold on any longer. It's an adventure. The ruins are indeed a magical place. Apart from the ancient arena and the bell tower, they haven't been to other places yet. Perhaps you can't reach them with your current abilities. The energy stones they obtained are used to enhance the strength of Pokemon. This energy event is enough to greatly enhance the power of their elves. Under the guidance of Professor Oak, all the bright time was consumed and successfully inherited the wave power of the energy stone. You are really lucky. I know the ruin. I have been there many times, but I have never entered the fantasy space. Yao Ia said, I didn't know there was such a magical place. I really want to go in and take a look if I have the chance. Finally, we have dealt with that guy Akroma. Now that Emperor Yan and Thunder God belong to Qin Mu, who else will he target? Xiao Wei said, I am going to challenge Sanjai now. Do you want to go with me? The problem with Yandi and Lei Gong has been solved, and they followed Xiao Wei to Sanjai Gym. Sanjai knew that Yao Wei was coming to challenge him again. How long has it been since you last saw me? Why are you here again? To read the e-citing novels, go to Falu Novel Network. I think I can challenge you with my current abilities. Yao Wei summoned his own Pikachu. The electric Pokemon appeared and his 100,000 volts were much stronger than before, inheriting the power of the energy stone. Sanjai summoned the Snow Fairy, who appeared with a gust of wind and snow. The characteristics of ice Pokemon: some ice crystals floated forward and rushed towards the little Pikachu. Pikachu's two small front legs were slightly bent, staring at the Snow Fairy in front with its round eyes. When the ice crystals were about to reach him, Xiao Wei said, Pikachu is now 160,000 volt. The powerful telecommunication energy plotted, instantly shattering all the ice crystals that were rushing towards him. You have made a lot of progress, Xiao Wei. No wonder you challenged me again in such a short time. Qin Mu said, Pikachu's 100,000 volt energy has increased a lot. The power of the energy stone should not be underestimated. Dan Dis said he has been practicing in the Pokemon Center without success. This time, because of the energy stone, he has been promoted to make his Pikachu's 100,000 volt energy reach a peak state. The ice crystals had no way to get close and Pikachu could not hurt him. The ice crystals rushed forward again and waves of ice flames spread over to meet him. Pikachu thunders an attack. Lightning bolt fell from the sky one after another. Each landing point just blocked the ice flame from spreading forward. Strong hail broke out at this time and the entire battlefield was covered with ice and snow. Sanjai's ability is still very strong. Snow Demon, your ice energy is getting stronger and stronger, from flying snow to hail rushing toward Pikachu tonight. His wave power. Chapter 241. Sanjai couldn't believe that Pikachu's ability could be improved so much in such a short time. He didn't know how Xiao Yi did it. He must have used a special method. The Snow Fairy, covered in in ice and snow suddenly disappeared. He was able to hide himself in the ice and snow. Xiao Yi looked at the entire arena. He knew that the snow fairy's evasion ability was very strong under this situation. The energy of electric Pokemon was not easy to avoid. It would spread throughout the arena. The snow fairy who had always wanted to defeat him finally had a chance today. Xiao Yi had a smile on his face. 100,000 volts of impact. Seizing the opportunity, Pikachu once again burst out with the power of 100,000 volt. The snow demon girl hiding in the ice and snow was instantly knocked out. Ha 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 ha, Sanjay, I win. How did your Pikachu level up? How did it level up so much in such a short time? It's the power of the energy stone. I used the power of the energy stone to stabilize Pikachu's swan volt. So that's how it is. I was wondering how your Pikachu could improve so quickly. After the snow fairy disappeared, the ice and snow covering the area disappeared instantly without even a drop of water falling. Everything in front of me was like a fantasy. 700 Qin Mu and his team left the gym and the researchers at the research base contacted Xiao Wei. What's going on, doc? Two strangers broke into the ruin. We tracked them for a long time but didn't find them. We were really worried that they would destroy the situation in the ruin. What kind of two people are they? It was a stone pterosaur that led them in. It was hard to see clearly but it was certain that there were two people. Dandy said it must be Guzma and Akroma. I saw them flying in that direction. At first I thought it was just a coincidence. They really wanted to go to the ruin. Qin Mu was not worried about other things. He knew that the illusion of the ruins was supported by a special energy. Akroma was so powerful, how could he not find it? If the instance of this illusion ruins was really destroyed, its value would be gone. Of course they couldn't let the two of them succeed. Qin Mu and his friends immediately set off in that direction. This time Zulan and Xiao Xia also followed. Zai said, be careful. If there is anything, ask Professor Oak in time byte B. Qin Mu said, I know we will set off first but there is no way to contact after entering. If there is really anything we will find a way. Zai suddenly remembered that he had tried to contact Qin Mu before but he could nt. It turned out that it was because they were inside the ruin. The ruins were isolated from the outside and there was no way to get in touch with them. Qin Mu's current strength inside the ruins would definitely be fine. Maybe through the Pokemon on the totem not only Suicune can be improved but also Raikou and Entei can be improved. This is a good thing for Qin Mu. Let's find Akroma and Guzma first. They quickly returned to the ruin. The researchers were waiting for them outside. They would stop anyone from going in but when they went in the two people had disappeared. Xiao Yi said, don't worry, we will find a way. Qin Mu and the others knew how to enter the illusion space and enter the ruins alone, just like walking over to this stone chamber. Latios is sensitive to every trainer who comes in. The reason why Guzma and Akroma went in so quickly is that their Pokemon are relatively powerful. Athena also told this matter to the Musashi Hall. Why didn't you think that Qin Mu and the others got so many energy stones but they didn't get anything? Immediately gather the top trainers of Team Rocket and head to the ruins immediately. Only trainers with energy can get energy stones in there. This is what Meowth narrated. To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. This time Meowth has no chance to go in. It is too weak. There is no point in going in. Maybe it will even hold them back. Qin Mu and his friends quickly entered the illusion and the first place they arrived at was the ancient arena they came to before. The gate was closed and people outside had no way to get in. Qin Mu said it must be Akroma and Guzma who are in there. It is a good thing that this arena can trap them. We should immediately go find the real energy source here and make sure they don't get it. Serena said it is also good to let them be trapped in there for a while. Xiao Ia and Zulan came here for the first time. They were also very surprised to see such a spectacular scene. This place is so magical. All the statues here are lifelike and emit a faint energy. I didn't expect there is such a place in the Alufa ruin. Qin Mu said maybe this is the glory of the time but we haven't seen it. They left the ancient arena and walked towards other places. Qin Mu knew very well that the energy of the bell tower must come from the bell at the entrance. With Latios guarding the bell tower, it is unlikely that Akroma and others will get the bell. It really seems like a new world here. Except for the arena bell tower, other places are spectacular. Xiao Ia said, is this the totem bell tower you mentioned? Yes, this is a totem. There are thousands of totems in the bell tower. Once you enter the bell tower there is no way out unless Latios lets you out, or you can rush to the top of the bell tower. Xiao Ia and Zulan looked up. The bell tower has already soared into the sky. How many floors does it have? How can we rush to the top? According to what Qin Mu and the others said, the ancient Pokemon transformed from the totem possesses super powerful wave power. The energy of each Pokemon is different and they must be defeated before they can enter the NET level. With Qin Mu's power he may be able to go up all the way, but the Pokemon lineup of several of them is not so strong. They came here to find the energy here and they can't let Akroma and Guzma succeed. They also have to to find a way to drive them out. Now they are trapped in the arena in the ruins and can't get out for a while. It's already very troublesome for the two of them to fight, and the energy stones on the 4 statues appear again. Will they think that only by taking down the energy stone can the door of the arena be opened and the Pokemon that appear continuously will disappear? Qin Mu can't be sure of these. As for how long it will take to come out, it depends on their own ability. Chapter 242. Entering the illusion in the ruins again, Qin Mu and his companions felt very unfamiliar with this place. The scene in front of them shocked them. This place was different from all the prosperous places in the ruin. This place was like the fire island full of magma. There was no heat when stepping on it. Visually it felt like magma, giving people a warm feeling. Zulan said, "It's so magical. There is no heat at all." Xiao Ia said, "I didn't expect there is such a place here. In addition to the fiery red magma, there are fiery red rock. These magmas are no different from land. When they step on them, they didn't feel hot or sinking." Qin Mu felt that it was probably because of the illusion. It was completely different from the fire island. There was no vegetation growing on the fire island, but that island could be landed. This area was the first time Qin Mu and his companions had set foot in it. They came here only to find the energy that supports the illusion. In this area they could see the eruption of the volcano. The scene was particularly spectacular. Qin Mu and his companions were moving towards the location of the volcano. Serena said, "This place is so different from those prosperous places before. Is the source of energy in the Zero Tower or somewhere else? No one can figure it out. Akroma and Guzma are very powerful. The power of the Pokemon Wave Guide they synthesized is very strong. Even if it can't get through the bell tower, Qin Mu is not worried about the energy on the bell tower, not to mention that there is Latios guarding there. They are getting closer and closer to the volcano but still can't feel any heat. It's fiery red everywhere, which makes them feel uncomfortable. When they walked towards the crater they found a large altar. There are carved fire attribute Pokemon around the altar. The whole venue is surrounded by these fire attribute Pokemon, and in the middle is the carving of Entei. When someone steps in here, all the carvings all shot out a red energy beam that pierced the Flame Emperor in the middle. This scene was too spectacular. Was it a retest of the secret on the altar, or what would happen? Qin Mu and the others stood here and watched quietly. When the energy dissipated, the Flame Emperor in the middle emitted a fiery red light. A fire duck-billed rock beast flew out of the statue of the Flame Emperor. An ancient Pokemon appeared, and it was a fire Pokemon. He opened his mouth and spewed out a strong flame. Xiao Ia immediately summoned the water Pokemon Blastwaz and poison jellyfish. The mist instantly filled the air under the evaporation of the flame, and the two wave forces kept colliding. Qin Mu shouted, "Come out, Dragonite!" Dragonite appeared and spewed out a powerful column of water to the front. An ancient fire duck-billed flame beast actually possessed such a powerful force. Zulan had been observing. "Is this the power of ancient Pokemon?" Qin Mu said, "Yes." "Have you seen the power of the flames that Flam Eamon bursts out?" "Yes, it really shocked me." A strong fog spread over the entire altar. No one could see the scene of the altar clearly. No one knew what happened to Qin Mu and Xiao Ia. They were still on the periphery, and only Qin Mu and Xiao Ia entered the altar. Guzma and Akroma, who were trapped in the arena, were fighting. Akroma said, "Strange, why do Pokemon appear here continuously? This way the two of us will be trapped here and unable to get out. No matter how powerful the Pokemon is, there is no way to get out of here." Guzma was a little worried. He didn't want to be trapped in this broken place. "So what should we do?" "We have to find a way to get rid of these ancient Pokemon." To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. There must be some triggering force here. As long as we find this triggering force, the two of us can get out of here. I'll hold them back. You go and look for them. Akroma and Guzma acted separately. Guzma wanted to leave here quickly, so he quickly walked to the edge of the arena. There were only a few statues on the edge of this arena, and the middle was empty. The ancient Pokemon that came out suddenly appeared as a wave of power. Sakaki from Team Rocket rushed over here with some members of Team Rocket, and the researchers guarding outside wanted to stop him. With the help of Musashi and Kojiro, Banmu and his people quietly entered the ruin. The two people's goal had been achieved, and they left here quickly. When the researchers found out Musashi and his people had already entered, Athena led the way and followed them into the stone chamber and opened the illusion space. The route they were teleported in was still in front of the arena. Sakaki was shocked when he saw the scene in front of him. There was such a place. Athena did not open the arena door last time, and this time the door was still closed. He felt a little strange. Why was there no way to enter this arena? In order to gain more powerful strength, they immediately took action in the illusion. The Rockets rushed into the bell tower quickly. When they saw the totems carved on the wall, they were shocked. It was so spectacular. The dense carvings were all ancient Pokemon 00. The bell on the door rang, and after a few sounds the Pokemon on the wall appeared instantly. The door they came in from was sealed, and Musashi and the others had no way to get get out and they had to face the Pokemon that appeared from the wall. The Rocket team is also quite strong but they don't know how to get out so they can only fight. The Rocket team who knows nothing has been trapped in the bell tower recently. The ambitions of Akroma and Guzma have not been fulfilled and they are trapped in the arena. They are trying to find a way out hoping that Guzma can find it quickly how to get rid of this endless supply of Pokemon. Akroma is a little overwhelmed and the power of the ancient Pokemon seems to be even stronger. In addition to their own powerful strength there seems to be some special energy that can support their wave power. Qin Mu felt that there was too much water mist causing them to not be able to see the situation ahead clearly. He took out a Pokeball from his waist and threw it forward and Articuno appeared. Articuno's ice flame attacked. All the water mist turned into small ice particles which fell to the ground in a flash and the scene in front of me instantly became clear. The flames of Flame Platypus will form this kind of water mist again with the wave power of water Pokemon. Under the impact of Articuno's ice flame all the water mist turned into small ice particles which looked like heavy snow falling all over the sky but in fact they were all small ice particles that were too small to see clearly. Chapter 243 Dandy said a Pokemon actually has such a strong wave power that can fight against 3 water Pokemon. Qin Mu said I am no longer surprised. In addition to the power of ancient Pokemon they also have magical powers. This is the energy support in the illusion. Qin Mu could feel that the energy here was completely different from that in other places. The flames in the mouth of Platypus never stopped erupting. The appearance of Articuno caused another Pidgeot to fly out of the statue of Entei. The energy gathered in the statue of Entei and ancient Pokemon would glow from his body. This giant Pokemon appeared and immediately cast a black storm here. All the small ice crystals were blown away by him. What a strong wind! Serena immediately stepped forward and released Garchomp 700. Garchomp storm attack forward. Zulan said if a trainer can have such a Pokemon in the ruins wouldn't he be a top trainer? This powerful wave power was able to fight against so many Pokemon. Qin Mu also summoned Articuno, one of the 3 mythical birds. Qin Mu said this is an illusion. In addition to the abilities of the ancient Pokemon themselves all the Pokemon that appear here have special energies. What exactly is this energy? What supports it? It's just too weird. A series of questions popped up in Zulan's mind. The purpose of Qin Mu and the others coming here was to stop the actions of Akroma and Guzma. They didn't know that Team Rocket had come here yet but they were imprisoned in the Bell Factory. Team Rocket couldn't get out of the Bell Tower and could only be trapped there or run into Lashios who would guide them out when the energy was unknown. Under such a strong storm confrontation the power of the Thunder Feather erupted. Qin Mu's Articuno triggered the power of the Thunder Feather and a thick lightning bolt rushed forward. Xiao Wei said what a powerful lightning energy, this is the legendary Thunder Feather. Zulan said the Thunder Feather is hard to come by and it can be combined with Articuno to fully unleash his strength. It's so spectacular. Qin Mu's ability was not as strong as it is now. He has already won the title of champion trainer. Now his strength can definitely reach the top trainer. The endless wave power chased the flaming emperor's body and emitted a strong light. This light was so dazzling that people couldn't open their eyes. Everyone blocked their way with their hands. Gradually a round bead flew out from the sky inside the body of the flaming emperor's statue. The fire orb can enhance the strength of fire Pokemon. The flaming emperor flew out of Qin Mu's Pokeball in an instant and swallowed the bead in one gulp. His body changed and the fiery red feathers emitted a fiery red light. The light was brighter and the stars on his forehead became more shining. The flame cloud under his feet became larger. The flaming emperor changed and swallowing the fire orb greatly increased the energy of the flaming emperor. Dan Emperor said, is it this fire orb that supports the power of the flame duckbill flame beast? Qin Mu said, I think it should be. The fire orb was triggered by the thunder feather and flew out from the statue of Yandi, allowing Yandi to gain the power to evolve. It turned out that the mysterious power supporting the altar was the fire orb. After the bead was swallowed by Yandi, Yandi gained power and evolved back into the Pokeball. Flame Platypus and Pidgeot disappeared instantly. To read exciting novels go to Falu Novel Network. Qin Mu said, this bead is the energy source that supports this altar. This place is simply amazing. When Qin Mu and his companions obtained the fire orb, the color on the altar disappeared and the lava they had been standing on also changed. The lava they had been standing on turned into land and the fiery red stones turned grey. The red light on the altar disappeared and all the statues turned into the color of stone. Green grass appeared on the barren ground. The rapid changes in front of them were enough to prove that the space they were in was an illusion. This situation would not happen in the real world. Qin Mu said, it's just as I thought. It's the support of the fire orb. Serena thought about it and said, did we have energy support in the arena and the bell tower before? This possibility is very high. Now that Akroma and Guzma are imprisoned there, if they discover the internal energy, it is very very likely that they will get it. Once Akroma obtains more powerful power, maybe he will come up with some crazy ideas to synthesize Pokemon. If they don't find a way to get out of the arena, we can't stop them. Qin Mu and his friends decided to leave here and go somewhere else. Athena finally believed what Meow said. No wonder Qin Mu's Alola gained such a powerful force. The energy on these totems was too strong. The Pokemon lineup he had was no way to fight against it. If Team Rocket hadn't sent more people, they would have been defeated long ago. Athena said, why didn't the damn Meowth make it clear? We are trapped here now. How can we get out? If we continue like this, we will not be able to hold on any longer. The energy on this totem is too strong. Meow Meow sneezed outside. He didn't know that the dream would bring people into the illusion again. When Kojiro and Musashi returned, they happened to meet him. Why are there only two of you? Where are the others? I went to the ruins, didn't you know? What? Finished. This is bad. They went to the ruins and entered the bell tower, but they couldn't get out. Why didn't you say so earlier? They've already gone in, right? 1-4. They had no way out from the outside. Musashi and Kojiro had never been in there before. Meow Meow didn't know how to get in. It was Athena who brought it in at the time. Meow Meow's power couldn't help much. The only way was to wait outside, hoping that Sakeki and the others could come out smoothly. The rocket team's masters were all inside. The people inside couldn't solve the problem, let alone the people outside. Qin Mu said, we don't want to destroy this relic. As long as we can take Akroma and the others out and take away all the energy here, this relic will no longer exist. Dandith thought what Qin Mu said made sense. If all the energy here was taken away, the relic would disappear. The environment they were in now was a very special place. If the energy disappeared, the illusion would also disappear. Qin Mu just wanted to drive them out. Chapter 244. Serena said, I don't think they can find the energy source. We didn't find anything in the arena before. Nothing special was found in the bell tower. Qin Mu and his friends have walked out of here now, and the fire environment has completely disappeared. Dandis said, it will be difficult to drive them out of here unless Latios appears. When they returned to the arena, the door here was still tightly closed and they couldn't see what was going on inside. Only 2 people entered the arena, and Qin Mu probably knew something about their abilities. Yandis swallowed the fire orb, which greatly improved his strength. With Qin Mu's current ability, he can still enter the bell tower. In this special space, they didn't expect that there would be a stone with the power of fire. The illusion disappeared and the stone fell into Qin Mu's hands. Except for Xiao Wei and the others, no one else could know. Inside the bell tower, Team Rocket is fighting with all their might. There are places like this, and the strength of these Pokemon is so strong. The Pokemon passed down by the totem, in addition to the abilities of the ancient Pokemon, inherit the special abilities on the totem. Only by truly defeating these Pokemon can you obtain the energy stones in their bodies. Qin Mu said, let's go find Latios. The last time I met Latios was in the bell tower, and Latios might appear somewhere. Qin Mu and his friends left the location of the arena again. Look for other places in the illusion. The illusion is unpredictable. A person walked into a cave. This cave was particularly spacious. An ancient Pokemon appeared. Zulan said, it ditto. This kind of Pokemon is hard to come by, and its own abilities are very special. Through its own transformation, it can change into the appearance of other Pokemon and can also use the skills of other Pokemon. These are very special. The only thing that cannot be changed is its own wave force ability. How strong it is originally, how strong it will be after the transformation. The Ditto Pokemon is in this cave. Could this cave be the place it guards? Seeing a trainer coming in, it immediately transformed into a jewel starfish. Xiao Ia said, let me come to the water Pokemon. The stinging jellyfish is out for battle. The jewel starfish fired a water cannon to attack the front. The wave power was very strong. His own ability was the ability of an ancient Pokemon. The ability of the stinging jellyfish could not withstand the wave power released by such a powerful ancient Pokemon. Qin Mu's Alola appeared. The water cannon was instantly frozen, and before it was released, it fell to the ground and shattered into ice flowers. The whole cave was frozen. Ditto changed. He immediately turned into the appearance of Alola, and the skills released were the same as Alola. In this way, the power of the ice-washing Pokemon could not cause much damage to him. The first change of the jewel starfish was that he changed at will. After Qin Mu released Alola, he immediately changed into the appearance of Alola and also inherited the 9-color ice and snow power of Alola. Zulan said, the power of this Ditto is equivalent to the wave power of Alola. Unless a more powerful Pokemon is brought out, there is no way to stop him. Alola inherited the energy from the totem, and its wave power has become much stronger. The Ditto in front of him actually has the same wave power as Alola. Qin Mu said, Mewtwo is going to fight. Dark Mewtwo rushed out of the Pokeball directly, and the powerful wave power spread. Dark Mewtwo has the ability of Dark Cell Came. Mewtwo's wave power is stronger than Alola's. After coming out, he rushed forward. He transformed into Mewtwo again, but this time the transformation could not cover Mewtwo's energy. Mewtwo's wave power is stronger than him. Xiaoyi said all the Pokemon here are illusions, not real entities. Zulan said they is while this ruins still is. Ditto could not bear the powerful impact of Mewtwo. It transformed back to its original form and rushed into the cave. Qin Mew said fortunately he is not particularly powerful. What is inside the cave? To read the e-citing novel, go to Falu Novel Network. At first they didn't find anything near the cave entrance. As they walked deeper they saw some shining lights on the wall which made the whole cave very bright. These stones are so strange, they have their own light. Serena found carvings on the wall. These carvings seem to be the same as the totems in the bell tower. Take a look. Qin Mew and his companions took a closer look at the wall. The wall was not particularly smooth and flat. The Pokemon totems carved on it were indeed similar to the totems in the bell tower. Zulan looked at these totems. He knew some of the ancient Pokemon on them. Although the wave power of some Pokemon has degenerated, their basic forms are still the same as those of the ancient Pokemon. Sakeki and his companions were caught off guard in the bell tower. The energy of the ancient Pokemon on the bell tower was too strong. These Pokemon on the wall will automatically appear. So many totems, how long will it take us to fight? Athena regretted it a little. If she had known, she would have brought Meowth in. She thought Meowth had no ability and did not plan to bring this Meowth in. Now it seems that it is the only one who has entered this bell tower and it must know the secret here. It is really a troublesome thing. Fortunately Team Rocket brought a lot of masters this time, otherwise they would have collapsed long ago. There is no Latios on the display on the totem. Qin Mew and his friends continued to walk deeper along the cave entrance. The totem Pokemon on the wall did not turn into energy bodies. Qin Mew and his friends also want to know what secrets are in this cave. Ditto has already rushed to the depth. Qin Mew and his friends never saw his shadow again. Dan Dis said, wait, do you feel that there are strange sounds ahead? Qin Mew said there are some sounds. When they turned, the Pokemon lineup in front of them was shocking. 5 special attribute Pokemon of fire, water, grass, electric and ground appeared in front of them. Fire attribute Pokemon Windy Dog standing there with bared teeth. The water attribute Pokemon Gyarados is the same as Xiao Ia's Pokemon. Grass attribute Pokemon Tyrannosaurus. Ulan has a lot of knowledge about Tyrannosaurus. Electric attribute Pokemon Mischievous Thunderbolt. Serena released Zapdos, but he didn't have a Pokemon like Mischievous Thunderbolt. Zapdos was a special protection for electric attribute. Chapter 245. The Pokemon that Xiao Ia released was Starfish. Zulan also released the Tyrannosaurus Re. The ground type Pokemon in front was Sandslash. Qin Mew released on Ewing. Dragon type Pokemon can definitely EERT a very powerful force on Qin Mew. Serena said, how come 5 type Pokemon suddenly appeared? I thought it was over, but who knew that Ditto would appear among them? It also transformed into an electric type Pokemon and with a flash of lightning it launched a thunder attack forward. The lightning power of Zapdos is very powerful. It is one of the 3 legendary birds. Although these Pokemon in front of us have the abilities of ancient Pokemon, their energy is not as great as that of legendary Pokemon. Dante said, no wonder this guy ran so fast. It turned out that he went to ask for help. Generally 5 of them are quite powerful. The ground type Pokemon drilled directly into the ground. Ditto's appearance will change at any time. It will change into the appearance of other Pokemon according to the form of other Pokemon so as to use the same skills as them. When the Stone Wing Dragon released by Mew launched a ground type attack forward, Ditto and the ground type Pokemon used the ground type evasion skills to burrow into the ground and rushed out from another direction. The electric current rushed directly towards Qin Mew like lightning. The moment it rushed out of the ground, it immediately transformed into an electric type Pokemon. This guy's IQ is really high. The water type impact of the water type Pokemon greatly enhanced the energy of the electric type Pokemon. The Ditto that changed back and forth would use the abilities of other Pokemon to quickly launch a powerful wave force attack forward. He once again transformed into an owl and used hypnosis forward, trying to hypnotize the Pokemon in front. The hypnosis ability is very powerful. Qin Mew released the Soul Eyes. An inconspicuous Pokemon with a thin body stood in a small corner. It seemed that hypnosis could not be performed. Under the interference of the Soul Eyes, the hypnosis release failed. The 5 type Pokemon in the cave surrounded this side. They seemed to have their own strategy. Without any command from the trainer, the 5 Pokemon actually executed their tactic. Ditto's hypnosis failed. He didn't expect that there was a hooked eye here. The energy of the 5 type Pokemon was obviously no match for the Pokemon released by the trainers in front. Serena said, it's simply vulnerable. Little guy, you'd better give up. You can't resist us with your strength. Ditto seemed very angry. Looking at the people in front of him, he turned around and ran deeper, and the dancing Pokemon disappeared in an instant. Dandis said, how deep is this cave? He ran away again. Qin Mew said, why do I feel like he is a real corpse, not an illusion at all? Guzma and Akroma were about to collapse. The Pokemon in the arena were endless and the power of the wave was inhospitable. Even if they were defeated, the NET Pokemon would appear. Akroma said, "Can you be faster? I want to hurry up, but there is nothing here except these 4 statues." Guzma was very uneasy. Akroma couldn't hold on and he was not much better. "I found that the eyes of these 4 statues were very special. How about I take it down and try it out? There is no other way now. We must move faster, otherwise we will be trapped here." Guzma took out the eye from the first statue without hesitation, and then the second, third and fourth Pokemon that were fighting with Akroma quickly disappeared. Success is indeed the problem with these eyes. Akroma discovered that the 8 eyes in his hand were actually energy stone. "What you have in your hand is the energy stone." Guzma listened to Akroma's words and then paid attention to the 8 stones in his hand. To read the exciting novel, go to Follow Novel Network. It really is a power stone. These stones can enhance the abilities of Pokemon, which is a good thing for us. This is really a good place. I got 8 energy stones easily. The door of the arena opened and they walked out of here. They didn't find any energy in the arena. Qin Mu and his friends only came here once and everyone's abilities were improved. When he thought of this, Akroma remembered the 9-colored Alola. Now the 3 holy beast level Pokemon Suicune Entei and Raikou are all with Qin Mu. If the 2 of them don't improve their strength quickly, they will still not win the championship in the NET trainer competition. Akroma has his own plans and he wants more than just the top trainer. He also wants a supreme status. He knows that the more powerful a trainer is, the more respected he will be by others. He wants to carry out his plans and fulfill his ideas openly. A smile appeared in the corner of his eyes and the 2 of them continued to walk towards other places in the illusion, and they also saw the bell tower in front of them. After entering the bell tower, the door at the back was closed and there was no way to go out, only the stairs going up. Guzma said, "No way, we are trapped here again." "Don't worry, it's a good thing for us to really get energy just like these 8 energy stone." Team Rocket and Guzma entered the bell tower and Qin Mu and the others were in this magical cave. The walls along the way were covered with these glowing stones. After walking forward for a distance, the inside became particularly wide. This is the end. There is no road ahead that is much higher than the outside, and the width is also very wide. There is a statue of Latios at the innermost part of the cave. Ditto stands in front of the statue. Zhao's it transformed into the appearance of Latios, looking a little crazy and didn't want Qin Mu and the others to get close to it. Qin Mu said he is guarding this statue. "This is the statue of Latios. Why hasn't Latios appeared yet?" Dandy said, "What is so special about this place that Ditto is guarding this statue?" Qin Mu and his friends didn't know much about anything when they entered this ruins, so naturally they didn't know why Ditto was guarding the statue of Latios. Qin Mu thought about it carefully. Could it be that the energy in this illusion is in the statue of Latios? This possibility is there. Qin Mu and his friends didn't want to destroy it and they didn't think about breaking the statue and taking out the energy inside. The fire energy stone was not something they wanted to get on purpose, and they didn't know that there was a fire gem supporting it. The statue of Latios is guarding this cave. Chapter 246. Qin Mu said, "Ditto is the guardian of this place. We met Latios in the bell tower before. The guardian there should be Latios." Ditto stood in front of Latios. He was worried that Qin Mu and his friends would get close to this place and transform into Latios. Qin Mu and Serena and the others left here without taking the energy in the statue. Ditto did not continue to block their way but just stood there motionless. Guzma, who entered the bell tower, was shocked by the scene in front of him. The totems on the wall were too spectacular. What kind of place is this? Is it really a fantasy space, or does it really exist? Akroma touched the totems on the wall and these totems emitted a faint light. Maybe this place really existed when the ruins were glorious. Who carved these totems? Qin Mu and his companions left here and entered the NET illusion. The front was full of thunder and lightning. It looked particularly terrifying and there was no way to pass through it. This place is very similar to the Thunder Island. It is the place where the lightning bird likes to stay the most. Xiao Wei stretched out his hand and the lightning passed through his palm without causing any harm. It seems that everything they saw was an illusion. Qin Mu looked at the situation and said, "We have experienced the Fire Island state before and now we have arrived at the Thunder Island. It is incredible that the phenomenon of these 4 islands can be brought into the illusion. Obviously there is a kind of energy in the illusion in each state. The energy here must be the orb of lightning." Entering the scene in front of them, a Bangiris appeared in front of them. It was a sub-god beast level Pokemon. Zulan, Xiao Ia and the others were all shocked and everyone looked on. Such Pokemon are rare to encounter. The wave power of sub-god level Pokemon is very strong. Those who can obtain them must be top trainers. In addition to Bangiris, Dragonite also appeared here blocking their way. You think there are only these 2 Pokemon, but there is also a Chansey egg below. These 3 Pokemon appeared in front and Qin Mu and his friends had to defeat them if they wanted to to pass here. By the time they reacted, Bangiras released a sandstorm here. All the stones around them began to rise. The Pokemon in front of them was glowing all over, and coupled with the scene of thunder and lightning here, it was simply sacred and people dared not approach. All the stones attacked Qin Mew and his friends. Serena released Garchomp. Qin Mew said, "Come out, Ultra Dragon." Dante's Gardevoir appeared. Everyone else released their Pokemon. Two gusts of wind collided in the middle. In addition to the sandstorm of Garchomp, strong tornadoes were also formed around Dragonite and Bangiras. Chandler attacked this side. Faced with so many Pokemon in front of them, the three of them could only stay here and had no chance of launching any attack forward. What a powerful wave force, Serena said. Can't Garchomp hold on? The storm ahead is even stronger. With such powerful Dragonite and Banglas around, the resistance here doesn't seem to be of much use. Lucario appears here. Lucario inherited the power of the totem. His attack speed is very fast and he wants to break through the wind wall in front. Qin Mew said, "This guy is too powerful." Zulan said, "It can't hold on any longer." All the fantasy elves presented here are ancient Pokemon and their power is very strong. To read the e-citing novels, go to Falu Novel Network. In this fantasy, each Pokemon has special energy and it is normal that Zulan can't hold on. Xiao Ei's Pokemon has long been taken back into the Pokeball and Xiao Ei's water Pokemon can't be used. Such a terrifying power, even the power of the three mythical birds is inferior to it in terms of race. The strength of the sub-god level Pokemon of Bank IRAs can't be ignored. Qin Mew's Alola appeared and brought a blizzard all over the sky. Serena knew that even Articuno and Lightning Bird would be defeated. The birds that appeared here were no match for the Pokemon in front of them. It was too difficult to approach them. The powerful ice flame rushed forward and all the blizzard blew in the opposite direction. How long will such a storm last? Is there really no way to break through? Dante's Gardevoir flew back into the Pokeball. He couldn't open his eyes and his hands were blocking in front of him. Serena's Lucario also flew back into the Pokeball. The others all retreated, leaving only Qin Mew's Alola still there. The Alola race was no match for Bangiras at all. There was no way to retreat. If they wanted to leave here, they could only defeat the Pokemon in front of them. The wind is so strong that we can't even see the front now. Why were Zulan and the others so shocked when they saw Bangiras and Tyranitar? It was because they were so powerful. With the ancient power of the Pokemon and the illusion, the Pokemon in front became even more powerful. Qin Mew knew that this was not a solution, so he immediately took out the other two Pokeballs. Come out, Reigong Suicune. Holy Beast level Pokemon appeared, one stepping on lightning and the other on water cloud. The strong wave force instantly rushed forward. The wind blew the boulders more and more strongly, attacking Qin Mew with all its strength. The people behind were completely unable to stand. It was unclear how Qin fought with Bangiras. The attacks of the elves in front were getting more and more fierce. They could feel the power of Suicune and Raikou. Dandy said, "This is obviously an illusion, but their attacks can actually work. We can't help Qin Mew." Serena said, "Qin Mew is so powerful that he will find a way. Now they can only put all their hopes on Qin Mew. Only he can defeat the Pokemon in front. He can heal the ability of Jigglypuff, and the two Pokemon Bangiras and Tyranitar will be healed by him instantly. With him there, it is difficult to deal with these two Pokemon." Qin Mew can clearly see the situation in front of him in the Pokemon's defense barrier. The power of Suicune and Raikou is very strong. Thunderbolts rush forward one after another and Suicune's water cannon attack. The damage caused to them is great. Only Jigglypuff is there to help them recover. Alola Ninetales look for an opportunity to freeze the Jigglypuff. Under the attack of Suicune and Raikou, Ninetales instantly released ice flames forward, and with the strong blizzard the Jigglypuff was frozen there and instantly fell from mid-air to the ground. Chapter 247. After freezing Chansey, it would be much easier to deal with the two of them. Zulan said, "It seems to be okay." He slowly removed his arm that was blocking his face. The wind was not so strong anymore and they were able to stand up and roughly see the situation in front of them. Their eyes could not be fully opened and through the gaps they could see Qin Mew fighting against Bangilas. Guzma and Akroma in the bell tower were dealing with the Pokemon on the totem. Team Rocket was in a miserable situation as they could not support the energy on the totem at all. When Latios from the illusion appeared, they were scared, thinking that this was a Pokemon from the illusion and they could not deal with Latios. Athena said, "It's over. With Latios appearing, we don't have any hope at all. Does that mean we can never get out?" Latios spoke. "You trainers are too weak. Don't come here anymore. Wait until you have real strength. The power here is not something you can bear, so get out now." Several people still wanted to gain benefit here. They couldn't get anything from the totem Pokemon below and they could only get it from the upper levels, just like Qin Mew and the others could inherit the energy from the totem. Team Rocket only got 2 energy stones and was teleported out. Sakeki held the energy stone in his hand and said, "Does that mean we are still too weak? Didn't we say we can inherit the energy energy from the totem? Why are there only 2 energy stone? I'm afraid we'll have to ask that Meowth fellow. I should have brought him in earlier. Meowth Musashi Kojiro and the others are in the real address of the ruins not far from the illusion. When they saw Athena and the others coming out, several people came up to them instantly. Of course they hoped that Team Rocket could get a lot of energy stones, especially Meowth, who also wanted to get the power of the energy stone. Athena and the others didn't look very good. Athena looked at Meowth angrily and said, "Didn't you say that you can inherit the energy on the totem? Why don't we get the energy from the totem? Did you go to the bell tower?" It pretty much like what you described. The first few floors of the bell tower cannot inherit the power of the totem, and it is very likely to obtain energy stone. The higher the level, the stronger the Pokemon. They have a special energy that can be passed on to the Pokemon. I am sure of that. Sakeka thought about it and realized that they were not strong enough to get up there. There are so many Pokemon on the totems there. There are probably thousands of Pokemon on each level. How can we defeat them with our abilities? Meow Meow suddenly remembered that Chin Mew and the others had triggered something that stopped the Pokemon from appearing. This meant that Sakeki and the others had not found the mechanism at all. Meow Meow recounted the incident in detail. Why didn't you say it earlier? Why did you say it now? Sakeki knew that it was useless to say it earlier because the power of Pokemon on each level would become stronger. Not to mention that if multiple Pokemon appeared below, they might not be able to pass even if only one Pokemon appeared above. It was because they were not strong enough. It would be good to get 2 energy stone. They would talk about it later. Anyway, this relic would not disappear here. Team Rocket was teleported away while Guzma and Akroma were still fighting in Belka. They had gained much more than Team Rocket. Athena said, "I will work harder. I will challenge all the gyms to improve my combat ability." Chin Mew and the others are attacking the god-level Pokemon. Judging from this situation, it won't be long before Chin Mew wins. Serena said, "Do we still need to take action? Our strength is too weak. Let's wait here." Chin Mew looked at the wave power bursting out from the 2 Pokemon in front of him and was thinking about how to defeat them. They couldn't compete with wave power at all. Chin Mew knew that Pokemon in this illusion did not consume wave power. Serena said, "Chin Mew is so strong that even sub-god level Pokemon can fight against him." To read the e-citing novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Dandis said it would be strange if his Pokemon lineup is not strong with the 3 sacred bees. Bank IRAs attacked with falling rock and rushed forward again. The whole scene changed and all the lightning gathered together above Bank IRAs, injecting the strong lightning into Bankara's body. Mewtwo appeared in Chin Mew's Pokeball and Mewtwo transformed into a super energy state and quickly rushed into the sky. Zulan said, "Is it the Thunder Orb?" The energy here is supported by the Thunder Orb. With the infusion of lightning power, Bangilas became even more powerful. Chin Mew sensed the powerful power of lightning and quickly released Articuno with thunder feathers. Articuno was more than just one of the 3 birds. He inherited the power of thunder language. Dandy said, "Let's join now." Gardevoir instantly transferred Dandy and the others to Chin Mew's side and stood behind the defensive barrier. Lucario was also released by Serena. Tyrannosaurus assisted in the attack with a strong wind force, once hitting the defensive barrier in front. Mewtwo charged upwards again and again. He wanted to take away the lightning orb in the sky so that Benguiras in front of him would stop fighting. 0-0. The ice flame attack of the hurricane bird made it impossible for the opponent's Jigglypuff to play. The powerful power of the thunder feather seemed to be absorbing the lightning power in the lightning orb. Mewtwo's attack failed again and again, and the lightning orb was moving towards this side. The opportunity came. Chow Meng grabbed him. The moment Mewtwo reached out to touch it, the orb of thunder entered his body. Mewtwo in the super-powered state instantly burst out with powerful thunder and lightning power. Chin Mew and his friends didn't want to take away the power here. Without taking away the orb of thunder, there was no way to get out of here. This time they came here to stop Guzma and his friends. The main energy source here was not found, so Chin Mew took the orb of thunder and the orb of fire. The power of thunder stopped. Bang IRAs disappeared. Tyranitar also disappeared and the egg frozen underground disappeared instantly. The power of thunder here disappeared and it became an empty place. Serena said, "Finally this problem has been solved. The power of the orb of thunder is too strong." Chin Mew said, "In fact, I don't want to get the power of the orb of thunder. I still want to keep it in the illusion. After all, it belongs to the ability here." Zulan said, "You can get the orb of thunder, which means you have a fate with it. If you don't take the orb of thunder, we can't get out of here. This may be destined in the dark. Don't care too much about it." Chapter 248. Chin Mew didn't want to collect the energy here, but they had no choice. Yao Wei said, "The Pokemon Jigglypuff is really good. I want one if I have a chance." Dandis said, "Do you like auxiliary Pokemon? I think he has a strong recovery ability." After getting the orb of thunder, Chin Mew and his companions left. This time they were brought to the arena again and the door of the arena was open. Looking from the outside, outside the energy was still there. Qin Mu and his companions were very happy, which meant that Guzma and his companions had not found the energy source of the arena. Not to mention them, Qin Mu and his companions had been searching here for such a long time and had not found the energy source but only found Si energy stone. The statue outside the arena emitted a faint light. Lashios appeared. Congratulations on getting the 2 energy stones. 703. It knew that Qin Mu and his companions had obtained the orb of fire and the orb of thunder. Qin Mu said, we didn't intend to take away the energy here. It doesn't matter, the energy stone is destined for you. You get it by your own ability. Won't this place disappear due to the depletion of energy? The most powerful supporting energy cannot be taken away, so there is nothing to worry about. Where are Guzma and the others? Bell Tower Team Rocket has been teleported out. Guzma and the others are still fighting hard and have obtained Si energy stone. Serena said, how can we let those guys get energy? We must find a way to get them out of here. In the illusion it is impossible to judge good from bad, only the strength of the trainer can be distinguished. The 2 of them have some ability to enter the bell tower, but they will be teleported out soon. It is meaningless for Qin Mu and his men to stop them. Stopping them will not get them out of here. Lashio's voice sounded again. The Lashios in front of him was just an energy illusion. Ignore them. Challenge the bell tower. I can take you in. This means they don't have to stop Guzma and the others in the ruin. Akroma can't get energy here. At most he can get a few energy stone. The Pokemon Center is looking for these 2 people. They have destroyed the survival rules of the Pokemon, especially Akroma. The Pokemon he synthesized from the Pokemon for experiments have no consciousness at all and completely obey their commands. Qin Mu is not greedy. He knows that his abilities have improved enough to continue to move up in the bell tower. Qin Mu did not do so and was teleported out with Dandy and the others. Serena said, why do we have to come out? We can continue to go to the bell tower. It's really boring to gain power without going through some experiences, so I decided to give up the challenge. Zulan said, standing in front of Qin Mu with a bright smile on his face. You are right, we still need to grow. The people from the Elf Center have arrived here and they know that Akroma and Guzma have entered the illusion. Xiao Wei said, why are you here? We are here to find Guzma and Akroma. They have violated the laws of the elf and need to be imprisoned. I knew they would be punished. It should be out soon, just wait here. Akroma and Guzma were in a fantasy world and the elf they released had no independent consciousness at all. The scene in front of him shocked Akroma and his elf turned into mist and dissipated. How could this happen? To read the exciting novel, go to Falu Novel Network. How could the Pokemon on these totems be so powerful that they directly dissipated his elves? So where did the energy and wave power of the elves go? The Pokemon without souls still wanted to challenge in the bell tower to gain energy. A voice rang out between the 2 of them and they looked around and found a ray of light in the sky. The image formed by the light was Lashios. Lashios was just an illusion and no one knew who was really speaking here. Like Ditto, he can transform into any Pokemon. No one can be sure what it is unless you see its transformation with your own eyes to confirm that it is Ditto. According to him, all the elves he took out will disappear. It is hard for Akroma to imagine that his hard work and research will be in vain here. Who are you to decide his fate? I am the owner of this relic. Lashios. Many things are not what they seem on the surface. Just like you 2 think your synthesized Pokemon is powerful, it is vulnerable here. Go. After saying these 2 simple words, Guzma and Akroma were thrown out of the ruin. When they came to their senses, they had been taken away by the people from the Pokemon Center and all their Pokeballs were taken away. They came out of the illusion in an instant and were taken away after regaining consciousness. They didn't know what was going on. Qin Mu and the others saw this situation from a distance and Dandis said, this is reaping what you sow. Is it possible to restore the Pokemon they synthesize? Xiao Wei is very familiar with this question. He has been in the Pokemon Center for a long time. No. The smiles on everyone's faces froze. It was such a pity. After solving the problems of Akroma and Guzma, the Si energy stones in their hands were also left at the research base. Zulan said, I feel so relieved after solving these 2 guys. Where will you go? Net. Qin Mu said, complete the trainer's journey to challenge the gym. This is what every trainer must do. With Qin Mu's current ability, he is a very powerful trainer. If he doesn't challenge these gyms, the strength of 1-4 will be there. Qin Mu must have these experiences. He decided to challenge the gym. There is no need to take out his most powerful Pokemon. Dragon Pokemon almost didn't get this powerful energy. As the owner of a dragon gym, he decided to challenge with a dragon Pokemon. The first stop is Tokalange Penjayu. What Qin Mu and the others didn't expect was that Penjayu's Pokemon was actually Bangiris, a sub-god level Pokemon. Serena widened her eyes. He had only seen this kind of sub-Pokemon once in the illusion. This Penjayu is really not simple. Qin Mu said, come out, Ultimate Dragon. Are you kidding me? An Ultimate Dragon wants to fight against my sub-god level Pokemon. Qin Mu just smiled faintly. If you can defeat him, I will give give you all 3 badges. Okay. Chapter 249. Serena said, what a big tone. He probably doesn't know how powerful Qin Mu is. Dan De knew very well that this sub-god level Pokemon was far less powerful than the ancient sub-god level Pokemon. The levels were different and the power they burst out was also different. The skills were very similar and both launched a strong attack in the form of a tornado at the beginning. The Ultra Dragon moved forward to trigger the Dragon Wave and the Ultra Light Sword flew forward in rows. It was already very strong for a Dragon-type Pokemon to be able to launch such a strong attack. There is some gap in fighting against the sub-god level Pokemon. Qin Mu was very clear about this and he was not in a hurry. Zulan said this meeting is a wonderful competition. He and Xiao Ia walked here with Qin Mu and the others and stayed to watch. Xiao Ia said, Qin Mu's Dragon-type Pokemon is simply too powerful. Penjiu is using a sub-god level Pokemon. Can he fight against it? Bank IRAs erupted a storm forward and Ultra Dragon formed a defensive barrier. All the 17 items hit the barrier. Such a strong impact can easily break the barrier. Penjiu's mouth corners slightly raised and he was obviously full of confidence in himself. He had gone through a lot of trouble to get this sub-god level Pokemon. How could he be defeated so easily? When Athena knew that Akroma and Guzma were taken away by the people of the Pokemon Center after they were teleported out of the illusion, he was still frightened. Fortunately, he did not do such a bad thing. After thinking about it, they decided to send all the synthesized Pokemon to the Pokemon Center. In order not to be discovered by the other party, he put the Pokeballs in a bag. These were the Pokeballs that Guzma gave to the trainers. After being thrown away by them, they were collected by Sakeke. Athena was worried that it would be bad for their rocket team, so she threw the bag in front of the door of the Pokemon Center and left quietly. What a nasty guy, he almost hurt our rocket team. On the way back, seeing so many people gathered here, Athena squeezed in. Seeing that the person Qin Mu and his team challenged was Penjiu, Qin Mu was too arrogant to dare to challenge a sub-magic Pokemon. With a look of watching a good show, Athena thought Qin Mu was bound to lose. He didn't believe that Qin Mu could defeat this Pokemon. Why did Qin Mu, who had the 3 sacred beasts, only use dragon Pokemon? It really made him speechless. Why did the 3 sacred beasts choose Qin Mu? It was Qin Mu's pure mentality. He never thought of using the 3 sacred beasts to resist anything or show off. When he got the Rainbow Journey before Fini King confirmed Qin Mu's pure heart, the feeling he had for Pokemon was something that ordinary people could not understand. He regarded them as his friends and family, just like Mewtwo could completely become Qin Mu's Pokemon. Such a powerful and arrogant Pokemon could be conquered by Qin Mu, which was enough to prove how pure Qin Mu's heart was. Hee, how stupid can you really deal with Penjiu like this? Athena's words attracted the people around her and they all looked at him. He felt very strange. Why were these people looking at him? He didn't seem to say anything wrong. What they saw was that dragon-type Pokemon could resist sub-god level Pokemon. The storm of Bang IRAs has been colliding with the defensive barrier and it has not been broken yet. This is the first time that an ultimate dragon has such a strong defensive ability. Serena said, come on Qin Mu. Dan Dis said, is it necessary to be so nervous? With Qin Mu's strength there is no problem dealing with him. You see, I am very rela ed tisk. Qin Mu said, it's so different from the ancient power. In the illusion, the ancient power that Bang Ila's plotted formed a tornado and flying stones that were very powerful. The ultimate dragon couldn't resist it at all, but now the ultimate dragon has held on for so long. Zulan said, it's a big difference. Xiao Ia said, what do you mean it's a big difference? The power of the ancient. To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. This is certain. The power of ancient Pokemon is much stronger than that of modern Pokemon. They are here to coexist peacefully with us, not to fight. The competition between trainers is just a competition. The power of Pokemon will be the competition of wave power will distinguish which trainer is stronger. An Ultra Dragon has lasted for so long, which makes Penjiu a little unbelievable. It seems that this Dragon Cave owner is really not simple. Seeing the cracks in the defense barrier, it seems that the Ultra Dragon can't hold on. It has reached its limit. Come out Articuno. Articuno carries the power of Thunder Feathers and is definitely capable of competing with Banguila's Sandstorm. A powerful blizzard descended and the power of thunder spread in the blizzard. A beam of ice flame rushed forward, rushing towards the flying rock. Flying this way, the trainers all saw the power of Thunder Feathers and the people watching here cheered. Articuno did not inherit the power of the totem and Qin Mu did not plan to show it here. However, facing this sub-god level Pokemon, he could only choose the 3 mythical birds to fight. Penjiu thought that one Articuno was nothing, but he saw the power of thunder. Thunder Feathers possess powerful lightning power and the thunder spread in the snow and wind, which is more powerful than 100,000 volt. This kind of thunder power has reached the effect of tens of millions of volts, which has been increased many times. Athena almost forgot 703. Qin Mu still has Articuno Articuno. Such a Pokemon. The power of Thunder Feather can counter it. I can't control the rhythm of the competition. Is Penjaio going to summon the NET Pokemon? This is the first time that someone has defeated his bank IRAs. The people below were talking about it. Serena was very proud. They were often with Chin Mew and knew his abilities best. Serena and Dandy's abilities had also improved a lot. They had seen the strength of the sub-god level Pokemon before, and it was even more powerful than the current one. It was really shocking to see this Pokemon appear. The result of the game was very surprising. Bank IRAs did not have an endless supply of wave power. It also had a time when it exhausted its wave power, which was completely different from the state in the illusion. Articuno attacked with all its strength and the powerful freezing skill spread forward. Bankura's storm became more violent and the flying stones hit the ice and the bang 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 sound was particularly loud. Athena said, "What am I seeing right? Is Bank IRAs going to be defeated? What a useless guy, he can't even use the power of such a powerful Pokemon in his hands." Athena's face was full of ridicule. Penjaio has more than one Pokemon. His NET Pokemon will appear soon. Dragon Storm. Chapter 250. The dragon wave spread towards this side and the powerful breath rushed towards Articuno. Serena said the two Pokemon are the same as in the illusion. Dandy said it's just a coincidence, they don't have ancient power, there is nothing to worry about. Dragonite has a strong fire attribute, no wonder Penjaio chose to use this Pokemon. His flames erupted forward and collided with Articuno's ice attribute, which are mutually exclusive attribute. The energy of the two Pokemon collided in front and instantly disappeared. Articuno is different from Dragonite. It has a strong power of thunder feathers and the power of lightning is dominant. Chin Mew is very clear about the problem of attribute restraint. Articuno also has the ability to practice. Trainers will of course consider the attribute issues of Pokemon. Attribute restraint is very common. Penjaio's Scrap Dragon Fire attribute has no way to restrain Articuno's thunder feathers. The thunder blow of Articuno's thunder feathers is too powerful. Chin Mew said, "How is it? It's okay. It's child play for me. Bangilas can't hold out much longer. The 3 badges in your hand will belong to me." He almost forgot that he had said arrogantly before that Chin Mew would give him the 3 badges as long as he defeated Bangilas. Now it seems that he underestimated the enemy. "I Penjaio keep my word. I will give you these 3 badges. The problem with the badges is to defeat Bangilas. Defeating Bangilas does not mean defeating Penjaio. Their battle is still going on." Hit by the thunder, the Tyrannosaurus landed on the ground and Bangilas flew forward fiercely. He used up the last wave of power. Only the Tyrannosaurus was left to resist the thunder feathers of Articuno. The Tyrannosaurus flapped its wings violently. Doing so would allow him to recover quickly. How could Chin Mew let him recover his abilities? Thunder Strike. He rushed towards the Tyrannosaurus in front of him, again interrupting his ability to continue to use skill. Seeing that Tyrannosaurus was about to collapse, he immediately summoned Gardevoir, which stepped on the back of Tyrannosaurus and sent a harsh sound forward. With such a sharp sonic attack, Articuno began to shake. Taking this opportunity, Tyrannosaurus used his own skills and recovered half of the wave power. Dandy said, "No wonder this guy is so arrogant. Does he have some skills? It's pretty good among trainers." Even Articuno was shaken by him. How can Gardevoir learn sonic power? How did he do it? Zulan said, "Maybe some special energy allowed him to learn this skill. I used to have a lot of doubts, but since I entered the illusion of the ruins I found that nothing is impossible." Serena said, "Yes, the scenes in the illusion are simply unimaginable." Only Athena was watching the excitement in the crowd. She hoped that this trainer named Penjaio could defeat Chin Mew. What a sub-god level Pokemon. Banguira's is just so. It's a waste to keep it in his hands. Red Eye's Black Dragon come out. The black flame bomb rushed forward quickly and the powerful defensive barrier blocked the harsh sound wave. Gardevoir's enhanced fist rushed forward and Dragonite took this opportunity to spray flames forward. Chin Mew's defeat of Bangiras was beyond his expectation. He believed that no matter how strong the opponent was, he could not defeat the sub-god level Pokemon. What he never expected was that the trainer in front of him not only had the 3 mythical bird Pokemon such as Articuno but also the power of Thunder Feather. If he had known this, he would not have taken the 3 badges as reward. Penjaio has a good Pokemon lineup. It seems that his duel with Chin Mew will not end easily. The first sub-god level Pokemon has been taken back by him and the second Dragonite is still here. Dragonite's ability is to allow him to restore his own wave power. He can restore his own state without interference and continue to fight. Xiao Ia said, "This duel is quite interesting. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network." Dante found Athena in the crowd. There was nothing much to say about watching the game here, but he hated this guy. Why did he appear here? He looked to the side again and only Athena was there from Team Rocket. The Gardevoir in front of him was completely different from Dante's Gardevoir. Dante's Gardevoir inherited the power of the totem and was much stronger than his. Penjaio Penjiao thought in his heart that the dragon-type Pokemon gym master in front of him was indeed powerful. His Red Eyes Black Dragon was very strong. The dragon wave that the Red Eyes Black Dragon emitted as well as the shock waves of other skills were very strong. Qin Mu did not intend to use the 3 sacred beasts. Penjiao would have failed long ago if the 3 sacred beasts had appeared. Only Zulan and the others knew that Qin Mu had retained his strength. Few other people knew that Qin Mu had the 3 sacred beast Pokemon. Athena was very clear about Qin Mu's strength. What on earth is Qin Mu thinking? He is obviously stronger than this guy, but he insists on retaining his strength. I really don't understand him. Athena couldn't figure out why Qin Mu did this. Could it be that the 3 holy beasts are unable to fight? That would be great. He didn't believe that someone was so stupid as not to show his true strength to fight against his opponent. It must be what he thought. Athena was very excited when she thought of this. No matter how strong Gardevoir's attack was, it was not as powerful as the Red Eyes Black Dragon. The evolved Red Eyes Black Dragon was very majestic and its ruby-like eyes shot out death rays forward. It's impossible that a dragon-type Pokemon can have such a powerful force. Except for Penjiao, everyone here felt strange. They had never seen a dragon-type Pokemon that could exert such a powerful force. How dragon-type Pokemon are different with Qin Mu. They exert great power. At first Dandy and the others were also very surprised. After being with Qin Mu they have become accustomed to it. Serena said no matter where Qin Mu goes he will attract people's attention, especially the appearance of dragon-type Pokemon. Zulan thought this phenomenon was very strange and he himself was not sure how Qin Mu did it. At least he had never seen it before. Seeing that his Pokemon was about to collapse, Penjiao frowned. Am I going to be defeated by this guy? 2 sub-god level Pokemon appeared but they couldn't defeat him. He released Garchomp again. This attracted Serena's attention as she had a Pokemon like this herself. The violent tornado of sand and dust pushed forward, which was Garchomp's special skill. This tornado was particularly strong. Chapter 251. It collided with the energy in front and directly shattered the energy wave. Serena was very surprised and said, how can it be so strong? It was obvious that the tornado erupted by this Garchomp was much stronger than the one erupted by his Garchomp. The extremely violent wind pushed forward. The Chi bomb burst out in this direction. Red Eyes Black Dragon learned this skill. Unable to stop the push of the tornado, it can pass through this wind and directly hit the Garchomp behind. Qin Mu knew from the power it burst out that Penjiao's Pokemon training was very intense and Garchomp's tornado had proved his strength. Gardevoir and Dragonite immediately showed their most powerful strength and rushed forward. Penjiao is already considered very powerful in this area. The trainer who came to challenge him this time is not bad. As long as there is someone who can defeat his Bangiris, this person is very powerful. Both Bangiris and Dragonite, 2 sub-god level Pokemon, were defeated by him. It's not that easy to defeat me. The Tyrannosaurus counterattacked. The special power was displayed and the 2 giant claws were wrapped in a black aura. The power became stronger and stronger. Tyrannosaurus spread its wings and rushed forward. The 2 claws rushed towards the Red Eyes Black Dragon with an offensive that tore everything apart. The speed of the attack was very fast and his figure was almost invisible. When he approached the Red Eyes Black Dragon, the Red Eyes Black Dragon quickly dodged the attack. It was so fast that it could still dodge it. This Red Eyes Black Dragon was so powerful. This was something Penjiao didn't expect. Their offensive did not stop. Come on! Tyrannosaurus kept chasing the Red Eyes Black Dragon and Gardevoir interfered with Articuno. His attacks were very rhythmic and he was a very intelligent trainer. He didn't expect the Red Eyes Black Dragon to be so strong, which was different from what he saw. Maybe he underestimated the strength of the Red Eyes Black Dragon too much. Tyrannosaurus, such a powerful Pokemon, can't be fully utilized here. The onlookers below were talking about it and Athena didn't expect it to be like this. This Penjiao is too bad. What a useless waste. Should I help him? Just thinking about it made him want to create chaos here. When Athena was thinking of a solution, Dragonite fell heavily to the ground, turned into a beam of light and flew back to the Pokeball. Dragonite didn't hold on and the 4th Pokemon appeared. His 4th Pokemon turned out to be Lucario. The pedestrian Pokemon rushed forward and the Bullet Fist plotted quickly. Lucario's ability is to move the impact force forward, quickly attack the opponent with the 2 big ticks in his hands, and can use some strange skills to attack the opponent. After appearing, he quickly launched an attack without any hesitation. Articuno flew back to the Pokeball and Qin Mu released the NET Pokemon Dragonite. The thick water column rushed directly forward and Lucario, who was about to rush to the front, was knocked out. The quasi-god level Pokemon Dragonite appeared. What a powerful opponent. Penjiao is going to be defeated by him this time. Someone should teach him a lesson so that he won't be so arrogant all the time. Peng Yu was a little shocked that Qin Mu's elf lineup was so powerful. Gardevoir moved its position, appeared out of thin air and directly attacked the Red Eyes Black Dragon. The flood fluctuation of space had already allowed the red eyes black dragon to sense his position, and it quickly flapped its wings and sprayed the dragon wave towards him. Dandis said Gardevoir's formula is not bad. This duel won't last long. This is already the 4th Pokemon to read the e-citing novels go to Falu Novel Network. He didn't expect Chin Mew to be so vigilant. None of the skills released by his Pokemon were successful. The power of the red eyes black dragon shocked him a little. The angry red eyes black dragon's body emitted a faint black light, and his ruby-like eyes seemed even more shining. The 2 huge claws grabbed forward with force. This time Gardevoir lost its combat effectiveness. The dragon Pokemon was so powerful after the explosion. No matter how strong the fighting Pokemon Lucario was, there was nothing he could do. Penjayu took the initiative to admit defeat and took back his Pokemon. He knew that Lucario had no need to stand any longer. You are the strongest trainer I have ever met. You can easily defeat my 4 Pokemon. You win. Before Athena could even make a move, Penjayu admitted defeat. What a bummer. He turned and left. Penjayu spread out his palm and gave 3 badges to Chin Mew. Chin Mew said, forget it, I challenged you not for these 3 badges but just for my own growth process. How could I go back on my word? Since I said so, I will definitely do it. These 3 badges are yours. If you don't like them, you can do whatever you want with them. Chin Mew took the badge and saw that he looked a little disappointed, knowing that he was reluctant to give them up. Now these 3 badges are mine. I decided to give them to you. Is this okay? Peng Yu's eyes widened. He never thought Chin Mew would do this. He instantly showed a bright smile. Thank you. They started chatting. Dante talked to him about Gardevoir, and Serena kept asking about Lucario. They could compete with each other. They stayed here for a while. Zulan and Xiao Ia said goodbye to Chin Mew and the others. They had other things to do. We'll see you later if we have the chance. Never seen a red-eyed black dragon burst out with such strong power. Chin Mew said it's the first time I've seen it too. Maybe his opponent is too strong. Chin Mew's dragon-type Pokemon is special in itself, and it must be able to trigger the power of the Dragon Messenger. Only the Dragon Messenger can make dragon-type Pokemon trigger Dragon Sense. They left here to challenge the NET trainer. There was no intention to deliberately look for anyone, just challenge whoever they passed by. The 3 of them had made a decision. After sending Xiao Wei back to his own place, they continued their NET journey. Looking at the whiteness everywhere across the bank ahead, there were flowers and willows here which were completely 2 different scenes. Chin Mew said the ice island is ahead. Are you interested in taking a look? It's not the first time to come here. Let's take another look. Just passing by here, they decided to land. As they approached the ice island, a strong cold air hit them in the face. It was white everywhere and no other colors could be seen. Serena said it's strange why it's so quiet. There is not even a footprint on the ground. Where did all the Pokemon here hide? Chapter 252. It is impossible not to see any Pokemon when landing on the ice island. You can't see their traces, but there are their footprint. Now there is not even a footprint, which is obviously problematic. Dandis said, what happened here? They don't know why the ice island has become like this, so they can only look for clues here. No Pokemon footprints were found on the snow outside or in some ice caves. Chin Mew said the Pokemon on the entire ice island have disappeared, which is a bit incredible. Chin Mew and his friends walked here for a long time and didn't find any traces, as if there was no breath of life on the entire island. The only thing that can be felt is that the breath here is particularly cold. Serena pointed to the iceberg in the distance and said this is the remains of the iceberg. It has been sealed for a long time and no one dares to go there. It is like a huge whirlpool with a special energy. Chin Mew said, could their disappearance be related to this relic? I don't know much. I just know that this place is very special and few people go there. Dandy also remembered that this place was a very dangerous place. No breath of life could be found here. Chin Mew and his friends decided to go to the valley over there to take a look. Are the iceberg ruins really that scary? The further you go, the more snow crystals there are, and you can't find any traces of Pokemon. Looking at the front, there seems to be a large blizzard fort. This should be the place, Serena said. It's so dangerous here. How could those Pokemon appear here? This is a ruin, and what kind of power supports such a powerful storm fort? All this made Chin Mew feel very strange. Obviously there is a problem here. The last time they appeared here there were no such problems. At least they could see the traces of ice Pokemon. Chin Mew and his friends are in the Galar region on the ice island, here the iceberg ruins in the snow valley. In this situation they have no way to go in. Dandis said, if we take this risk, I'm afraid all 3 of us will have to go in, and we can't be sure whether the Pokemon are here. When several people were trying to think of a solution, the voice of Alola Ninetail came out. I have a way to take you in. Chin Mew took out the Pokeball. Only he could hear the voice of Alola Ninetails, and the Alola in the Pokeball flew out. Dandis said, does Alola have a way? Chin Mew nodded. Alola appeared here bringing with him a 9-color blizzard. The scene was so beautiful. The iceberg was covered in white and suddenly the 9 colors appeared. This was of course the most conspicuous inconspicuous place. Alolo looked forward. The storm formed by the huge vort was so strong that his 9 colors were also stirred into it and the vort changed color. Alola rushed forward with all his strength to form an entrance and appeared in front of Qin Mu and the others. Qin Mu and the other 3 quickly walked in. Alola stopped the output of wave power and returned to the pokeball. This was quite a consumption for him. Walking in from the outside of the storm, it was particularly calm inside. The inside and the outside were completely different scenery. It was not like the outside where there was ice and snow everywhere. Remember that everything inside was made of stone. Now where they are is just the entrance. Qin Mu and the others continued to move forward along here. The real scenery appeared in front of them. The ruins are particularly magnificent. These buildings are not as glorious as they used to be. One can imagine what the scene was like at the time. Serena said, "Look, sure enough we found the figure of the Pokemon ahead." Qin Mu and his friends walked over there. The condition of this Pokemon looked very bad. He looked very weak but not injured. It should be that his wave power was exhausted. He will be fine as long as he recovers for a while. Did he just fight? Let's go over there and take a look. To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. There was a dazzling light ahead. The problem should be there. Qin Mu and his friends walked over there. They encountered many ice-type Pokemon along the way. They all looked the same as the first Pokemon. It was obvious that their wave power was exhausted. Dandy felt very strange. What kind of Pokemon could have such a powerful force that all these ice-type Pokemon became what they are now? When they arrived at the glowing place, they saw that it was Regius, an ice attribute Pokemon. Its characteristics include a body of eternal purity and its entire body seems to be assembled with icicles. It belongs to the iceberg elf system and has very strong characteristic. Fire attribute attacks cannot melt it, which is enough to prove its strength. No matter how powerful Regius is, there will be a time when his wave power is exhausted. With so many Pokemon attacking him together, how could he still have such a strong power? Qin Mu said, "Is it supported by some kind of power again? Even if he was a legendary giant from the Age of Gods, he wouldn't be so powerful." Qin Mu saw that there was something strange here. This guy seemed very violent. He kept radiating his wave power, but how did those Pokemon rush in? All this was unknown. Zero. All the Pokemon on the Ice Island Snowfield are here. Serena said, "Look, there is a black hole under his feet. Is that a teleportation entrance? This can explain it." All the Pokemon outside were sucked in by him. Qin Mu summoned Articuno, a powerful ice Pokemon. It has no fire skills with the power of thunder. They must defeat Regius in front of them. Stop him from doing this crazy thing. Articuno's ice flame impacts the powerful lightning force. The defensive barrier is so strong. The guy in front of him is very powerful. The legendary Pokemon has the power of sword and shield. This defensive resistance made Qin Mu and the others feel his energy. Qin Mu said, "This is not right. He can't have such a strong power. Come out, Gardevoir." Serena took out the Pokeball and threw Lucario. The 3 Pokemon rushed forward, especially Lucario and Gardevoir's movement speed. Magical shining attack. Ice flame shockwave. Lucario quickly rushed forward and threw the stick in his hand towards Regius in front of him. 3 powerful Pokemon attacked, among which Gardevoir and Lucario had completely different powers. They inherited the power of Totem. The wave power that burst out was quite powerful. Looking at the defense barrier in front, there was no crack at all. No wonder all the ice Pokemon outside became like this. Chapter 253. Serena summoned Garchomp. "You must increase your attack to deal with this Pokemon in front of you." Qin Mu released Dragonite and the quasi-god level Pokemon appeared. Boom Diamond. SI Pokemon targeted Regice in front of them. What kind of powerful energy could allow him to hold on like this? Qin Mu didn't believe that even with his own strength, no matter how strong his energy was, he couldn't support such a powerful wave force rushing forward, and it was with the cooperation of the 3 of them. Dandy and Serena both sensed the powerful power in him. When he plotted, a shining light came out from his chest. Obviously his energy came from the power in his chest. Qin Mu said, "Did you two see it? What exactly is that power right in his chest? As long as we take down the thing 703, it should be over." Dandy said, "This may be difficult to do. This defensive barrier is too strong. It is indeed difficult to remove the energy on his chest." SI Pokemon appeared here, and each Pokemon's wave power is very strong. Their abilities are not simple either. Under this circumstance, there is still no way to deal with Regius. If you don't take down the energy stone on his chest, there is no way to catch him. If you can't even break through this defensive barrier, how can you take down the stone? Qin Mu was thinking of a way. Their strength gathered together again and rushed to a point of defensive barrier in front of them and found a crack. They thought that they could break his defensive barrier by rushing forward again. What they didn't expect was that this defensive barrier could actually be restored. Could it be that the powerful storm outside for so long was also caused by this energy, so the black hole was connected to the storm circle outside? Qin Mu Mu said, I know this stone has always been inside the ruins and it is because of it that a powerful storm circle is formed outside. The connection port of the black hole is the storm circle. Those Pokemon were sucked here and entered the mouth of the storm and then directly entered the black hole and appeared inside the ruin. Their energy was hosted by this guy. It seems that everything can be plane. This is the iceberg ruin. It is impossible for such a strong storm circle to appear. It should be a phenomenon caused by some special energy. Solving this problem should be able to solve the problem of the storm circle. Once the storm circle disappears, the ruins will not be safe. Many people will want to explore here and it may be destroyed. In any case, let's deal with Regius first. Qin Mu said, let's find a way to punch a hole in its defense barrier and then Mutwa will get the stone on her chest. The three of them looked at each other and planned to do so. Let's go all out. Qin Mu took out a poke ball. Mutwo is ready to fight. Mutwo appeared in the sky and all the wave forces rushed forward. Cracks began to appear in the defense barrier and the holes in the cracks became larger and larger. Qin Mu said, now Mutwo, go and get the energy stone. Mutwo quickly flew forward. The armored Mutwo was extremely hard and penetrated the barrier to get the energy stone. The ice water orb was taken down. Regis returned to normal. He was not so manic and he didn't know what he was doing. He accidentally entered the ruins and swallowed the orb, which turned him into this. The orb was originally where he was standing. Regis walked down from above. Qin Mu placed the orb there and the void outside was still there. All the ice Pokemon here have almost recovered. Alola Ninetales, it's up to you. Alola rushed forward quickly and another hole appeared. All the ice Pokemon walked out from here including Regiace and Qin Mu. They didn't take the ice orb and left him here. To read the exciting novel, go to Follow Novel Network. Great, we are out. The ice Pokemon thanked Qin Mu and his friends. All the Pokemon stood in front of Qin Mu and his friends and were not in a hurry to leave. Qin Mu said, go to your favorite place. The Pokemon here gradually left but Regis followed behind Qin Mu. Why are you still here? Obviously he wanted to be Qin Mu's Pokemon and had no intention of leaving. This little guy is really interesting. Just come into the Poke Ball. Qin Mu accepted Regius and they decided to leave the Ice Island. The problems here have been solved by them and the Ice Island has regained its former vitality. The energy of the ruins has also been preserved so that no one will disturb it. Serena said, if we don't want to come and take a look, we can't solve these troubles. Everything is destined to be with us. Qin Mu and his team left the Ice Island. They came to Yanmo City. This city is located in the north of the capital. There is a dragon cave in this area, which is the place where dragon-type Pokemon are captured. The trainers in this city are best at using dragon-type Pokemon. The strength of dragon-type Pokemon is still good. Among all Pokemon, dragon-type Pokemon is the most powerful. The dragon-type Pokemon that Qin Mu has is so powerful that it is unimaginable. It is completely different from the power burst out by Pokemon captured by ordinary trainers. Basically all trainers want to get dragon-type Pokemon. It's just that it takes a long time to cultivate dragon-type Pokemon. This should be the Dragon Cave in this city. There are dragon Pokemon here and it is not easy to find them. Qin Mu and his companions passed by here and stopped at the Dragon Cave. Should we continue to look for it? Serena said, it's good to try our luck. They walked here for a long time. The real Dragon Cave is a big place, not a cave. They found nothing. In 1-4 they met another trainer. Judging from his appearance, he should also be looking for dragon Pokemon. Feeling that someone was coming from behind, the boy in front turned his head. Qin Mu and the others recognized the identity of this boy. He was Xiaoan, the son of Sakeke. You are champion trainers. Seeing the badges on the three people, I recognized their identities at a glance. Are you here to look for dragon-type Pokemon as well? Please don't disturb me. Go to the other side. What an unreasonable little guy. He was worried that Qin Mu and the others' appearance here would scare away the Pokemon. Although it was very rude, he was right. Qin Mu and the others didn't take it too seriously and turned around and walked in another direction. Serena said, why is Xiaoan here? There is only one purpose for coming here. Chapter 254. Xiaoan looked at the backs of Qin Mu and the others as they left, then he retracted his gaze and continued to look forward. He had been looking in this area for a long time. How could he let others destroy it? Qin Mu and the others walked in another direction. He knew that dragon attribute Pokemon were very difficult to capture. With Xiaoan's strength, could he do it? In Xiaoan's philosophy, he didn't like weak Pokemon, so all the Pokemon he captured were relatively strong. He believed that weak Pokemon were of no use to him. Qin Mu was such a powerful trainer, he didn't dare to say that those weak Pokemon were useless. They were useful. Serena said, he has been walking here for so long and he didn't find anything. Although this is a dragon cave, you can't just come across dragon-type Pokemon here. Forget it, we have been walking for such a long time. The purpose of their coming here is not to catch dragon-type Pokemon but to challenge the gym. Several people left here and walked towards the downtown area of Yanmo City. Xiaoan Xiaoan met them again. Isn't he looking for Pokemon in the Dragon Cave? 17 Dandy said. It seems that we have a connection with him. Xiaoan walked towards them. I want to compete with you. I know you are a dragon attribute gym leader. As soon as these words came out, Serena and Dandy almost burst out laughing. Is he crazy? Doesn't he know his own strength? With his strength he dares to challenge the dragon attribute gym leader. Serena said, you are not kidding. Are you sure you want to challenge Qin Mu? Why not? You guys really underestimate me. If someone challenges Qin Mu, he will never refuse. He accepted Xiaoan's challenge. The two of them found an open space and took out their Pokeballs. The mini dragon that Xiaoan released made Serena burst out laughing. Ha ha ha, this is what he calls a high-level dragon Pokemon. It's so funny. It hasn't even evolved yet. Silver was obviously very angry when he heard Serena's laughter. How can you be so rude? Serena retracted her smile. She didn't expect Xiaoan to be so serious. Well, I wish you good luck. Since he was challenging a dragon gym leader, Qin Mu released his dragon-type Pokemon Charizard. Dratini was a Pokemon in its initial form and it would become stronger after evolving. Qin Mu did not have a Pokemon in its initial form, so he could only fight him with Charizard. How can you bully people like this? I am using the original form of Pokemon. As soon as this sentence came out, Qin Mu didn't know what to say. He didn't have the original form of Pokemon either. Oh, so if you think it's unfair, wait a little longer. How about I catch a Pokemon in its initial form and then fight you? Qin Mu said that he didn't have a Pokemon in its initial form, which made Xiaoan feel incredible. You did it on purpose, didn't you? Serena thought for a moment and said, why don't you just fight me? I have an initial form of Froggy here which is just right for you. The form of Pokemon and the wave power they burst out represent the strength of a trainer. Qin Mu is such a powerful trainer and all his Pokemon are in evolved state. Low-level Pokemon like Haunted Eyes are in evolved state. The only Regius that Qin Mu got recently is too strong and there is no way he can compete with this little Dratini. The only one who can fight him is Charizard. Dratini can't be a match for Charizard, which is at an evolved level. To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. There is no need to fight. Xiaoan knows very well that he is no match for him. I will just accept Serena's challenge reluctantly. You should quickly prepare a starting Pokemon. As expected of Sakeka's son, he has the same personality as Team Rocket. Serena took out the Pokeball and released Frog. She accidentally put it into the Pokeball and never used it in battle. It was the first time for the two of them to work together and they didn't know what skills Frog had yet. Serena didn't know what to say to Silver, but since she had already accepted, let's start the fight. Dante said, this is terrible. Frog can't be a match for Dratini. This little Pokemon was accidentally placed in the Pokeball by Serena and it has no combat experience at all. None of the three of us have Pokemon in their initial form, so this is the only way. Drizzity is not Xiaoan's strongest Pokemon. This is the Dratini he just got. He searched for this guy in the Dragon Cave for so long before finding it. Although it is a Dratini, he will become very powerful through evolution, which he knows very well. In terms of attributes, Dragon-type Pokemon definitely have an advantage. Frog is no match for it and was beaten to a miserable state in the first round. I thought you were so great, but is this all? Water attack. The water sprayed forward. Serena's face was not good at all. He was defeated by him. Looking at the expression on his face, Qin Mu knew that she was angry. This expression was like she was on fire. Lucario, come out. This frog has never fought before. I don't want to listen to your nonsense. If you have the ability, defeat me. It turned out that this was not the Pokemon that fought with him, but the one that Serena had just harvested. No wonder it looks so weak. Qin Mu said Serena is completely ignorant of his skills. Without any scientific knowledge, 707 certainly can't be effective. Lucario must be stronger than Dratini. Serena's Lucario has not only been strengthened but also gained the energy of the totem and defeated his Dratini in one move. But Xiaoan, he took out the second Pokeball in a hurry. He let Dratini fight just to increase the favorability of the two of them. As a newly acquired Pokemon, Xiaoan did not show the true strength of Dratini. Double Bomb Gas, come out. Don't think I'm weak. The fact that I can catch Dragon-type Pokemon shows my strength. Xiaoan was very confident. Qin Mu said, is Double Ball Gas a standard feature of Team Rocket? Probably. They all have this Pokemon. The ability of the Double Bullet Gas is not bad. It rushed forward and released a powerful blast. The place was full of black smoke, which was the characteristic of the Double Bullet Gas. He underestimated Lucario's ability. Lucario moved so fast, how could he give him a chance? Hearing the sound of the Double Bullet Gas's impact, Lucario quickly jumped up and jumped out of the range of the smoke, and the stick in his hand flew down. Serena's face was firm. He had begun to be serious. He knew that this little Silver would never be that simple. He must have done it on purpose at the beginning. Chapter 255. You've been pretending to be weak since the beginning. I just want to know the power of Dratini. Stop talking nonsense. You have successfully provoked me. I will definitely defeat you. Qin Mu said. It seems that he can fight with Charizard and he did it on purpose before. Team Rocket is always cunning. He is Sakeka's son, so he must be no worse. The two double bullet gases kept spinning and charged forward. Lucario's attack still caused damage to them. The blasting impact ability of the double bullet gases is quite powerful. Boom! The explosion in the black smoke made it impossible for anyone to see Lucario's status clearly, as it completely blocked their vision. After a while, Lucario rushed out from the black smoke. When the double bullet gas blasted at it again, Lucario threw the stick in his hand and hit the double bullet gas like a ball. The landing point was at Xiaowen's feet. Xiaowen kicked it quickly. If it was a little slower, he would have been blown away by the double bullet gas. Hehe, this is your ability. Gas explosion. Again, still can't beat him. Come out, Raisha 100,000 volts. Serena knew that his double bullet gas wouldn't last long. Lucario's attribute ability is so strong, how could he take advantage of it? Your Lucario is so weird, how come he has such attribute? Now I realize it's too late. Take it. Wait, I suddenly remembered that I have something else to do. I will come to see you again in 2 days. Raisha's 100,000 volts hasn't erupted yet. Just when it was about to explode, it was stopped. Raisha stood there in a daze and Xiaowen retracted his skills. Raisha flew back into the Pokeball in an instant and Xiaowen turned around and ran away without looking back and saying anything. Qin Mu said, didn't he come here to challenge me? Why are you running so fast now? Who knows what this guy is thinking? The reason why Xiaowen ran away is that he knows that he is no match for Serena. In addition to finding dragon-type Pokemon, Xiaowen came here for another thing, the Dragon Gem. It can let his Pokemon inherit the skills of dragon attributes, which will greatly enhance the power of Pokemon. It won't be too late to deal with them after finding the Dragon Gem. If I had known they were so strong, I would not have come out. This Lucario is so strange. Why is the attribute different from other Lucarios? Xiaowen felt strange as he walked. Now he could only rely on the Dragon Gem to succeed in the challenge. Qin Mu and his friends walked to the center of Yanmo City and decided to rest here for a day and challenge the gym the NET day. Dandy sat down on the chair. After walking for so long, I can finally take a break. Serena said, there are some rules for the gym in Yanmo City. Let's take a look at these rules. Get a general understanding of the situation here. There is nothing special. Just pay a little attention to etiquette. The NET day, Qin Mu and his friends came to the gym in Yanmo City. The venue is not particularly large and this kind of venue is very common. The three people waited here quietly and the gym owner had not come out yet. Qin Mu looked around the venue. It seemed to be limited to certain Pokemon and flying Pokemon could not be used. Maybe this is not a real venue. Let's wait and see. After a while, a man in a black cloak walked over here. He looked very mysterious. I am the gym owner of Yanmo City. May I ask who is today's challenger? Qin Mu said, it's me. Let me see what you are capable of. How could he not know these three champion trainers? To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. The man in front of him was very calm. He took off his black cloak and put it on the railing. NET to him. He took out a Pokeball from the bag on his waist. With a faint smile on his face, he threw the Pokeball upward and a Dragonite appeared. As expected, the trainers here are best at using dragon Pokemon. The Dragonite is much stronger than yesterday's Dratini. Qin Mu released the Red Eyes Black Dragon. This venue is not very limited and he used dragon-type Pokemon without hesitation. There should be no problem. Dandy said, this place is very strange. It looks like a small venue, but it can accommodate such powerful Pokemon of both size and flying type to fight. Is everything in front of me just an illusion? Serena said, what are you talking about? It's just a visual effect. Look at it. The black roof seems a bit depressing and the color of the house gives people the feeling that the space is not big. In fact, this venue is still okay. I really didn't notice it. It just felt like the space was small. The battle between the Sub-Dragon King and the Red Eyes Black Dragon has already begun. The power of the dragon blasted forward. All dragon-type Pokemon can learn this skill. Dandy said, the gym leader's power is not bad. The wave power that the Thorn Dragon King bursts out is not weak at all. In addition to being a champion trainer, Qin Mu is also the leader of a dragon-type gym. His dragon-type Pokemon lineup is very powerful. The Black Flame Bomb burst out forward. The opponent can sense that Qin Mu's dragon-type Pokemon is very special and the power they burst out is very strange. It is completely different from the power burst out by the dragon-type Pokemon he obtained. There is a special energy in the elves summoned by Qin Mu. Your dragon-type Pokemon is very special. Could it be that it inherited the energy of some kind of stone? This is what it looks like after evolution. The dragon wave in front pushed this side and the red-eyed black dragon counterattacked using the same skill and the two elves burst out. Zhao Dandy said, dragon Pokemon are very powerful. They knew that the gym leader in front of them was no match for Qin Mu. There was nothing surprising about the energy of this gym leader. Red Eyes Black Dragon burst wave missile. The rapid impact force and the persistence of the wave force are very strong. How could this happen? Obviously his thorn dragon couldn't hold on any longer. Under such a powerful impact the thorn dragon was blown away. Xiao Chun said it's really not simple. Garchomp come out. Garchomp is a dragon-type Pokemon. He has the ground attribute, very strong defense ability, and can control storms and dust. The power of dual attribute Pokemon is always not simple. Serena knows the power of Garchomp best. Garchomp Quicksand Hell Impact. The red-eyed black dragon burst out a death ray. The energy formed by Xiaokun's Garchomp was faster. Chapter 256. Serena looked at Garchomp's powerful wind and said, how did he do that? Garchomp is so powerful. Quicksand Hell. The red-eyed black dragon opened his big mouth and sprayed out the power of a wave of missiles forward. He could feel the power of Qin Mu's dragon-type Pokemon. It was completely different from the dragon-type gym leader he imagined. The second attack of the Leabite Garchomp plodded forward. Earthquake. The entire ground was in a state of being burrowed, making it difficult to stand. The strong defense barrier was blocking the impact of the fierce bite shark. Red eyes black dragon wave. Gray shark drilled into the ground. The ground attribute was indeed very special. It could use this method to avoid the strong attack from the front. Serena saw not only how powerful Xiaokun's Pokemon was but also Xiaokun's fighting skills. The cooperation between the trainer and Pokemon was very important. The dragon power burst out of Qin Mu's red eyes black dragon was very powerful. They were both dragon-type Pokemon, so why did his dragon-type Pokemon burst out with such a powerful dragon power? Garchomp drilled out from the ground and rushed into the sky above. 707. Flame Fang attack. The red-eyed black dragon swooped down, grabbing it with two huge claws, and the dragon claws roared at the same time. The two red eyes shot out destructive rays. Qin Mu's red-eyed black dragon also has many skills. You are really a very difficult trainer to deal with. The excessive self-confidence at the beginning was gradually worn away, and the power of the dragon wave completely overwhelmed his Garchomp. Could it be that Garchomp could not withstand the attack of the red eyes black dragon? Xiao Chun was very unconvinced. With the truth in front of him, Garchomp quickly lost his combat effectiveness. One Pokemon defeated him. Two Pokemon. He once saw in a book that a person who could make the power of dragon-type Pokemon stronger was the messenger of dragon-type Pokemon. He could obtain the real power of the dragon. Could it be that Qin Mu was the real messenger of the dragon? Of course all this was just his guess and it could not be confirmed yet. The ancient book he could give to Qin Mu. The previous arrogance has now disappeared, replaced by an expression of lack of confidence on his face. Serena said if he had known Qin Mu's strength earlier he would not have such arrogance on his face. Charizard go to battle. Xiaokun's third Pokemon Charizard appeared with a strong blue flame as soon as it appeared. The flame after evolution, only the evolved Charizard can emit blue flame. Dragon's reverse scale, a powerful skill of dragon-type Pokemon. Qin Mu released his second Pokemon Ancient Charizard. Powerful flames spewed forward, blocking the opponent's skills. Seeing the Ancient Charizard in front of him, Xiao Chun was even more shocked. Ancient Pokemon with great power are rare in dreams. Where did he get the Ancient Charizard? He searched for a long time but couldn't find the Ancient Charizard. Where did you find it? Qin Mu said, I came across it by chance and I didn't look for it on purpose. Qin Mu's luck was too good. He had been looking for it for a long time and couldn't find any trace of the Ancient Charizard. He just got an Ancient Charizard by accident. Charizard couldn't burst out its strength in front of the Ancient Charizard. The gap between the two of them was too big. Seeing that his Charizard couldn't resist the ancient power at all, he released the NET Pokemon Tanabata Bluebird. This kind of bird, the Pokemon's ability is singing, and its singing is a special kind of energy. There is no need to think about this energy, it is a sleeping skill. Dandis said the most powerful Pokemon who can gently end the game in the form of hypnosis without any strong battle is the most powerful Pokemon. Do you think Qin Mu will lose to him? Qin Mu will not lose. I am just talking about the power of this Pokemon. The evolved soul-snatching eyes appeared and a thin body looked like a small skeleton. He jumped on the back of the ancient Charizard and flew into the sky, his two pairs of eyes staring straight at the bluebird in front of him. The ability of soul-snatching eyes is to remove such control, whether it is hypnosis or illusion control. He can remove it. To read the violent novels, go to Falu Novel Network. But this Pokemon's combat ability is very weak. It is the low-level Pokemon that Xiaoan mentioned. The control-releasing ability of soul-snatching eyes is simply unimaginable. Xiao Chun did not expect that a small soul-snatching eyes could break the bluebird's skills. It was already the fourth Pokemon and the first skill was removed not long after it came on the field. The bluebird launched a counter-attack, flapping its wings and releasing a weak electric current forward, which was another limb paralysis control skill. A spirit with such strong control, in addition to being able to make people fall into a coma, also has limb paralysis control. Its electric current is completely different from the 100 0.000 electric current. Dandy said Xiao Chun is worthy of being the gym leader of Yanmo City. His strength is indeed extraordinary. Is his Pokemon lineup all dragon-type Pokemon? It probably too powerful. Pockets come out. Xiao Chun was also surprised by Qin Mu's Pokemon lineup. He released the 5th Pokemon Dragonite. Fairy Wind began to attack violently in front. The wave power erupted by Takis was really powerful. Fairy Wind was so strong that Dragonite formed a strong defensive barrier. When Fairy Wind stopped attacking, Dragonite sprayed forward emitting strong flame. His flames kept spreading forward. It was almost burned by Takis, and Takis also formed a defense in front of him. Dragonite flapped its wings and launched a fierce attack downward. While spraying flames, it also released a rock attack. A large number of rocks were thrown at each other. The number of rocks increased, and seeing that the ground was already piled up with thick rock, his wave power is really strong. Is this going to seal up Takis? Charizard attacked with fire, and Takis used the air blade at the critical moment. Tyranitar dodged the skill and could only stop his rock sealing attack. Takis escaped instantly. How could he let the other party seal him up? If he was completely sealed, Takis would look like he was petrified and would not be able to use his wave power. Tyranitar appeared with the skill of Shadow Clone, and he could also master it. In the Dragon Shell Dream, Tyranitar's ability is already very strong. All the clones around surrounded Takis. Takis's air blade pushed forward and the number increased, and all the clones had disappeared. Chapter 257. Primal Power bursts out. Qin Mu has a complete grasp of Tagekis's skills, and they cooperate very well. All the wave power emitted by Tyrannosaurus was destroyed by Tagekis. The weak electric current burst out again, triggering the paralysis power of Bluebird for the second time. The powerful flame wall of ancient Charizard appeared in front, and with Tagekis's defense barrier there would be no chance for him to be paralyzed this time. Xiao Chun knew that he had one more chance. SI Pokemon in the battle were already the limit. No matter how powerful his Pokemon lineup was, he could only release SI at most. Tyrannosaurus has both rock and fire attribute. The flames it burst out penetrated the defense barrier in front, and there was no way to penetrate the fire wall of ancient Charizard. Qin Mu said Pockis attacks with all his strength. Charizard flames spread towards this side. The ancient power is indeed strong. The flames erupted by a sub-god level Pokemon like Dragonite are indeed strong enough to penetrate even this kind of defensive barrier. Serena said it really opened my eyes. The more masters the duel, the more tactics you learn. In addition to the powerful wave power of Pokemon, the trainer's IQ is also very important. Fairy Wind rushed forward, and the speed of the impact was getting faster and faster, leaving Dragonite nowhere to hide. Boom! The Dragonite fell heavily to the ground, completely losing its combat power. Ziokun's last chance was the Desert Dragonfly. A strong sandstorm spread. Did he want to use this skill to resist Pockis's powerful Fairy Wind? Qin Mu said, you don't have this chance. A strong sandstorm appeared in front, and the Desert Dragonfly seemed to disappear. He hid in the sandstorm. This tactic was used very badly. The Fairy Wind rushed forward quickly and immediately locked the position of the Desert Dragonfly. Dandy said Qin Mu's strength has not been earned halfway, and Xiao Chun was defeated. Qin Mu is so powerful, how many trainers can be his opponent? The Fairy Wind was like a drill piercing straight ahead, penetrating the core of the entire sandstorm. Deafening blast. Buzz. There was a strong buzzing sound in the sandstorm, a sound that was heart-wrenching. The wind and sand became more violent. The Desert Dragonfly in the huge sandstorm never came out, and the Fairy Wind rushed forward again and again. Qin Mu said Pockis air show. A huge shock wave slashed forward. The Fairy Wind penetrated again and locked the position of the Desert Dragonfly. After the Fairy Wind penetrated, the air blade flew inside. The Desert Dragonfly stopped the input of wave power, and the storm became smaller and smaller. Xiao Chun frowned. He knew he had lost, and the Pokeball took back all the Pokemon. Challenged the gym successfully. Serena and Dandy knew that Qin Mu did not use all his strength. It was inevitable to defeat Xiao Chun. I have a book for you. Xiao Chun walked inside and took out a yellowed book. After a while, Dandy looked at the somewhat worn book. Why did he give this book to Qin Mu? Qin Mu didn't know. This was a gift from Xiao Chun. No matter what kind of person he was, Qin Mu accepted it. You must watch carefully after you go back. Qin Mu nodded. They left the Yanmo dojo. Xiao Yin was still looking for the dragon orb. To read the exciting novel, go to Falu Novel Network. When Qin Mu and his friends came out, they saw him. How come I met him again? He looks sneaky, like he's looking for something. Forget it, let's ignore him and go. Xiaoyan is just a small character to Qin Mu, and his trainer ability is very weak. Qin Mu and his friends found a place to rest. When he was free, Qin Mu opened the yellowed book. It was a very old book which recorded the Dragon Messenger. Qin Mu was particularly interested in this book. Dragon Messenger. People who have dragon-type Pokemon, their dragon-type Pokemon have special powers which are different different from ordinary people's dragon-type Pokemon. The dragon power that bursts out is also completely different. Qin Mu's dragon-type Pokemon is like this. The dragon-type Pokemon he controls are stronger than those of others. Xiao Chun gave this book to himself. Is it related to his own power? Maybe it was because he discovered that Qin Mu's Pokemon was different, so he gave this book to him, wanting him to learn about the Dragon Messenger. Serena said, "Why have I never heard of the Dragon Messenger?" He looked at Dan Dnet to him, and Dan Dis said, "I don't know either. I have never heard of this matter. This book must have a detailed record. You can take a look at it." The three of them sat here and read it carefully. The book recorded in detail the power of the Dragon Messenger, and there was also a blueprint. On the blueprint was a mysterious place which seemed to be guiding them to this place. Dandy said, "Isn't this place the location of the dragon's lair? Why don't we go and take a look, then we will know what the Dragon Messenger is." Qin Mu said, "The question of the dragon ancestor has been planed here. This drawing should be the instance of some kind of energy. Should we go look for Xiao Chun? 0. Why did he give you this book and this blueprint?" Qin Mu nodded, and they turned around and went to the Yanmo City dojo to look for Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun knew that they would come back. "Come with me." Xiao Chun brought Qin Mu and the others to an isolated house. This house was built in the jungle and looked particularly mysterious. The door was opened and an old man with a cane walked out. "If you have any questions you can ask him." The old man looked at Xiao Chun, and it was obvious that these people should be related to the Dragon Messenger, otherwise Xiao Chun would not have brought them here. "Are you sure?" Xiao Chun nodded. He was the focus of the gym. Through the competition he could judge the dragon power emitted by the dragon Pokemon. The old man looked at the three people and saw that Qin Mu was different. "You should be the Dragon Messenger. Your energy has not yet fully plotted. The location on the picture is the location of the Dragon Orb. Go find it. It can improve the strength of your Dragon-type Pokemon. Only you can EERT the most powerful power of the Dragon Orb." Qin Mu and the others sat down and listened to the old man talking about the Dragon Messenger. "This is a very ancient thing. So far no messenger has appeared. Qin Mu is the only one. This matter is simply too magical." Dandy and Serena felt it. No wonder Qin Mu's Pokemon, as long as they are Dragon-type Pokemon, have different powers from the beginning. Chapter 258. Qin Mu and his three companions took the blueprint and decided to look for the Dragon Orb. In addition to Qin Mu and his companions, Xiao Yin was also looking for the Dragon Orb. Xiao Yin also accidentally found out that there was a Dragon Orb here. He did not know the true power of the Dragon Orb, but only knew that obtaining the Dragon Orb would allow his Dragon Pokemon to gain energy. In the sky a huge stone-winged dragon landed on the ground. Athena appeared here and she was looking for Xiao Yin. "Xiaoyin, please stop running around. Sakaki wants you to go back immediately. I came here for a purpose, not just to play around." "What is the purpose?" "Maybe I can help you. I want to find the Dragon Orb. The Dragon Orb is just a legend and it is not certain whether it is or not. 707 If you have this plan I will accompany you to look for it for a while. If you can't find it you should come back with me immediately." "It's a deal." Athena set out with Xiaoyin. "I have already searched in the urban area of Yanmo and the possibility of being in the urban area is not very high." "How long have you stayed here?" "Just a few days." The biggest gain this time was catching a Dragon Pokemon. Dragon-type Pokemon are so rare that it is not easy to find them, and it is also a good harvest. He knew why Sakaki asked him to go back. It was nothing more than to let him improve his trainer ability, and he was looking for the dragon treasure here for this purpose. Athena and Xiaoyin walked towards the dragon cave. At this moment Qin Mu and the others had entered the dragon cave. Serena said, "Hey, isn't this Lululus?" Lululus is not a dragon attribute Pokemon, and not all dragon attribute Pokemon in the dragon cave. Lululus's attributes are psychic attributes and fairy attribute. Qin Mu's Pokemon instrument can detect its attributes, and its skills are instant movement and meditation telekinesis. The characteristic is that it has a very high telepathy, and the qualification has reached S. It's good to accept him. Serena said, "Such a good qualification belongs to me. Come out, don't bite the land shark." A strong storm blew forward and Larus moved to another position in an instant. He was really very flexible. "Come to my Pokeball, little guy." Garchomp is a dragon-type Pokemon. His level is enough to deal with a beginner Pokemon. "Don't look at Ralts, his qualifications have reached S level." Dante said, "The speed of teleportation is fast enough comparable to Gardevoir." Ralt stared at Garchomp in front of him, and the powerful storm was getting wider and wider. Griffin, Earthquake, rapidly consuming the wave power of Larus. For an initial level Pokemon, such combat power is definitely not something he can bear. He still needs to train. Seeing that his wave power was almost consumed, Serena ordered Garchomp to stop attacking. "Follow me, little guy. I will make sure your abilities continue to improve." Larulus was captured by Serena and instantly flew into his Pokeball. "Thank you, Larulus." Dante said, "The initial level Pokemon is really easy to recover. I want him too." Serena pouted shouted and glared at Dante. Don't think about him. Just kidding, don't take it seriously. He. They continued to walk forward along this path. The tall and straight trees reached the sky. The dragon cave had ease for quite some time. One could tell by looking at these thick tree trunks. To read the e-citing novel, go to Follow Novel Network. Qin Mu took out the blueprint and compared it. It was probably this location. We were not wrong. Athena and Xiaoyan talked as they walked, and Xiaoyan also talked about his challenge to Serena. What? You challenged Serena? How could you be his opponent? I am indeed no match for him, so I must find the dragon orb to improve the strength of my Pokemon. They underestimated my Dratini too much. Unknowingly, Qin Mu and his companions had already reached the depths of the dragon's lair. They encountered a few dragon-type Pokemon along the way, but not many in number. Dandi said the depths of the dragon's lair are indeed full of mystery. Dragon-type Pokemon that are hard to come by outside are here, and there are quite a lot of them. Qin Mu said the danger inside is very high, and trainers without any ability will not enter the depths of the dragon cave. A dragon-type Pokemon blocked their way, the Thorn Dragon. When fighting Xiao Chun, Xiaokun's first dragon-type Pokemon was the Thorn Dragon. The Thorn Dragon King has a strong counter-attack ability. Qin Mu and his team did not intend to subdue it. The Thorn Dragon King took the initiative to attack. Qin Mu and his team quickly dodged. It seems that this treasure may be a little manic. Come out, Dragonite. A yellow dragon-type Pokemon appeared here. It was very large and it sprayed a powerful stream of water from its mouth to push the Dragonite back. Dandi said ordinary Pokemon will not actively attack. This Dragonite looked very manic. He must have been frightened or for some other reason, otherwise he wouldn't be in this state. Is there anyone else who came here besides us? Besides Qin Mu, the others were Xiaoyan and Athena. The two of them discovered the dragon-type Pokemon and quickly started a battle which frightened the Dragonite. It was the effect of the double bomb gas. The powerful explosion of the double bomb gas frightened the relatively comfortable Dragonite. Qin Mu and his friends did not want to hurt the Dragonite, just stop his manic behavior. The attack power of the Dragonite has reached its limit and he stood there motionless. The power of the initial Pokemon cannot be stronger than Dragonite. Qin Mu said, we have no ill intentions, you can leave here. For more novels. 83,658. Join. Dragonite seemed to understand what Qin Mu said, turned around and left. Qin Mu and his friends continued to move forward 1-4. Along the route on the map there was a cave at the marked place. The entrance of the cave is very large and it is overgrown with weeds beside it. This should be it. They pushed aside the weed and walked into the cave. It was pitch black inside. They shone the lights in their hands forward and walked along the road. Suddenly there was a bright light in front of them and many fireflies appeared here. Serena said, wow, this place is so special, there are so many fireflies. Qin Mu and his companions walked through the fireflies and continued to walk deeper into the cave. There were also some fireflies lighting up the inside, so it was not so dark inside the cave. There was a very spacious place deep in the cave with an altar in the middle. There was a large sculpture on the altar which was a dragon Pokemon. Chapter 259. Dandi said, this is the location marked on the blueprint. Athena and Xiaoyan noticed the movement here and came over here. They also entered the cave and secretly saw Qin Mu and the other three inside from the outside. It's strange that the three of them are here, and what is the blueprint in his hand? Xiaoyan said, could they be here to look for the dragon orb? They are too abominable. I have been looking for it for so long and still can't find it. Wait and see, maybe there is no way to get the dragon orb. An illusion appeared in front of Qin Mu and the others. This illusion should be the ancient guardian. Dragon messenger, you finally appeared. Please put your hand on the statue. Qin Mu walked over there as he said. Athena and Xiaoyan were stunned. How come they didn't know about the dragon messenger? Qin Mu gently placed his hand on the statue. The statue suddenly shone brightly and a bead flew out of its body. There were dragon-shaped carvings on the bead. Athena said, isn't this the dragon orb you are looking for? Yes, he is exactly the same as in the picture. What are you waiting for? Hurry up and grab it. The dragon orb was slowly falling down. Qin Mu opened his palm and waited for it to fall into his palm. Athena and Xiaoyan rushed over quickly. When they tried to grab the dragon orb with their hands, they were bounced away. Ouch! Two people fell heavily to the ground. Qin Mu and the other three did not notice that these two people followed them. When did they enter the cave? Serena said, damn Team Rocket, why are you here again? Xiaoyan stood up unconvinced and said, this dragon orb is mine. I have been looking for it for a long time. You have been looking for him for a long time and he is yours. How come I have never heard of him? Haven't you tried it already? There is simply no way to get it. Does he know why? Because you have nothing to do with the dragon messenger. I don't know what the dragon messenger is, but this bead is mine. The dragon bead has already fallen into Qin Mu's hands. It instantly turned into a ray of light and rushed into Qin Mu's body and disappeared. Where are the beads? Athena said, damn it. Teach them a lesson with the double ball gas. Although she knew she couldn't beat Qin Mu and the others, Athena still angrily released her double double ball gas. The two guys rushed towards Qin Mu quickly. Serena summoned Lucario, who used the double sticks in his hands to beat the two double ball gas back with two bangs. Boom boom. Their faces were blown black. You two idiots, can't you change direction? The double bullet gas rushed forward again and Lucario Lan was in front of the two of them. Lucario, who obtained the totem energy, was very powerful and these two double bullet gas were nothing to him. For Athena, the double bullet gas was his main elf in battle and his double bullet gas ability was indeed very strong. The two big moss dodged the first attack and a strong black color was produced here. The gas made the front of the eyes dark, making it impossible for Lucario and Leo to lock their positions. Serena smiled. Larulas, come out, let me see how strong you are. Qin Mu said. Athena and Xiaoan will be miserable to read the exciting novels, just go to Fila Novel Network. Dandis said. They ask for it. Lalulas's powerful fairy wind blew forward and all the black gas blew towards Athena and Xiaoan's faces. The two hidden double bullet gas was posed and Lucario rushed forward at a very fast speed. Its characteristics are that it moves faster and its movements are more fierce. Bang! Athena and Xiaoan were bombed out again. If they don't leave now, will they continue to be beaten? Athena and Xiaoan quickly rushed out of the cave, followed closely by his double Dan gas, and they didn't even have time to retract their own Pokemon. Xiaoan didn't release any of his Pokemon because he knew that he was no match for the three trainers in front of him. Especially Qin Mu's strength was so strong that it was unimaginable. He all knew how powerful Qin Mu was and Athena knew it even better. The action just now was really impulsive. The two people were blown up and couldn't see who they were and their clothes were torn. After rushing out of the cave and finding a safe place, the two finally stopped. They thought they were safe, but who knew that the angry Thorn Dragon King would directly push the two people over and disappear. Damn it! The dragon treasure porridge was not obtained and the two of them were still miserable. Athena saw that she looked miserable in the water and her two elves were so stupid. Is this what I have been looking for so long now? I have been searching for so long in vain. Athena felt that this matter had a lot to do with Qin Mu. Qin Mu was called the Dragon Messenger. When they tried to grab the bead again, he bounced them away. Could it be that not everyone can get the dragon bead? The bead turned into a beam of light and entered Qin Mu's body. Now they couldn't steal it even if they wanted to. This matter must be closely related to the Dragon Messenger. Is Qin Mu the Dragon Messenger? What is that blueprint in his hand? Xiao Yan sat there helpless. He had been looking for it for so long, but someone else got it. I will definitely find a way to improve my strength. I want to challenge Qin Mu. Such a loud voice startled all the birds here. After Qin Mu got the dragon orb, he felt that his ability had become stronger and there was an indescribable energy in his body. He didn't know what it was, but he could sense it. There was no particularly detailed record on the yellowed book. He had already obtained the dragon orb and the rest depended on him. Dan Emperor said, should we say goodbye to Xiao Chun? That fine. After getting the dragon orb, the three of them came to Xiao Kun's gym. When Xiao Chun saw Qin Mu, they didn't know that he had already got the dragon orb. Haven't you set off yet? Qin Mu said, we are back. We have found the dragon orb. I still want to say goodbye to you before leaving Yanmo City. Have you found the dragon orb yet? The speed is too fast, it's really surprising. Except for the dragon messenger, no one can get the dragon orb. If other people enter with this drawing, it will not trigger the appearance of the dragon orb. Chapter 260. This is what I felt when I saw your dragon Pokemon. It's exactly what I thought. Before I leave, can I see your power after inheriting the dragon orb? Qin Mu said, of course, no problem. Qin Mu had to use dragon Pokemon to fight in order to prove the changes he had experienced after inheriting the dragon orb. In fact, Qin Mu didn't know what changes there were, nor did he know how the Pokemon entered his body. Dandis said, what changes will there be? Let's take a look too. Serena was also very curious. Qin Mu summoned the quasi-god level Pokemon Dragonite. Xiao Chun used Gardevoir, this time a fairy-type Pokemon. Xiao Chun deliberately chose Gardevoir because the fairy attribute has a certain restraint on dragon-type Pokemon so that he can see what the power of the dragon orb is. Can the dragon-type Pokemon Dragonite cause damage to Gardevoir? Dante and Serena widened their eyes. Xiao Chun is a very experienced gym leader and his ability should not be underestimated. Facing the restraint on the attribute, he feels that he will definitely have an advantage. Making such a choice is not to prove how strong he is, but to see what kind of strength Qin Mu will burst out after inheriting the dragon orb. It's a pity that he is not a dragon messenger and cannot inherit this energy. Otherwise, with this map he can find the dragon orb. Dragonite spread its wings and flew into the sky with a powerful water jet. The pillar attack rushed forward. Fairy-type Gardevoir burst out his fairy wind. A strong storm is coming. It is through his own training that Gardevoir has been cultivated to a current combat power. Danda did not expect Iokun's Gardevoir to be so strong. His Gardevoir inherited the power of the totem, which made it so powerful. His Gardevoir was completely cultivated by himself. The power power of the fairy wind is very strong and the storm circle spreads in circles forward. The layers of wind power Dragonite can't resist it. It is obviously very unstable when he flies in the sky. The power of the dragon orb has not been triggered yet and Chin Mushin can't sense it. The power displayed by Dragonite now is completely the wave power of the quasi-god level Pokemon without any other power added. Ziokun's Gardevoir increased the wind power of the fairy wind. A huge eye of the wind formed in front and the Vort-like attack rushed forward. Serena said, "How can this happen? I don't think there is any change." Dandy was also surprised. This shouldn't be the case. Chin Mew was not in a hurry. They were testing each other's strength. The damage of this storm circle was so high. Dragonite was about to lose its feet just when everyone thought that it could not burst out and some special energy Dragonite body emitted a golden light. Gardevoir rushed forward quickly. The fast-moving wind circle seemed to cause no great damage to Dragonite in front. Gardevoir used electromagnetic waves to attack this skill again. The electric current continued to spread forward. Dandy said there has been a change. Serena also saw the change of Dragonite. He has not plotted yet but a golden light spread from his body. No one knows what will happen net. They only know that this weak electromagnetic wave is attacking Dragonite bit by bit. The addition of electromagnetic waves makes this powerful storm circle more and more fierce. The wind circle formed by the black whirlwind is getting bigger and bigger as if it has a suction force. Such a strong storm is very similar to the powerful storm circle they encountered on the snowy mountain. His Gardevoir is really powerful, which surprised Dandy. Through his own training he could make a fairy-type Pokemon so powerful. Dandy didn't know how Xiao Chun did it as he cultivated it himself. Can Dragonite withstand such a powerful storm? To read the exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Even a quasi-god level Pokemon might not be able to do it. The light emitted by Dragonite shot out in all directions. The water column it sprayed formed a huge vort rushing forward like a storm formed by water. Chin Mew sensed the power of Dragonite. Got it. Is this the power earned by the dragon orb? The power of each dragon-type Pokemon will be different. Chin Mew also felt it was amazing that the attack power suddenly became so much stronger and the two whirlpools confronted each other. Serena said, "There is a storm whirlpool formed by water. Is this the power of the dragon orb?" Dandy stared at the front in amazement and he nodded gently. Xiao Chun finally saw the power of the dragon orb, which turned out to greatly increase Dragonite's wave power. Dandy had been wrong all along. The wind circle formed by Gardevoir was real, but such a powerful wind circle and electromagnetic waves were assisted by other eternal forces. Others could not see it, only Xiao Chun himself knew it best. Dandy was still thinking that after Thagam was over he would ask Xiao Chun for advice. The wave power became stronger and stronger and the two whirlwinds collided forward. The water vort formed energy like a water snake and the electromagnetic waves formed energy like lightning and entangled together. This scene looks so spectacular. The water energy continued to invade, gradually swallowing up the storm in front. Neither side opened any defense and the quasi-god level Pokemon Dragonite was indeed strong enough. Gardevoir's energy was constantly invaded by Dragonite's energy and was being little by little swallowed up. His fairy familiarity with the fairy wind has all burst out and there is still no attribute restraint. This state will not last long. Xiao Chun can see that the energy that Dragonite is now bursting out Zhaota is the power brought to him by the dragon orb. At first he was unbelievable, but later the expression on Xiao Chun's face calmed down. Such a battle is really eye-opening. Serena and Dandy have never seen such a competition. It turns out that when a dragon-type Pokemon encounters a very powerful opponent, his wave power will be strengthened with the help of the power of the dragon orb. The power of Gardevoir is shocking. There is no need to see whether he can defeat Dragonite. Looking at the energy it bursts out, Dandy doesn't know what to say. The battle is not over yet and Xiao Chun has taken back his Pokemon. He said with a smile, "The power of the dragon orb is indeed extraordinary." Chin Mew said, "This is the first time I have seen this power. The bead disappeared when it reached me. Is its power in the Pokeball or in my body?" Chapter 261. I don't know much either. I only know that the dragon messenger can get the dragon orb and I don't know anything else. It's up to you to slowly discover it. Athena and Xiaoan were very sorry, especially the dragon orb that Xiaoan had been looking for so long, but Chin Mew got it. The more he thought about it, the angrier he became. He had to find a way to deal with Chin Mew and the others no matter what. Now his strength is not enough. He needs more powerful Pokemon, especially to improve his Pokemon lineup. He followed Athena to find Sakeke. Dandy stepped forward and said, "I'm curious, why is the power of your Gardevoir so strong?" Xiao Chun said, "It was with the help of other powers. You see, it's him." "How come I didn't notice that? I thought you cultivated it yourself." "Outsiders cannot tell, only the user knows. However, this thing can only be used once. Using it too much will cause great harm to Pokemon. This is a virtual power stone. No training trainer would use this kind of power. I just had to test the power of the Fa 710 Dragonite. So that's how it is. It made me think for a long time. I don't know how you trained it. Qin Mu said. I will slowly figure it out by myself. Qin Mu and the other three left the Yanmo City Gym and went to the NET place. The NET place they were going to was the southwest of Fengyuan area, roughly around Johto. The water area and land area of this place are equal. The environment here is also different. It has the most types of Pokemon. In addition to the rainforest environment, there are desert, volcanoes and seas. On the cruise ship, Qin Mu and the others looked at the scenery on the sea. Occasionally a water Pokemon would jump out of the sea and splash layers of water as if playing with them. The cruise ship departed from Asashai City. They need to sail on the sea for about 7 hours to reach Kana City. There are many types of Pokemon in this area, and it is also a place where ancient Pokemon appear more frequently. As for the history here, it is still very special, like a mythical instant. Xiaoyan returned to Sakeka's side. I know you Bite Bee have always wanted to improve my trainer ability, but I don't agree with your method at all. I just want to use my own methods to improve my own strength. Now I want to go to Kina City to find some mysterious power. You have been searching for these powers without success, so why not develop your Pokemon lineup? How long will it take to cultivate it bit by bit? I need to strengthen their strength quickly. So what about the Dragon Orb you are looking for this time? It was snatched away by someone else. Sakeka felt very strange. Who was so bold that he could snatch it from him and keep it? Athena stepped forward and he said, who else could it be? It must be Qin Mu and the other three. Qin Mu, Serena and Dandy are all champion trainers. Their strength is definitely above the two of them. With the strength of Athena and Xiaoyan, they can't be the opponents of the three of them. Sakeka really thought that Qin Mu stole their Dragon Orb. How could he know that the person who found the Dragon Orb was Qin Mu? They relied on their strong Pokemon lineup, and what they did was a bit too much. Xiaoyan was about to say something, but he took it back. So I'm going to Kana City to find special powers to improve my abilities so that I can challenge Qin Mu and the other three. It's too dangerous for you to go alone, so how about this Kojiro Musashi, Athena and Meowth, you all go together. Xiaoyan originally wanted to act on his own in case Sakeka disagreed, so he agreed to Sakeka's request. He set off for Kana City with these idiots. Doesn't he think that the people Sakeka arranged for him are that powerful? To read the e-citing novels, go to Falu Novel Network. Their Pokemon lineup is really weak. There was no way he could take them with him in order to get Sakeka's consent. They set off for Kana City together, also on a cruise ship, but a little later than Qin Mu and the others. Qin Mu and the others came here to find better opponents for competitive competitions. As for Xiaoyan and the others, they were looking for the mysterious power here. After all, this area itself is a mythical legend. There are many legendary Pokemon, and even the waterways and land are created by legendary Pokemon. It is a very powerful instance, and no one has ever seen it. They only know this legend. Dandy stretched and said to the two of them, I want to go in and rest. 6 hours is too long. Let me sleep for a few hours first. Serena vomited while lying on the side of the boat. Annoying guy. He was obviously a little seasick. Seeing that Dandy was fine and Qin Mu was no problem, he was the only one lying on the side of the boat in discomfort. Qin Mu said, would you like some water? Forget it, I'm afraid I'll reveal more. A little girl of 7 years old came over here. She looked at Serena lying on the side of the boat and felt very uncomfortable. Sister, I know you are seasick, right? I give this to you. Serena took the leaf from the little girl tremblingly. She didn't know what it was. Now he was in no mood to care about the little girl. The little girl smiled at him cutely and said, put it in your mouth and you will feel better in a while. You see, I have one in Mimmoth because I feel the same as your sister. Serena put the leaf in her mouth as soon as she heard it. After a while her condition gradually returned to her pale face and became rosy. What is this? It's so magical. If I had known this thing existed, I would have brought it with me before uploading it. This is what my mother prepared for me. She said that if I put this leaf in my mouth I would feel better. The little girl's mother waved her hand and the girl ran away. In any case, Serena didn't have to suffer anymore. I feel much better now. If I vomit again, I'm afraid everything in my stomach will come out. I didn't see you feeling so uncomfortable when I took the ship before. Why is it so serious this time? This time it takes too long. 6 hours, and we have been doing it for more than 3 hours now. Net time, I will prepare more leaves like this. Serena's idea was the same as Qin Mu's. He didn't want to lie on the side of the boat and vomit all the time. It was very uncomfortable. The two of them sat on the plywood and chatted. Only Dandy went to the room inside to rest. Chapter 262. Athena said, this time we found an ancient Pokemon in Kana City. It is a super powerful legendary level. The strength of Team Rocket is completely different. After 3 long hours they finally reached the shore. A naughty Pokemon swung his tail and raised a huge wave which hit the plywood. The drowsy Serena woke up instantly. Have we reached the shore? are. Qin Mu said, yes, we have arrived in Kana City now. Dan Di stretched his body and walked out of the cabin. Serena, you look much better. Thanks to this thing. It's this kind of fragrant leaf. How could I forget about this? I'll bring more with me any time. So you already knew it. Qin Mu and his friends walked down from the cruise ship. They had some knowledge about the Fengyuan area. They knew that the Pokemon trainers here were divided into several camps. Just like Team Rocket, they all had their own camps. Qin Mu and his friends knew very little about these camps. They did not come here to understand them but to challenge the gym. Other members of the camps would challenge Qin Mu and his friends. Serena said, we are going to challenge the Chinjua Gym and the Green Ridge Gym. Now I have no strength left. Our NET itinerary should be to find a place to have a good rest. Dan Di said, what do you want to rest again? Serena rolled her eyes at him. Of course Dan Di had rested enough. He had been sleeping in the cabin. Only he and Qin Mu were on the deck. When he was feeling uncomfortable, Qin Mu was always with him. How could Dan Di, this heartless guy, still sleep? If you don't want to rest, you can walk around. I have to rest. Yes, I almost forgot that you are not in good condition. You should take a rest first. Let's find a place to stay and then go around for a walk. Wait until tomorrow when you are in better condition and then go to challenge the gym. Do you think this is feasible? That's more like it. That's it. The three of them quickly found a place to rest. Serena went to rest in the room. Qin Mu was holding the map and looking at the locations of two gyms. One gym is located in the Orange Flower area and the other is in the Green Ridge area. There are two gyms near where they are now. One is the Flame Gym and the other is the Glass Gym. Of course they have to challenge the gym closest to them when they come here. The Fengyuan area is very large and it is composed of many small urban areas. Each urban area has its own Phi-Ed gym. These gyms are the closest to Kana City. It has been determined that the gym they are going to challenge. Qin Mu also decided to take a rest. Dan Di said, but I have rested enough. Okay, I will go around by myself and learn about the situation in Kana City. By the way, Kana City is still very lively. Some people can tell at a glance that they are trainers and they will carry a cute Pokemon with them. Athena and Xiaoan docked. I've been on the boat for so long and I feel uncomfortable all over. The few people who had just arrived at the shore were sprayed with water by the Pokemon in the water. This was the elves' welcome to the people who arrived here, but it caused dissatisfaction among Kojiro and the others. Meowth said, stay away from those damn guys. The elves are very spiritual. They can understand what Meowth means and it is obvious that Meowth hates them. These elves turned around and swam into the deep sea. Kojiro said, do you have to be so angry? I'm already soaked. How can I not be angry? Athena and Xiaoan walked forward. The three of them were still discussing this matter. When they turned around, they quickly followed. You two don't have to walk so fast. Let's look for it together. Isn't it easy to get the ancient Pokemon? Look at this map. I prepared it before I came here. Xiaoan looked at them with anger in their eyes. You idiot, follow me. It's useless for it. Kojiro Musashi was a little embarrassed to read the e-citing novels. Go to Falu Novel Network. He said nothing and turned away. The people behind him followed him. Xiaoan said nothing. They were asked by Sakeka to follow him. It was better for them to get better. As long as they didn't cause trouble for him, it would be better. Kana City is a relatively large city in the southern part of Fengyuan district. The open-air market is the largest of all places. In addition to the Ocean Museum, there is also a very large shipyard. The Pokemon Club, those precious and rare Pokemon evolution stones, and the shop have everything here. Dandy looked at the scene in front of him and felt that they were right to come here. He must take a good walk. However, he found several familiar figures in this open-air market. Aren't those people in front Athena and others? These guys are really haunting. How come I can see them everywhere? Dandy didn't bother to pay attention. Fengyuan area is so big, anyone can come here. Dandy is only interested in the rare materials of these elves. He walked around the stalls of these rare materials. Now that he has come here, if there is anything he needs, of course he has to buy it. These rare materials are very precious and it is not easy to get them. Some rare items. There are so many people here, huge crowds of people. The materials that Dandy can use are very expensive and he can't use these ordinary materials. So many people are crowded here. I'd better rely on my own effort. After a long walk, there was nothing to gain. When Dandy returned, Serena and Qin Mu were in the yard. Where did you go? I went to the largest open-air market in Kana City. There were so many people there. Did you find any treasures? Return empty-handed. Qin Mu and his friends had a simple meal and prepared to challenge the gym tomorrow. Guess who I saw in the open-air market? Qin Mu said it was a familiar figure. They look so familiar. They are actually members of Team Rocket. Athena, Silver and the others are all here. We really have a connection with them. I think that the Rockets have so many people this time. They should also be looking for ancient Pokemon. Many trainers are here to find ancient Pokemon or a legendary ancient Pokemon. If they can get an ancient Pokemon, they will gain ancient power, which can improve the strength of the trainer. It's not strange that Athena and the others are here. After all the trainers on the rockets are bulletin. Chapter 263. In addition to the rocket team, the 4 major lineups in the Fengyuan area are here and none of them want to get ancient Pokemon. Qin Mu and his team appeared here only to challenge the gym. They didn't have this plan at the beginning and it was good to try their luck. The NET Day Qin Mu led by Dandy also went to the largest open-air market. Including the skills mastered by Meng, it also has a certain relationship with their combat ability. Under the restrained situation you can learn other skills to use. Why didn't I think of learning skills? Are you smarter? As they were wandering around, Qin Mu found a strange stone that emitted a little bit of weak electricity. This stone can let the Pokemon master the Thunder Fist. Do you want to see it? This thing is really good. Qin Mu asked. The price 710 is quite expensive. In order to prevent his Pokemon from being restrained, he chose to buy the Thunder Fist. Dandy's face twitched. He also bought such an expensive thing. Where is our NET target? Of course we're going to challenge the gym. Is there anything you two need? I think we should just forget it. For trainers, the abilities of Pokemon are very important as they represent the strength of the trainer. Pokemon's skills are also a powerful tool for them to improve their combat power. However, the energy of this stone is unknown, so even if it has weak lightning, it does not mean that one can master the lightning punch after absorbing it. Serena said, which Pokemon do you plan to use it to improve? Ancient Charizard. He is my only Pokemon with Ancient Journey. It's a good idea. If you master the Thunder Fist, you won't have to worry about being restrained by water-type Pokemon. This stone is too expensive and the energy in it is unknown. I don't know what will happen after Charizard absorbs it. Practice and learn the moves with them bit by bit. After this energy stone is absorbed, the Pokemon will absorb the power in the energy stone, which is different from the energy stone they got in the ruin. When she was about to leave here, Serena found a stone that was very suitable for Frolicker. The price was very cheap. Frolicker's level itself was not high, so this thing was very suitable. It seemed that no one was interested in this stone and only Serena was willing to buy it. Dante said, stones like this may not be able to carry energy. I think he is very good. For low-level Pokemon he has a great ability to help. It doesn't matter if it is empty. The price is so cheap. Do you want to use it on the frog you obtain? Although it has no combat ability, it is now my Severina's Pokemon, so of course I have to increase its strength. Qin Mu and the others turned around the open-air market and wanted to find the first gym. Here they saw special marks on some people and it was obvious that they had their own team, like Team Rocket. Sky blue clothes. Are they Team Ocean? Since this bead is in your hands, shouldn't you go and wake up Aka? What does this have to do with you? This ancient power of Aka belongs only to us. Do you also want to steal this bead? Don't even think about it. A bead that can awaken ancient Pokemon. Whoever gets this bead owns it, and those who can find Aka may not necessarily gain the ancient power. Qin Mu and Dandy didn't want to get involved in these things, so they just passed by here and left. Serena said, they are talking about Aka. Why don't you two react at all? Qin Mu said, the bead is in their hands and they don't even know how to find Aka. Why should we get involved? Do you want to snatch it from them? Forget it. The ancient power is not so easy to obtain. Qin Mu and the others passed by without seeing it. To read the exciting novel, go to Follow Novel Network. A person has been looking at Qin Mu and the others and he can tell at a glance that they are trainers. These 3 people look so familiar and he suddenly remembered, isn't this the champion trainer? How did the 3 of them appear here at the same time? Could it be related to the ancient power this time? Wait. Qin Mu and the others heard the voice and turned their heads to look behind them. His eyes were clearly unfriendly. Qin Mu said, are you calling us? I know 3 of you champion trainers. What are you doing here? Serena felt that he was a little puzzled and immediately said, you are crazy. Anyone can come to this place. What does our coming here have to do with you? We are here only to challenge the gym, so please take care of your own things. He looked away. Although he was a little skeptical, Serena was right. Their presence here had nothing to do with him. Even if the 3 of them wanted to challenge the Marine team now, he would have no way to stop them. The people who stopped them obviously didn't want them to leave unless they handed over the bead. If you are so persistent, then compete with us and let us see how powerful your Pokemon are. Qin Mu and the others listened to it, but they did not stop and they were not interested in their competition at all. Let's go to the Liulai gym first. According to the map, the Liulai gym is located in a small town called Liulai Town. The Stone Wing Dragon appeared and the 3 of them sat on the back of the Stone Wing Dragon and headed for the Liulai gym. Dandy was thinking, is it so easy to control the ancient power of Aka? What's more, he is a legendary Pokemon. These guys are really wishful thinking and I don't know where they got those things from. The bead they are talking about is the indigo bead. Without this thing it is impossible to find Aka, let alone awaken it. 1-4. This bead has always been in the hands of the Ocean team. They have been looking for it for a long time, but they still can't find it. Many people came to challenge the Ocean team just to snatch the bead from them. Qin Mu knew very well that holding a useless bead speed would indeed cause a lot of trouble. The strength of the ocean team should not be underestimated. If they didn't have the strength, the bead in their hands might have been taken away by someone long ago. Arriving at Liulai town, the stone-winged dragon stopped and landed on the ground. Qin Mu took him back into the Pokeball. We have arrived. This is Liulai town. According to the map, he should be around number 110. The three of us will challenge the Liulai gym separately. There are quite a lot of trainers in this gym. Serena and Dandy are very strong. They follow Qin Mu to improve their own strength. The journey of challenging the gym is inevitable. Chapter 264. Dandy said competitions are not allowed in that place at all. With such a loud noise, it will soon cause a sensation. Qin Mu did not like to join in the fun. The farther he was away from the ocean team, the better. Qin Mu and his companions arrived at number 110. This road is particularly wide. It is a very special place built in the desert. A slightly bad weather will cause a strong sandstorm. It seems that there are not many people in this place and it is very inconvenient to live here. There are many such bad weather. Qin Mu and his companions were lucky to come here. It was a sunny day here and there was no sandstorm. Number 110 is right on the edge of the desert. Serena said this place is so special. The road is quite wide but there are so few people. Qin Mu took 2 steps forward, looked at the golden sand on the ground and said maybe it has something to do with the weather here. We are lucky it is a nice sunny day. A child ran towards them with a pair of goggles in his hand. Brother and sister, you need this thing when you come here. It was obvious that he was here to sell this mirror. It was obvious that Qin Mu and his friends were not often here, so they would definitely buy this kind of mirror. Qin Mu said the weather is very good today. You don't know this, right? The weather here is unpredictable. It may be sunny 1 second and yellow sand all over the sky. The net. Dandy took 3 goggles and said, then let's have 3. Thank you, brother. The little guy turned around and left. The 3 of them each had a pair of goggles and put them in their pockets in case of any changes. Number 110 is here. We need to look for number 110. We need to keep going forward. We have already stepped into the desert area. The 3 of them started walking towards the golden desert. There were some footprints on the desert which were obviously left by people who had walked here before. If the weather was bad and the sand was blowing, this row of footprints would have been covered up long ago. Qin Mu and the other 3 were not particularly familiar with the harsh environment here and sandstorms were inevitable. They did not know that there were areas with quicksand in the desert. If they encountered quicksand, it would be easy to fall into it and it would be difficult to escape. Every step the 3 of them took would leave deep footprints and the sand would flow back, making the traces much lighter. There was no resistance when walking on flat ground, so the walking speed here was not that fast. Qin Mu took out a blueprint from his pocket and specially prepared a map in case they found the wrong place. According to the map, we have to go to this place to get to number 111. It's much easier with this map. It's easy to judge the direction they are going to go based on the buildings in the desert. Passing through the small sand dunes, the sand is never flat. As long as there is a storm, these small sand dunes will be formed. A known desert elf appeared in front of Qin Mu and his friends. This is a sand/Pokemon. He quickly drilled into the sand and disappeared without a trace. Garchomp will also appear in this environment. Qin Mu and his friends saw the surrounding situation as a special scenery here. They didn't pay much attention to it and they didn't plan to capture these Pokemon. Strange, how come there is such a tall tower here? Dandy said it seems that the weakest tower is not shown on the map. Could it be the Sea Lion Holy Tower? Qin Mu took a look and found that it was not on the map. We just walked in and we are not hallucinating, so it is very likely that we will go upstairs. The tower in front of us is particularly clear and it does not look like a mirage at all. We are getting closer and closer to this tower. It's real, not a mirage. Serena felt so strange. How could a tower appear here? This tower is called the Phantom Tower. It is indeed an illusion, but it is real, just like the illusion they touched in the illusion. Sometimes it appears here and sometimes it disappears. It look very realistic, but it is indeed an illusion. To read exciting novels, go to Falu Novel Network. At this time the wind was blowing hard in the desert and the sandstorm was blowing quickly towards this side. The 3 of them immediately put on goggles to prevent blinding their eyes. Qin Mu said this bad weather really came suddenly. Should we go in and take a look and hide from the sandstorm? The entrance to the Phantom Tower was right in front of them. They hadn't even reached number 111 when they were blocked by the tower. The 3 of them walked towards the entrance. From inside they could not feel the sandstorm outside. Serena said, what kind of power is this that can isolate a phantom tower from the outside? Qin Mu knew that it was supported by a special energy, but he didn't know what it was. Walking inside, all the scenes inside were in full view and the decoration inside was very simple. Traces of stone wall carving can be seen inside the tower. It is not like the bell tower that has tens of millions of totems. This is a stone tower and it is so simple inside that Qin Mu and others think that this tower is just just an empty tower and there will be nothing they can't peck. But the power that supports this tower to appear here must be extraordinary. They walked up the stairs to the second floor of the Phantom Tower. The second floor looked a little shabby. The orange inside was covered with dust. Qin Mu touched it with his hand and confirmed that all the dust here was sand. I think we should not go up. It will be troublesome if it can't bear the weight of the three of us. The first and second floors are very simple and look very dirty. Qin Mu said it shouldn't matter. They walked up again. The stone wall became smoother and smoother as they went up, which was completely different from the first and second floors. Qin Mu and his friends felt the power of wave guidance here. A powerful telekinesis appeared in front of them. The three of them immediately prepared for battle and took out their own poke balls. It was a wolf-like Pokemon. He grinned at Qin Mu and the other three. It was not easy to have super endurance control. Qin Mu said, Mutuo go. Mutuo rushed forward quickly. Mutuo is also a Pokemon with strong telekinesis control. The super strong shock wave baked this Pokemon out. It only took one move to defeat the wolf-like Pokemon in front of him and he instantly turned into a black smoke and disappeared without a trace. Dandy said it is a transformed Pokemon. Looking at his last state, it was obviously an evil Pokemon. They continued to walk upward and three more such Pokemon appeared blocking their way and each Pokemon's mouth showed sharp teeth. Chapter 265. Lucario come out. Dante released his Gardevoir at this time. The three Pokemon attack forward together and Lucario moved forward at an extremely fast speed and threw the two sticks in his hands. Serena said, I thought there was nothing here, but there is actually such an evil Pokemon. Why does the Phantom Tower appear here? Should we find out? Let's get rid of these three guys first. The powerful wave force spread here and it was obvious that these three wolves were no match for the three of them. Lucario and Gardevoir as well as Mutuo summoned by Qin Mu were all very powerful Pokemon. The totem power they inherited and Mutuo, which already possessed super powerful power, the wave power that burst out, was not something that ordinary Pokemon could withstand. After dealing with these three guys, they heard a sound as if someone's footsteps were approaching them. Walking down the stairs, a young man stood in front of them. Dandy said, you are? I am Zyja. How did you get into the Phantom Tower? We are going to number 111. We saw this tower here. If we encounter a sandstorm we can hide here. So that's how it is number 111. This place is not easy to find. Qin Mu was very clear about the location shown on the map. Why did he say that this place was not easy to find? There is a very mysterious power here. The map shows it very clearly, but it is not certain if you walk from here to there. The young man said to himself as if he knew the doubts in Qin Mu's heart. Anyone who passes by here is likely to enter this kind of environment or a special ruin. The bad weather in the desert is the main reason for bringing you into these special environment. At the same time, in the same space, different people come here and the scenes they encounter are all different. No wonder they walked from there to this side and no one reminded them. It turns out that some people can't see these scenes at all. The most miraculous thing here is that you are now in a place called the Phantom Tower, which is a rare place. Another mysterious place is the ruins in the desert. Very few people can encounter these ruins and those who enter may not necessarily get what they want. Qin Mu and his friends only came to challenge the gym, but they didn't expect to encounter the Phantom Tower here. The three of them looked at the young man in front of them. He knew so much. What was his identity? He knew the doubts in the hearts of Qin Mu and his friends. I know what you are thinking as for why I am here and what my identity is. He suddenly became a completely different person from before. He looked very mysterious before, but then he was no different from a normal person. Ha ha ha, do you guys have to be so serious? Actually, I just came into this Phantom Tower like you, but I didn't see the Pokemon before. Serena rolled her eyes and said, you are so mysterious. I thought you were some mysterious person, but it turns out you are the same as us. Qin Mu said, have you reached the top floor or just got there? I reached the 5th floor and found nothing. Qin Mu looked at the badge on his chest and said, which camp are you from? Yes, the Earth Camp. These camps all have their own sacred mission. The people of the Earth Camp are called Regigigas in order to awaken some kind of magical power. This legendary Pokemon has fallen into a deep sleep. Only the approximate location is known. No one knows the exact location and the method of awakening it has not been found yet. Zyja came here perhaps to find these mysterious places. He did not mention that he wanted to awaken the god of the earth, but just chatted with Qin Mu and the others. What are you doing here? Are you just going to challenge the gym at number 111? Qin Mu said, what else? To read the novel, go to Falu Novel Network. From the Pokemon they released just now, it can be concluded that these three trainers are definitely not simple. Qin Mu and his friends also heard about the Phantom Tower for the first time. As for the desert ruins, there are records, but no one will look for the ruins in the desert because it is too risky. Should we continue to go up, or do you have any other plan? Dandy said, since we have come in, why rush out to explore this Phantom Tower? The four of them walked up and no one knew what the SITH floor was. Qin Mu and his friends didn't know how long the storm would last. After reaching the SITH floor there was nothing special similar to the 5th floor. It seemed that there were only some dark Pokemon in this tower. Qin Mu and his friends decided to leave the Phantom Tower and didn't go up. Xiaojie followed them out of here. When they arrived at the door of the Phantom Tower the storm had stopped. What appeared in front of them were some huge rocks. How big a storm could blow these huge rocks here? Serena said, no way, so many stones, it looked like a maze. Qin Mu had seen this scene before. In the place where Akroma caught Yanda there was such a stone formation in front of the door. Xiaojie said, what's the big deal? This means that the tower has changed its location and is not in the place where you were originally. They couldn't leave even if they wanted to. This tower actually changed its location. How could they get out of this maze in front of them? Just as Xiaojie said, the place he was in before he came in was completely different from that of Qin Mu and the others. He did not appear between number 110 and number 111. After entering the tower appeared here, taking Qin Mu and the others into the Phantom Tower, and after coming out it changed places again. Qin Mu said, this is simply amazing. This Phantom Tower can actually move. Xiaojie also found it amazing. Dan Dis said, the most important thing now is how we can get out. Looking at these stones, it is obviously a formation. These stones are irregular in shape and each stone is very large and they are densely placed in front. It is easy for them to pass through the gaps between these stones and it is also very spacious. Here they don't know which direction to go. Should we give it a try and see how we can get out? Chapter 266. Now they only have two choices. The first choice is to return to the tower and wait for the NET transfer of the tower. The second choice is to walk out from here. Obviously Qin Mu and his friends don't know when the Phantom Tower will move its position. It may be 1 minute or 1 year. There is no way to determine the time. They can't go back to the Phantom Tower. After discussing they decided to walk out of the cracks in the stone. Xiaojie followed behind them. He didn't choose to stay in the Phantom Tower. From here they moved towards the middle little by little. They can't see what's going on in front of them. They have to be very careful until they walk into a crack in the stone. Serena said, it's so quiet here. It seems that there is no breath of life. Qin Mu said, it's better to be careful. The stones are very dense and the gaps are very narrow. It is difficult to leave here even if you use flying Pokemon. Pokemon's long-term flight consumes their wave power. Qin Mu and his friends still chose to walk forward. Dan Dis said, how big is this stone formation? 713. None of them knew how big it was. Just keep walking along the gap. The gap is not a straight line. It will turn left and right. As long as you don't go in the wrong direction there should be no problem. I don't know how long I walked and the sky gradually darkened. Xiaojie sat under a stone and said, it's dark. It's safer for us to stay here and rest. The others stopped to rest. They had been walking for nearly a day and hadn't walked out of here. How big is this clock? Or did they go in the wrong direction? Serena said, if I had known that I had to travel like this I might as well stay in the Phantom Tower. The bright starry sky was above them and it was particularly clear. Maybe a few people felt a little tired after walking for a day and gradually fell asleep. This night was also particularly peaceful. There was no danger. As soon as the sun rose they continued to travel. Being trapped here all the time was not a solution. After all they were short of water and food, including the Pokemon in the Pokeball they need to eat. After rushing for about half a day a few people were a little exhausted, but they found that there was something different in front of them. There was an open space in front of them. Qin Mu and his companions quickened their pace and walked to an open area where they discovered a huge cave. The cave was surrounded by these stone forests. It seemed that they had already reached the middle, which meant that they would need another day and a half to get out of here. No matter which direction they walked in, as long as they kept the same direction they would be able to get out of here. Qin Mu said, what a big cave. They walked towards the entrance of the cave. The sound at the entrance was so loud with a loud roar, and the sound came from the entrance. Perhaps out of curiosity Qin Mu and his companions did not stop and continued to walk deeper into the cave. Serena said, what a strange sound. What on earth is going on? Everybody be careful. They slowed down their pace. They had to be careful. What if there was any danger? Athena, Xiaoan and others bought the items they needed in the huge open-air market. They met the members of the marine team on the way and heard about the indigo orb. Athena suddenly had a good idea. This indigo orb belongs to the two of us. Can we awaken the ancient Pokemon? Stop dreaming. There are so many people in the ocean team. Do you think you can snatch them all? Maybe he wanted to steal it to read the exciting novels. Go to Fila Novel Network. With our current strength we can't fight against the marine team at all. We should quickly find the ancient Pokemon to improve our strength and then find a way to get the things you want. Bite B. Okay, then I'll go with you to find the ancient Pokemon first. Athena winked at Meowth. Anyway, Silver didn't care whether Meowth followed him or not. Meowth left here. He knew what Athena meant. She wanted him to steal the indigo indigo orb. Looking at the figures of several people gradually disappearing, Meowth felt helpless. Could he really steal the indigo orb from the hands of the Marines? Why do you always give me such difficult tasks? You are such a hateful bunch. Meowth was very resentful but couldn't say anything. It had to perform its mission. They were heading towards the desert. They were going to the desert to look for ancient Pokemon and ruins. It turned out that there were two Pokemon in front of them. They were competing in wave power. One was a legendary Pokemon of Regirock and he was also an eternal elf. The ones competing with it were the three pillars. Serena rubbed her eyes. Was she seeing things? Two such powerful Pokemon were fighting in this cave. This is simply incredible. These two Pokemon are very difficult to capture just because they are legendary Pokemon with arrogant personalities and special abilities. Legendary Pokemon are much stronger than ordinary Pokemon in terms of race and they have racial suppression. The attribute characteristics of each one are different. Regirock has a super rock attribute and its ability to control rocks is much stronger than that of ordinary rock attributed Pokemon. The battle between the two Pokemon was very fierce and Chin Mew and his friends did not dare to get too close. The powerful wave force caused the rubble in the cave to fall down, causing a great vibration and a very powerful sound. When they just walked in, they heard a strange sound. The sound was the roar caused by the fight between the two of them. Chin Mew said, "What a powerful combat ability. The mastery of rock and water attributes is simply unimaginable." The rock flew forward and the explosion of the three pillars directly penetrated the front. Remember to smash this huge stone. Regirock has double restraint effect. His rock control ability is really strong. The broken rocks can actually be combined. Zyja said this is the Pokemon that many trainers dream of having. Do you want to try to capture them? Obviously the three of them have no such intention, but Zyja wants to intervene. You know this is a competition between Regirock and the god of the mountain. Is it really okay for him to intervene at this time? Zyja's identity is not ordinary. He is a member of the Earth team. Obviously he is confident enough in his own ideas. Since the three people around him don't have this plan, he will not be polite. The two Pokemon in front of him are both legendary level. As long as they can belong to him, his strength will be greatly improved. For more novels 55705 join